It is a lovely morning, and we're getting ready for the start of the third CG Insurance International ODI series between the West Indies and Pakistan. I say good morning to Sylvester Bouncing Joseph, who is celebrating because Argentina won and Italy won. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Springs. Good morning. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience and fans all over the globe. It's a wonderful day again to start the third very important game, and the West Indies team really is looking forward to clinching this series today. Springs on the heels of a good victory there by the men's T20 senior team and also Italy. My team is Brazil. I was beaten, but I must say congratulations to Lionel Messi because fans show the world something that he's the greatest and something that he's not because he hasn't really won an international tournament for Argentina. So I guess he will put some closure to some of those comments. Some fans around the world, but. Yeah, I'm a Brazilian fan, but I like Italy. I thought that Italy would have won. I think they were very consistent. I think they were the best team in the Euros, going into the Euros, and a well-deserved victory. Sorry to the English fans. Our good colleague Marley Richards. I guess he's still in shock. Springs, because we haven't seen him yet.
I'm English too.
You're English too?
Yes.
Oh, no wonder you're late this morning, Springs. When I came and I was looking. It seems like you have an overhang.
More than an overhang. So, folks, if you want, then Sylvester is having a fielder here. And us, Mali has just arrived, you know what I mean? So we know how good the whole thing is done.
The two overhang Englishmen.
So we now have the Black Lives Matter movement taking a knee for the cause. And the Pakistan cricket team, they have supported the West Indies Cricket Board along with the umpires for this initiative here. West Indies will start as favourites. They're 2-0 up, and the men also, they're 2-0 up against Australia. So rally with the West Indies. That's the call going around. Finally, everything has been demonstrated. And what a weekend of sports, Sylvester. A real serious weekend of sports. You can't complain. Just action all the time in terms of what's going to be happening. So the Pakistan team coming out, Sylvester. Let's see what's going to be happening in terms of the team. Players to look out for today, Sylvester. Aliyah Riaz, Nida Dar. If we look around and we see in terms of what's been happening, Anisa Mohammed from 7 matches so far, 11 wickets. Diana Baig, 13 wickets. Nida Dar, she's got 6 wickets quietly. Hayley Matthews, she's got 8. So all in all, we're talking about the last 5 matches, and that's from from the T20 leading up to this era here. So the West Indies, Pakistan playing 11. I think we have Maniba Ali, Siddiqui, Aisha Zafar, Zavera Khan, captain, Omera Sohail, Nida Dar, Aliyah Riaz, Aisha Nasim, looking forward to see her today, Fatima Sana, Diana Baig, Ramin Shamin, Aman Amin. That was the full squad happening out there. So we'll just give you the final 11 in a little while, just to let you know. It looks like it is Maniba Ali Siddiqui Sylvester starting.
Yeah, definitely.
She's a left-hander.
The same two pair. I don't see the reason unless there is any injury happening to both of them. Any one of them that there's going to be a change.
There's going to be a change.
Yeah, this is a good starting partnership.
So Connell with her first delivery into bowl 2. Oh, that's good. Carry Sylvester. Going right through. Good bounce.
Welcome to Saviv.
Welcome to the Saviv Stadium. Shamila Connell, and in fact, already the umpire is coming out, and that had some good lift with the 5-ounce ball. Wow, indeed. Good carry.
That's good for the fast bowlers today, and as you can see that the West Indies still going with their spin attack. The captain is out today. I guess she succumbs to her. I don't know. It seems like she had a little hamstring injury or something, but she's not in the 11 today. So,
who's that?
Captain Taylor.
Oh, okay. So you give the folks the West Indies lineup today. So the captain today would be Anisa Mohammed.
Yeah, Anisa Mohammed.
Okay. So Sylvester will be able to pull up the West Indies team for today. It looks as if Taylor is going to be rested 2-0 up. She's got to be serious if she's not playing, Sylvester. Connell bongs away to bowl to Maniba Ali Siddiqui down the onside. First run very quickly to the Pakistan team, so they're one without loss. Kafi, good morning. I'm in mourning. I know I owe you a Vitamalt, so I will sort that out. So that's okay. Two Vitamals. One without loss. Shamila Connell moving away nicely to going now to bowl to Maniba Ali. She gets a length delivery, stands up straight and just punches it down to the gully area. Sylvester?
Yeah, good start here again by Connell. We have Connell and Anissa Mohammed, as you said, she take over the captaincy today. DeAndre Dutton is out in all her glory again and in the point position, doing that work a while ago, feeling that ball. You have Shamila Connell, she's starting. Brittany Cooper, who had, showed some real good effort in the end. Well, ball again there by Connell. Connell continues Springs to impress, and with her experience, giving the West Indies team the stats that is required, and in the process of her bowling, so frugal, she picks she keeps picking up a few wickets as well.
But she's got fitter and she's got stronger, and Courtney Walsh has allowed her to bowl real quick. Short delivery, giving some width to Maniba Ali Siddiqui, who spanked it past Dottin, and once that goes past Dottin, hits a CG insurance sign for 4. So the first boundary, and Connell not following through there, Sylvester. She sort of stopped into a run. It didn't look like she got her rhythm right. And wide delivery, and Maniba Ali Siddiqui has shown in this tournament so far, from the T20 to the 50 over, that once you give her width, she's going to be able to go hard at the ball, and her hands go to the ball very, very quickly. And on this fast, expansive, massive outfield here as compared to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, that raced away for the first boundary for Pakistan.
Indeed, a brilliant shot. Give a testament to what we have seen through the series so far.
Down the onside again, and for some reason, Connell just all over the shop today, not getting it right at all. And just for a little moment, Sylvester, she seems a little tight sometimes in some of her delivery stride moving through, while at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, you saw her really charging up. And it's just, from the circle at the Ambrose end here, it's almost like going up a hill, Sylvester, as compared to coming from the Sohail and Dar end, where you get that drive to be able to come down. She's bang on target again, but this time, Maniba Ali Siddiqui can't, go past the energetic live wire of DeAndre Dutton. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off. A short mid-wicket, more or less. Third man, fine leg. That's what the West Indies is starting with. We'll be looking to go 3-0 up in the series and maybe just dismiss the Pakistan team out of the series. Pakistan will have other ideas today. Here comes Colin, bang on target. That's a beautiful delivery right there. You could see that doing something there. Kesia Knight, the wicketkeeper, coming across nicely. We're in the number 42 with a good take. Pakistan men's team, they're also struggling in England, Sylvester. Over number 1 completed here. And West Pakistan are 6 without loss.
Yeah, good start again. Trying to get her line, her length, more consistent. I saw a change in the field Springs, whereas they had 3 ladies on the onside, and they implore the fielder from mid-wicket to a second slip, and then that's when she bowled a very wide delivery and she compensated, trying to get a bit closer and, fire one down the leg side. But I think for me, I like to see the field more balanced, give the bowler more options to bowl a little straighter. When you have more fielders on the offside, it tends to allow you, to focus more bowling wide. And we know from what we have seen so far that especially Ali, she likes it with a bit of width.
Certainly. Selman will start from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and she's going to bowl to Aisha Zafar. In now to bowl to Zafar. Zafar comes quietly forward and strokes it up to cover. And Kashana Knight coming around. We're in the number 47, the Knight twins. I want to say good morning to the Emerald Isle, the home of the late King Arrow, Mighty Arrow, Soca King. What a man. Man who really turned the place upside down all around the world with so many hot tunes. But it's very hot here as Selman gets a length delivery to Zafar, and she just comes stylishly across. She may be thinking, Sylvester, that she wants to bat all day.
Well, she has the time. I mean, 50 overs, there are a lot of overs, and I think that is a requirement. I think from the management and the coach of the Pakistani team that the batsman needs to bat, a bit longer for me. Springs. They getting starts and they're not carrying on.
6 without loss. Down the onside, that goes up to 7. And just for a little while, Keisha Knight trying something different, but the umpire was not impressed with her antics, and just quietly said signal a wide and kept his form. He wasn't not too bothered about anything. So the score goes up to 7 without loss. 7 without loss. The umpires for today, on-field umpires, Christopher Taylor and Jonathan Blades. Yeah, and the Aisha Naseem ODI debut, another wide again down the onside. Sylvester, I think Rashada Williams is also making her debut, according to here. So the umpires for today would be Christopher Taylor and Jonathan Blades. Aisha Naseem and Rashada Williams getting their ODI debuts today. So West Indies, Rashada Williams scored 17 in the West Indies A-team game, Sylvester. So her promotion, even though the West Indies A-team would have lost, good positive straight drive down the ground. And they think punching. So we look and we see in terms of what's happening. 7 without loss. Wait for a moment. Bringing the action to you. Garfield is going to have a fielder today, Sylvester. Real fielder.
You have to get him on with you because we both made the same the same prediction with Italy.
And he's come prepared, so I know I've got to be on my A game today in a very big way. So I know what's going to be happening.
Well, it doesn't matter because in either case he's going to be on with an Englishman.
8 without loss. Selman gets a link, steers it just there into the short third man area. Dottin coming around very quickly. Can't stop the single. And Aisha Zafar is quietly off the mark. So the West Indies just trying to find their links a little bit, Sylvester. Some 4 wides bowled this morning. 8 without loss. Just trying to get the radar going. Anisa Mohammed was the captain today. We're trying to get some update in terms of the Taylor's injury. But this is good confidence here by the West Indies that they can still be able to come up and compete at a very high level. Has to be a little serious if Taylor is not playing. Maybe they don't want to take that chance. The left-hander in Muniba Ali will face Shakira Selman, who turns from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Over the wicket now to bowl to Muniba Ali. Gets a stride out there. No need for her to follow that. So over number 2 completed. Pakistan 8 without loss. Muniba Ali is on 4. Aisha Zafar is on 1.
Yeah, pretty sedate start here by both teams. You can see they're feeding out each other. You know how important this game is for both teams. West Indies can clinch the series in this encounter, and the Pakistani want to deny them of that and get on the winning column to bring the series back to life. Keep the series alive in this competition, and I believe that they think that is a great opportunity now. Even that the skipper is not playing. She was an integral part in the success so far with her leadership and her performances with the bat and ball. So it's a big piece that the West Indies senior team is missing. But hopefully that the others can step up to the plate today.
Connell, Bongza went out. She's in now to bowl to the right-hander in Zafar. And Zafar comes quietly forward. Aisha Zafar, she's on 1, scores 9 without loss. I sort of robbed the Pakistan team of 1 run because there was an extra 4 wides, and the one from Zafar would have taken it to 9. So at the end of over number 2, latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Pakistan batting first. They have 9 without loss. 9 without loss. It's always going to be very important that they get a good score. Here is a good delivery, good length there. That had some pace on it. And Zafar was going back, but before she went back, that was true to the keeper. Very quickly, Sylvester Kiesinak, good bounce.
Yeah, good bounce. We see it here that the bounce here at the stadium, at Sir Viv Richards Stadium is a lot different, than the bounce at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And it is evident, I think, the fast bowlers will enjoy more of this pitch.
Another wide delivery, but this time it's really called wide. It had good carry. Keisha Knight was taking this just almost up, just above her chest area, right in front of the first slip. So you know that Connell was a strain away. Anisa Mohammed, the captain for today, just coming forward and just saying to her, come on, keep going, don't worry about anything, just get it lined up. West Indies with 2 slips. The breeze not that strong today, but Connell maybe just losing her way there. That's beautiful delivery. That's a lovely outswinger. She had to grow up at that and missed it completely. Good line.
Yeah, and good length as well. I mean, Zafar didn't have a choice, but she had to play, and it was a delivery as a batsman that you want to miss. it was too good for you.
Just wasn't good enough to nick her off her edge right there. But it was a fuller length here, and certainly Connell has made the adjustment, knows that she just has to shave that short ball. She comes in now, both him short ball again, but that's good carry, good pace. And one thing here about Connell's spell so far is that she's making the Pakistan batsmen think about something, whether they like it or not. The batters, they know that, hey, I can't come forward, and then I'm going to get a short ball, so they're going to be, thinking in their minds in terms of what's going to be happening. But she's bowled well all season, player of the series in the T20 series, and she's continued that form into the 50 over. Shamila Connell bungs away past the umpire, in out the bowl to Zafar. Zafar is looking to turn that, gets an easy single as everybody was caught napping. So Shada Williams coming off there from short, more or less mid-on area. Couldn't stop the single. Connell herself charged away around. And very easy, Zafar was able to sneak a second run. Score goes up to 10 without loss. 10. Looking to build here on this opening partnership. Got to be able. So we bunged away again once away. In now to down the onside. And Connell to the left-hander, Muniba Ali Siddiqui losing off a little shape there.
Yeah, she's not really adjusting well to the left and right hand combination today. Every day is not the same spins, and sometimes, your radar is a bit off for whatever reason. I mean, but the bounce is consistent. She has to be more disciplined in terms of controlling the extras. That is the key. Why I think they had a lot of success so far in the series.
Bang on target again. Genji can't score. Muniba Ali pushing her back. So the over finally comes to an end. And Pakistan, just in a little bit, more or less a quiet start, as we would say, Sylvester. Nothing really much to shout about, really, here. 1 boundary so far. And 12 without loss. Pakistan and Shamila Connell thinking about it, trying to get her rhythm going right here. This is only a second over. She looks up at the scoreboard and knows that is a long way off. But it's early days yet in terms of these games, and she will only get better.
Indeed, Springs. That's the beauty about the 50 overs game. You have time to adjust. You can make mistakes early, but you have the opportunity to come back and make amends. And it's up to you to really think about and put in a performance.
Here is Aisha Zafar getting the ball pitched somewhere around between middle and leg and just missed out there, because had she just clipped that away, she'd been able to get a couple of runs, if not maybe a boundary. And she's just rehearsing her shot to say, hey, how did I miss that?
Yeah, that was in the slot. The Asian players, both men and women, they are very strong. Very strong in the middle and leg area. You can't really bowl them straight consistently.
She's just coming quietly forward and just turning this onto the leg side. It looks like Cooper coming around. Big, tall Cooper cutting that one off. 12 without loss. Pakistan. Muniba Ali 4 from 8. Aisha Zafar 2 from 10. And Selman starting her second over with 2 slips. Backward point cover, mid-on, mid-off. Selman in now to bowl to Zafar. Zafar is back and looking to punch that, but can't beat the energetic, lively Deandra Dottin. Sylvester say, who owns the backward point area, makes some grounds, had a throw at the non-strikers end, backed up by Cooper. All good cricket so far. West Indies will be looking to pile the pressure on here and go 3-0 up Then maybe experiment by using some other players into the senior team. Bang on target again. No runs again as Zafar is squared up. Kashana Knight coming in there from cover very quickly. Just lobbing it to Rashada Williams. So not much fireworks yet in the first power play. Just one boundary so far. Jakiwa Selman just varying her pace, varying her line, bowling a lot more cutters. She goes past Christopher Taylor. Is in now to bowl to Zafar. Zafar is on driving, can't score. And score quietly remains on 12 without loss. So this has been a good discipline over here so far.
Yeah, and I think the key here is for the Pakistani batters in Zafar and Ali. They don't have any, I don't think they have any problem with scoring, especially when they get the bad balls. It's just important that they spend some time in the middle. I think that is the downfall of the whole Pakistani batting for the series.
Another delivery, bang on target again by Selman. So the West Indies returning back very quickly. Good positive maiden over there from Selman. The first of the day. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 3 runs, no wicket, and Pakistan 12 without loss.
Yeah, nice steady over. I think she got her line and length a bit more consistent in this, and you get the reward in terms of a maiden over. But these are the areas that I think that Captain Mohammed, is looking for her to be more consistent in, and just keep that pressure building with the Pakistani players.
We want to thank everyone for tuning in and listening to West Indies cricket and supporting West Indies cricket in a very big way. Here's my neighbor Ali. Brilliant! Oh, drop! And for someone like that, two minds. She wanted to go hard, Sylvester, and then more or less stared at. Dotting got both hands to it, and then it just bounced out, I think, when her elbows hit the ground. And you don't normally see that from Dotting. She's upset with herself, and almost Connell could have had Manibi Ali Siddiqui there. That just wasn't to be today. 13 without loss.
Yeah, valiant effort there. I think she was beaten in the fact that she thought the ball was coming a bit quicker, but she got in position very quickly. That was a very good effort.
Zafar is looking to punch that. Can't beat the cover fielder. Kashana Knight comes around nicely and cuts that off. 13 without loss. And by Deandra Dottin's standards, she'll be very much upset with herself because she's one of the best fielders in the world. She set high standards, and that's what happens. It only shows you that she's human. Wide delivery there. That's going to be called a wide right. Connell. So Connell really just trying off a little bit. Trying a little bit too hard right there. And I know she's trying to work up some pace there and sort of pull lost her rhythm. They lose with that one. 14 without loss. It's all happening here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Here comes Connell. The ball to the right-handers. Back, and that almost cut her in half. She was looking to punch. But because her right foot is not parallel to the crease, Sylvester, and her right foot pointing to Kashana Knight, it was true before she could even think about the shot. Good delivery.
Yeah, that was a very good delivery again. The line, the length, it was too close to cut. She tried to give herself a bit of room, but this bounce is kind of inconsistent in terms of the pace as well. So she has to be more watchful playing those kind of shots.
Connell the ball to Zafar, and Zafar just searching for that one. Sylvester looked across and said, I wonder if I should go for it, and just decided to leave it alone. Because one of the things that I think she realized that Connell is trying to do is to draw into a drive, more or less. Connell really bowling to a real decent field. Wants to bowl as wide as possible outside the off stump. That was a good delivery again, and this time a big stride there from Zafar, coming out positively. You see the stride there picking up the line right there, and also covering a stump, the off stump.
Yeah, I think the Zafar and Ali, they're making quite a conscious effort. I believe that the Pakistani meeting, in the team meeting, they spoke a lot about leaving some of those wide balls, so they're making a conscious effort, I think, Springs, to do just that. But the thing that, more concerning is that those are the deliveries that they've been scoring from.
Yes, they are. So 14 without loss, Sylvester, at the end of over number 5. A little quiet start. We've only had one boundary so far in this innings. here in the CG Insurance ODI series. Connell, not for 11 from 3. Not one of her better spells, but she's bowling with some pace.
Yeah, you can see the pace, but the inconsistency, I think, is plaguing her. She doesn't look like a free self, you know. I don't know, they had a good warm-up. I watched them, had a good warm-up, a good bowl, but she doesn't look like herself today. And I mean, every day in the office is not going to be the same spring. Sometimes something just off.
Maniba Ali, just picking up a Selman delivery there. She was just questioning umpire Christopher Taylor to say, was that not wide? But Taylor not interested.
I think Taylor, he can't miss those blue lines there, Springs, those white lines.
He should not.
No, the white lines, they are very white. So the blue, they are very obvious. So, you know, he has a good measuring stick.
Certainly. Selman comes in to bowl to Maniba Ali Siddiqui. And she's back and steering this down to third man. Connell coming off the boundary very quickly. And just hurls a lovely throw into Keisha Knight. Good take, good carry, all good cricket all around. 15 without loss. Siddiqui goes to 6, and Zafar, Aisha Zafar, where's the number 2? She comes in to strike.
But I see that both teams are very militant in their approach to the game. I mean, Pakistan hasn't really won any game batting first, and they keep on getting the opportunity to bat first, Springs.
Selman comes in now to bowl to Zafar. Zafar is driving in the air early over mid-off. Mid-on, and won't have the legs to run into the boundary, but they get a couple of runs there. So Zafar just deciding to play a check drive over mid-on, and just quietly just said, listen, I think I'm here long enough now. I'm going to judge the pace here now of Selman. Selman bowling a lot of cutters, and it's maybe time to begin to march on her. Aisha Zafar, lovely little player, one for the future for Pakistan. She'll be around for a little while. Just a little adjustment made there by Selman. So we break for a while. Selman comes in now to bowl to Zafar. Zafar driving beautifully down the ground, but can't get any runs there. A little restriction in her approach. At the end of my spell, Garfield Burford will step into the hot seat. And boy, trust me, he has a lot to say. But I'm going to also have a lot to say too a little later in the day. So I'll let him enjoy himself.
What you going to have a lot to say about?
Don't worry, you'll be able to find one.
That's the key.
Zafar getting a lovely delivery there from Selman again. And she was looking for a run, but sent back by Maniba Ali Siddiqui. And the communication line, they don't want any run-outs at all today. I can imagine I hear David Hemp, the coach, emphasizing that communication is key.
Indeed, David Hemp, I think his head is, thinking all sort of things, because it's not only the run out, but those wide deliveries that they keep getting out from Skins. There goes one again.
There is Zafar going for a big drive there. Never got to the pitch of that one there. Head was up really more than anything else here. But I think the pressure situation from Selman caused that. Over number 6 comes through, and then Pakistan has 17 without loss. Selman's 3 so far has been 6 runs have come off of it, so it means that she's really moving in nicely into a groove. Maniba Ali Siddiqui is on 6. Zafar is on 4 from 25, and I think that was a pressure shot based on what she played just a while ago. 4 runs off 25 deliveries.
Yeah, that over, you see a few pressure shots. Even the one that she hit over mid-on, that one she played to the line, and the ball wasn't really there for that shot. But I guess the consistency of Selman, she's really putting the pressure on.
Connell comes in now to bowl to Maniba Ali Siddiqui. She comes quietly forward. Don't want to say she opened the face of the bat and steered it down to gully, but she came forward, and because of the open face, it just went right down to the West Indies captain today, Anisa Mohammed, who came across nicely, fielded it well, had a few little words to say, and then just got it back via the wheeler train up to Connell, who starts. Connell bungs away, comes in now to bowl to Maniba Ali Siddiqui, who's just easing this through cover. Don't think they'll be able to stop that. Bam, into the ropes. Be careful. Oh, she got over. And just for a moment, if the West Indies needs a hurdler to represent them at the Olympics, I think they're going to have to check out Kashana Knight, because nice work there to be able to just get over the Betway sign right there. So a boundary to Maniba Ali Siddiqui. She goes up to 10, and the score is 21 without loss. Second boundary of the morning, Sylvester.
Yeah, and not something that we're really accustomed to. By now, in the 7th over, we normally had like four or five, maybe 6 boundaries, maybe by Ali herself. But today, is different. She's a bit more circumspect as well.
Here's a little tickle turned away down to the final gear. If they want, they can come back for 2. But I think she's turned blind, my neighbor Ali Siddiqui, and that's why she really couldn't come back for the second run. You almost had to go into a 360 degrees to see in terms of what was happening. Didn't switch the bat, and then she switched the bat. She didn't be able to know that she was going to come back very quickly, but she was just so eager to get to the crease at the non-strikers end that she missed out there and picked up a second run. But she's still there. She goes to 11. The score is 22 without loss. Not for 16. Connell into her 4th over. She has struggled a little bit, and sometimes you just need some luck. Bunged away now into both the Zafar. Zafar driving but can't score. It was a good length delivery, just pulled back. And Zafar looking to open up. Had to check in terms of what was happening. 22 without loss. We're into over number 7. This is the CG Insurance ODI series at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Connell into her 4th over. Working away here. Ball to the young Zafar. Goes past the umpire. And now to ball to Zafar. Zafar is tearing this pass. Anisa Mohammed down to the 3rd man boundary. Pretty risky shot, Sylvester, but I guess she had some time. It had the width, and she just opened the face of the bat, and Anisa Mohammed couldn't cut that one off. And score goes up to 23 without loss. Zafar is 5 from 27. And Maniba Ali Siddiqui is 11 from 14. She comes back into strike.
Yeah, that was a well-controlled shot. A bit risky, but she got away because it was well controlled. She watched it a little longer and play, as late as possible.
Siddiqui getting a little wide delivery there, just helped around down to the fine leg fielder. And she gets the throw back in. So over number 7 completed, I'll get one more over and then get Garfield into the hot seat. Connell's 4, not for 18, 24 without loss at the end of over number 7. Maniba Ali Siddiqui is on 12, Aisha Zafar is on 5, and the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, national hero of Antigua and Barbuda, considered to be the world's best batsman by so many people, so many countries around the world. He was just ahead of his time. They call him the Bull, so many names that you could talk about him. 24 without loss, and trust me, he's a very good golfer these days, Sylvester.
Yeah, I had a round with him yesterday. He was in a different group though, but we play quite often on Sundays. The football was going on when we came in, and they had a lot of English fans, so we didn't really have a good time to talk.
Connell is bang on target to Maniba Ali Siddiqui. How's your golf?
Yeah, it's coming on. It's kind of up and down, but golf. If you want to learn patience, you have to play a bit of golf. You have to have a lot of patience, Springs.
So you're encouraging young cricketers to start very early?
Yeah, well, it can help a lot. Trust me, it can help if they if they have the time. It can help. A lot of cricketers now playing golf though.
Serious? Well, that was something that Brian Charles Lara, he played a lot of golf in his time. Still does. Here is Maniba Ali Siddiqui driving down the ground. She looks so elegant, Sylvester, when she strokes the ball and she gets into the right positioning. But what is actually happening, and Mali and yourself have been talking about it all the time, is that she has good starts, but just gives it away. I don't know if it's a matter of lack of stamina or something, but she always gets out at a point in time when they don't need her to get out.
She gets out at a very crucial time when she gets sets, and that is the difference you see with the top teams. Players and the mid-table players, the top team players, they will go on and score hundreds and hundreds.
The Heelys and the yes, all the time. She's back and looking to turn that. This has been an important, very series. In the interview with Director of Cricket Jimmy Adams, he was talking about the initiative between Pakistan Cricket Board and the West Indies Cricket Board to spend more time and invest in the women's program. So this is the first of the kind with this tour, which we now see will be a model going forward, because it gives the coaches a scope as to see what their 18 players, what they're capable of. Selman in out the bowl to Maniba Ali Siddiqui, driving but can't beat cover. In fact, the right foot didn't come right out there. The right foot just snap out a little bit there on her heel. She'd been able to just caress that through cover. But the score remains on 24 without loss. And Selman just moving into her own rhythm, look at pace. Not as fast as Shamila Connell. But they both complement each other. Selman goes from the Sir Andy Robertson past Christopher Taylor, and she's on driving Maniba Ali Siddiqui. Can't score. And the length, she's just mixing up her length there in terms of the deliveries, confusing Maniba Ali Siddiqui, and she's having a torrid time so far.
Yeah, but you can see that Ali, she's getting into her strides. She started to hitting the ball a bit crisply, especially the four that she plays through the covers a while ago, and those two shots before, you can see she's getting into her strides.
24 without loss in the over, and she's going for a big heave over into the mid-wicket area, down to the boundary for 4. So she just decided that she was going to fire at that one. It was just a little bit between middle and leg, and Maniba Ali Siddiqui clipping that one away. She goes up to 16, the end of over number 8. Selman not for 10. Pakistan with a quiet start, some 3 boundaries so far, 28 without loss. Maniba Ali Siddiqui 16, Aisha Zafar is 5 on 27, and that's the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as I make way for His Excellency, the man of the moment, the champion as we would call him, Garfield Burford. I'm going to give him his flowers while he's alive.
You don't have a choice, Abby. Garfield, he predicted that Italy was going to win, and you because you're an Englishman, you tend to not look at the facts in front of you, Garfield. Sometimes the emotions get in the way, innit?
Absolutely.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vernon, and thanks very much to Sylvester. In a short while, we'll be hearing from Marley Richards as well, as it is. Here is the over started by Shamila Connell up to the wicket, bowls to Zafar. Zafar just places into the cover, soft hands, gets a quick single, and actually there will be at least one overthrow here as this delivery, actually the overthrow came in and wasn't quite backed up well enough, so one overthrow, so they got 2 from that. The score moving on to 30 without loss. Zafar moving on to 7. Siddiqui is on 16. Maniba Ali Siddiqui on 16. She's really been a standout player so far in this competition, hasn't she? So far, she has been able to get her team over the line. Right. Pakistan down by 2-0 in this 5-match series. West Indies looking to close out the series today. Here comes Shamila Connell, bowls an uppercut over the slip cordon down to the 3rd man. They'll get 1. Zafar is deliberately displaying that one over the slip cordon, going down to the 3rd man. Fielder 1 more, 31 without loss. 8 Zafar goes to, brings Siddiqui back into strike. So the West Indies wants to close out this one. Funny enough, the West Indies men, the senior men, would also want to close out their series against Australia. It's a 5-match T20I series. They're up 2-0. They play the 3rd match this evening, 7:30 Eastern Caribbean time, over there in the Darren Sammy Stadium in St. Lucian. Grows delay, 31 without loss. Brilliant sunshine here. Here comes Shamila Connell up to the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Siddiqui, who pulls this one into the leg side. They didn't quite time it well. Chase on here for Brittany Cooper. They come back for the second run easily. The score moving on to 33 without loss. 33 without loss. We're in over. This is power play 1. This is the 9th over being bowled. 9th over in power play 1. So, of course, there's one more over after this left in power play 1. The West Indies really haven't been able to make any sort of breakthroughs, but they've kept things tight as well in this. The opening bowlers sometimes lost their radar, but they've managed to keep things tight in a lot of boundary deliveries. There have been, we saw in the previous over down to mid-wicket, one was just pulled down to mid-wicket. Here comes Shamila Connell up to the wicket, a ball to the left-handed Zafar, Maniba Ali, and this one is just played officially into the leg side, but safely enough. Brittany Cooper does the fielding, running around from a mid-on position into a vacant mid-wicket position. There is one more to Siddiqui. She moves on to 19. Zafar on 8 comes back into strike. So talking about the issue with facts, emotion, logic in sports, I'm not gonna trouble my good friend Vernon, but generally, certainly. There was a fair bit of logic and emotion in my own predictions. This one is whipped into the onside through the vacant mid-wicket region. There's a chase on here. They come back for the second run. That's all they'll get. This is the farthest. Just whipping that one to the leg side. They didn't go for power on it. Just whipped it into the vacant mid-wicket position, getting 2 more. So they're really turning around, getting the 1s and 2s, trying to keep the run rate going. They're 36 without loss now. 36 without loss. 19 is Siddiqui. Maniba Ali Siddiqui. Zafar is on 10. She stays on strike. This is over number 9 being bowled. 1 ball left in over number 9. 2 slips, a gully, backward point. as well as a cover mid-off and a third man on the onside on the boundary. This one is just played into the onside very neatly down to mid-on. There is no run. The end of the over there from the end of the 9th over, Shamila Cornell, none for 26 from her 5 so far. 9 overs gone. Siddiqui on 19, Zafar on 10, power play 1. And of course, the Pakistan women will be looking to push on.
Yeah, and you can see both of them, Zafar and Ali, they're looking more fluent. They're playing the ball nicely, a more rotation of the strike. But the West Indies bowling Payne, Selman and Connell, keep on, keeping the pressure on and bowling those nice areas. And you have some good feeling there by especially Nation, who is on the third man and fine leg boundary, doing some fantastic work. You have Henry, recovering from her situation, and he's back out there, putting in some fine fielding here.
Here comes a new over started by Shakira Salman outside the off stump and fishing at that, flirting with danger was Muniba Alice Siddiqui. Fortunately for her, she got no feather on that one. The ball just goes through to be taken by Kaisi Knight, the wicket keeper for the West Indies women. Pakistan women 36 without loss. 36 without loss. Siddiqui stays on 19. This is the third one-day international between these two sides. The previous two were won by the West Indies women comfortably, as a matter of fact. Rather facile victories by the West Indies women. Here comes Shakira Salman up to the wicket, bowls, and this delivery left alone to be taken by the wicketkeeper this time. She picked up the line very quickly and just had nothing to do with that one. She perhaps remembered what happened with the previous delivery where she fished in it, and this time she was very, very definitive and very shrewd in allowing that one to be taken by the wicketkeeper. 36 without loss, the score remains. So congratulations to Argentina. Lionel Messi getting his first international trophy with the national side, Albis Celeste. Here comes Shakira Salman up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is just played into the offside. There is a hesitation. Eventually, they get back to their respective creases. There was hesitation, stop and go, and eventually they got back to their respective creases. Bad communication between the two. They'll have to get that one sorted.
Well, fortunately for them, because the run-out hoot has been plaguing them through this series so far, and every time, the last game as well, Ali, she got one out when she was really looking good.
Absolutely. The umpires for today, Christopher Taylor. Here comes this delivery is played into the covers. There can be no run though. Very quickly onto that was Shedi Nation. There is no run. 36 without loss. The umpires for today, as I said, Christopher Taylor, Jonathan Blades. The reserve umpire is Verdane Smith. The match referee is Rion King. Remember him, of course, for big pacer for West Indies from Guyana. Rion King.
That's my former teammate. We go way back. We went to Pakistan, I think, way back in '95 with the under 19 team as well. He was our theory fast bowler.
Absolutely. Rion King certainly had a purple patch at one point in his career. Here comes Shakira Salman up to the wicket, bowls, and this one seems to have been dropped. Diving away to her left was the wicketkeeper Kaisia Knight, and the ball just ricocheting from her glove, from her left glove, and Anisa Mohammed at first slip couldn't quite come up with the ricochet. So Muniba Alice Siddiqui lives on to fight another day. She gets a single from that. She moves up to 20. The score 37 without loss. 37 without loss, but that could have easily have been 36 for 1.
Indeed, and those are the areas that I think that the coach will be upset with. You can see consistently they're getting out from wide deliveries. 2
slips now in place. So here comes Shakira Salman up to the wicket, and she's bowled. Zafar is bowled comprehensively, off stump, rocked back, and the breakthrough comes for the West Indies women as Shakira Salman, a brilliant delivery, peach of a delivery, driving, leaving a gap between bat and pad, and Zafar has to go, bowled by Shakira Salman. Salman gets the breakthrough, 37 for 1 at the end of over number 10, as we welcome our thanks to Sylvester Bouncing Joseph, or Bouncelinho Joseph, and welcome Marley Richards. Good morning, Marley.
Good morning, Gaff. How are you this morning? You're in fine fettle, it seems.
I'm cock-a-hoop about my two predictions. Over the weekend.
Yes, they came true.
But indeed, the West Indies women are also cock-a-hoop because they would have picked up the wicket of Zafar, who has been a danger so far in the series. She can certainly do some serious damage at the top of the innings, and for her to be sent back to the pavilion, good stuff for the West Indies.
Yeah, but once again, as you can see, Zafar facing the 32 deliveries, Garfield, just putting herself under a bit of pressure. by not rotating the strike. And on that occasion, you saw early she played quite a sweet on drive, possibly in like the first or second over. And since then, she was really looking to drive and get after the ball. And on that occasion, Selman putting the ball in the right areas and the hands just going a bit too far, providing that gap and managing to get through.
Absolutely. So the West Indies women, they've managed to pretty much pick things back. So after 10 overs, the run rate is just 3.7. So Pakistan women didn't quite get to really get the explosive start that they perhaps would have wanted.
But they were building.
Yes.
Considering what we have seen from them batting-wise in this series, the entire series actually. They were building a partnership. It was going along, like you say, at 3.7, but that's not a bad rate to start with. And what's been plaguing them is not having wickets in hand later on to really put the West Indies bowlers under pressure.
Indeed. So Javera Khan comes to the crease. Aisha Zafar going bold for 10. 32 deliveries faced. No boundaries in that 10. Bowled by Selman. Here comes new over. Starting over number 11. Here comes Shamila Connell. She was looking for further success. This one is played into the onside. Looking for this single was Muniba Alice Siddiqui. She has to retreat to the safety of her crease. Where was she going really? There was no single there. That would have been a kamikaze single again. 37 for 1.
Precarious position once again here for Muniba Ali Siddiqui. We've been following her pretty closely in this series and how she's constructed her innings. And in terms of her stats, she's been brilliant. It's just been transitioning to the next level and going deep where she's really struggled.
Here comes Shamila Khan with a slip in place, and this one is punched into the covers. There will be a single this time down to the sweeper in the cover boundary. There is 1 to the score. So Muniba Alice Siddiqui moves up to 21-38 for 1 the score. And Javera Khan, the captain, comes in to strike now for the first time this morning. Current run rate 3.68. Sun is going momentarily behind a few passing clouds. No hint of rain, however. Glorious conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound in Antigua. This is, of course, we would have been here for quite some time earlier in the year for the Sri Lanka series. And the outfield had got a little bit browner than it was then, but still in extremely exquisite condition. Here comes Shamila Connell. 2 slips in place now, and this one is right in behind that one is Javera Candace playing it quietly into the short cover position. Brittany Cooper comes up to the fielding. There is no run, and Javera Candace walks away to short square leg to have a talk with herself, trying to say to herself, I have to deliver today from my side. I have to lead from the front today. She really hasn't been doing that in the first matches.
Yeah, I was going to say, talk about a skipper who's under pressure. Javera Khan, she struggled to really lead from the front in terms of the runs that she scored, but once again faced with another opportunity here today.
2 slips and a gully go down as this delivery is just played it down the leg side. The wicket keeper Kaisianitis comes around, whips all the glove, and well, actually didn't quite whip off the glove there because that was an easy single for Javera Khan. So she gets off the mark. She sees she's on 1, 39 for 1. This is over number 11 being bowled, and she certainly she wants to deliver. Remember what would have happened, almost analogous to what happened with the Sri Lanka series, where Dimuth Karunaratne was also under pressure as the captain for the Sri Lankans in that series against the West Indies. Eventually came good in the second test, but had a torrid time before that. This delivery short down the leg side will be a wide signalled. Actually, Kaisianite tries a little bit of a little trickery there, trying to appeal for a caught behind on the leg side. It always happens, trying to distract the umpire, but the umpire would not be distracted at all. So it's 1 more to the score, 40 for 1, and so another extra that will have to be reloaded. 40 for 1, Siddiqui on 21, Khan on 1. So a slightly less attacking field, understandably so for Siddiqui. 1 slip, there's a backward point, there's a third man on the boundary, deep cover, extra cover and a mid-off. This delivery is played down in the V by Siddiqui, playing it down to mid-off. There is no run. The score remains 40 for 1.
Solid front foot defensive there by Muniba Ali. Perfect technique, as good as it gets really. Timed it. Just a solid block straight up to mid-off, but it raced off her bat.
Absolutely. So a slip, third man, backward point, extra cover, extra cover mid-off and a cover on the boundary. This one is pulled down to the wide fine leg position. It will go into the boundary now, pretty much just a backward square. The fine leg had to run around to her right, now the deep backward square leg, but couldn't rein it in. Shadi Nation wasn't able to stop that one from going across the boundary. So boundary for Siddiqui, she moves up to 25. Muniba Alice Siddiqui possibly looking to push on now. Badly line delivery, it had to be said. Down the leg side, she really just had to help it around, and getting 44 for 1 over number 11 completed.
And what we've seen from her is fantastic hands throughout this series as well, Siddiqui. On that occasion, poorly line delivery, but she gets her hands through it, timed it really well to beat the fielder down there at deep backward square. But Javera Khan, very interested to see how she goes about her innings here today, Gav. Thinking back to the previous game, I remember Sylvester saying she came out pretty aggressive, and at times it's a ploy that players who are out of form use. You know, they come out and they look to hit their way into form. It didn't work for her. Interested to see how she goes about it here today.
She faces up down. This delivery is punched off the front foot down to mid-off, really getting right out to the pitch of that one. Almost a textbook kind of shot in the V down to mid-off. Brittany Cooper does the fielding there. Is around 44 for 1. You can see the effort that she's putting in to her game, trying to make sure that she gets all the movement right.
For sure.
All the movement, the trigger movements, and getting right out of the pitch of the delivery, cocked elbows and all.
The basics. It looks like she's gone back into her basics here and looking to really build an innings.
Here comes facing another delivery, and this one is punched back along the pitch. The bowler Shakira Salman fields off her follow through. There is no run. 44 for 1, and glorious conditions here. The Pakistan women would want to keep the series alive. They certainly want it. They have to do that today. It's now or never. Otherwise, the series is gone in the books. They would have lost the T20 series, and now they're certainly under pressure now to keep the series alive for the one international. So here comes Shakira Salman up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is played into the and just missing. Shakira Salman on her follow through. The ball was played short on the offside, and there was Javera Khan tearing down to the non-striker's end. I think Siddiqui was a little bit slow to react, and I think that had Shakira Salman a diving on-ram throw, had she hit, I think Siddiqui would have been in trouble. As it was, she didn't hit. It's 45 for 1, but there was a significant element of danger in that quick single.
Nearly another disaster here for Pakistan in terms of the running between the wickets, and Siddiqui in particular. She was, if you can remember, she was run out the other day when she was batting so serenely, actually looking to put pressure onto the West Indian bowlers, and she gave her wicket away with an ill-advised coming back for 2.
Indeed, that was delivery from Shakira Salman. New delivery to Siddiqui, Muniba Ali Siddiqui, outside the off stump, and allowing that one to be taken by the wicketkeeper Kai Sina. There is no run. So there is the captain for today, Anisa Mohammed. She's at first slip. There's a backward point. There's a third man on the boundary in Shamilia Connell. There's a cover. There is a mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, as well as a fine leg on the boundary. That's the field for Salman. Up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is punched very powerfully down to mid-on. They can't score, however, going straight to the fielder. The score remains 45 for 1. Looks to be Chenille Henry, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great to see her back as well, considering what happened the other day in terms of a medical emergency at the CCG. Nation was back pretty much the next game, and to see Chanel back here in this game, it's actually a great thing, and all kudos goes to the medical team or the medical staff that actually helped to bring these girls back to full health.
Indeed, here comes Shakira Salman up to the wicket and bowls, and again driven, almost identical in terms of the result from that shot, driven down to mid-on. Chanel Henry does the fielding. The end of over number 12, tidy over from Shakira Salman. She's so far the only wicket taker for the West Indies women. 1 for 12 she's from her 6. She's kept things very tight as well. 45 for 1 Pakistan women are following 12 overs. Muniba Ali Siddiqui on 25 from 35. Javera Khan, the beleaguered captain, is on 2 from 5. The current run rate 3 3/4, and Pakistan women looking to push on.
Yeah, let me say as well, this wicket, especially compared to the CCG, this pitch today here, Gav, especially early, seems to have a bit of bounce and pace to it. We saw Connell in particular from this end here at the Sir Vivian Richards end, the media end. We see Connell get good pace, good carry through to the wicket keeper with that new ball as well. She didn't manage to pick up any wickets, but she beat the bat on a few occasions, quite a few occasions, as we see Hayley Matthews come into the attack. here with her off spinners. But this wicket, and I think it'll possibly get a bit quicker as the day goes on. If we don't have any weather in terms of any stoppages and any rain that would, any moisture added to it, I think it could get quicker as the day goes on.
Absolutely. So as you mentioned, Molly, so change in the bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. The ends here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, so the Sir Curtly Ambrose end or the commentary box end. There's a Sir Andy Roberts end or the pavilion end. So it's Hayley Matthews now replacing Shamila Connell from
I had a brain freeze for a second there. I was trying to remember which end.
Indeed, never mind. Here comes, that's why we work in tandem, Molly. This delivery, the first delivery from Hayley Matthews is played quietly into the onside. The bowler fields on her follow through. She's bowling to Javier Khan. Again, let's tell you quickly about the sides. If you're just joining us, a warm welcome. Wherever you're joining us in the Caribbean, Anisa Mohammed is the captain for today. Of course, injured is Staffan Taylor, the regular captain. This delivery is played into the, taken on the pad. Loud appeal there, but I think that one might have been going down the leg side. Plus, she was hit really, she made a really big stride down, so she was hit really out.
It looked like that one just turned a little bit.
Indeed.
And considering it's quite a new ball, and from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, it's quite interesting to see the ball turn here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium this early in the match.
Getting grip and turn is
the wicket looks a little dark as well, so it may have just a little moisture that allows it to grip.
Indeed. Here comes another delivery from Hayley Matthews. Is just punched. It actually just cut down the third man. Here is Deandra Dottin doing the running there to retrieve that one. They come back for the second. Good running there. Good positive running by the Pakistan women. And so Javier Khan moving up to 4. The score 47 for 1. This is over number 13. So as we were mentioning, Anisa Mohammed, the captain for today, just in for the injured Staffan Taylor, Deandra Dottin, Shamila Connell, Brittany Cooper, Chanel Henry, Kaisia Knight, the wicket-keeper, Kishona Knight, her sister, Hayley Matthews, Shadeen Nation, as Hayley Matthews coming up to bowl, and then she just abandoned that. I think there might have been a little bit of a change in the field. It's a dead ball signaled by the umpire. Karishma Ramarak and Shakira Selman ending or rounding out the 11 for the West Indies women today. Here comes Hayley Matthews with a slip in place up to the wicket, bowls to the right-handed Javier Khan, who just punches this into the onside, down to Chanel Henry down at mid-on. There is no run. I haven't seen Chanel Henry so far into the attack. I'm pretty sure that later on she'll be coming into the attack as well. So Anisa Mohammed, Deandra Dottin, Shamila Connell, Brittany Cooper, Chanel Henry, as well as... here comes this delivery is played quietly into the onside. There is no run. The score remains 47 for 1. 47 for 1. I did talk about Chanel Henry. Chanel, of course, she's a middle order batter as well. Kaisia Knight, Kishona Knight, Hayley Matthews, Shadeen Nation, Karishma Ramarak and Shakira Selman. This one is punched a square into the offside. Can't beat Deandra Dottin at that backward point. The score remains on 47 for 1. The end of the over there, the end of the over from Hayley Matthews. The first over costing her just 2 runs, 47 for 1 after 13. Muniba Alice Siddiqui on 25 of 35. Javier Khan on 4 from 11. The current run rate 3.62.
And I really like how Hayley Matthews actually goes about bowling here, Garth. Generally, just watching her throughout this series, she's really, through her action, she creates tremendous energy. She's really looking to spin the ball. She's looking to get real revolutions on the ball. And if there's anything to be extracted out of a wicket, she'll possibly extract it, because the revolutions that she puts on the ball, she gives it every opportunity to actually spin. And you like that as a cricket fan as well, to see spinners actually look to spin the ball and create wicket-taking opportunities by doing so.
All right, and I think, as I mentioned, I might have been either prescient or clairvoyant, but I just talked about Chanel Henry coming into the attack, and here she is coming into the attack now. So she'll be replacing Shakira Selman from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Chanel Henry at 47 for 1. 47 for 1. She'll be starting over number 14. I think there are a few clouds just passing overhead.
It's hovering.
Yes, I think that it's gotten a little darker in the last 10-15 minutes. So as Chanel Henry comes up, prepares to bowl over number 14 and her first. Current run rate 3.62. Here comes Chanel Henry. From the Sir Randy Roberts end with her medium pace, she's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is just played quietly into the covers. Short cover position does the fielding. Anisa Mohammed, who just makes a few changes to the field, just calls the deep cover to come closer, possibly into the 30-yard circle. So let's see, there's no slip in place for Chanel Henry. I'll tell you the field as soon as this fielder comes possibly into the circle, it does appear. So there's a third man. There is a fine leg on the boundary, third man on the boundary, deep fine leg and a deep mid wicket. Here comes Chanel Henry up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is just guided, opening the face of the bat and just guiding it, looking to guide it down to a third man. But running around from backward point was DeAndre Doughton. Very, very quick reflexes and just fielding that one. No run. The score remains 47 for 1. Siddiqui stays on 25 from 37.
Yeah, and interesting to see Chanel Henry actually come in to replace the injured Stefani Taylor. Stefani Taylor provides so much for this team. They rely heavily on her all-round ability. So interesting to see what Chanel Henry brings to the table here as well.
Chanel Henry bowls, and this one does a tempting, tantalizing delivery outside the off stump, just a back of a length, and allowed that one to be taken by the wicketkeeper. Did Muniba Ali Siddiqui, the left-hander. She's on 25. She'd want to push on. She can't just be, comfortable with that. She can't be content with that. She has to push on. So she's gotten a start.
And that's where
what does
she struggled. Yeah, that's where she struggled to actually go on. She shot herself in the foot on numerous occasions after getting a good start.
Indeed, faces up again and
just,
bowled!
That's a cracking
Middle
delivery.
stump hit out of the ground.
Crack
Chanel
up,
Henry
pace.
gets immediate success. What a delivery! She was castled. She was comprehensively beaten and bowled. The middle stump hit out of the ground. The West Indies women are cock-a-hoop, getting the second wicket, 47 for 2. Chanel Henry is absolutely irresistible today.
That was a cracker, and you were saying the other day about Wayne Lewis. That was castled. Absolutely fantastic delivery in terms of the ball. We know Muniba Ali likes that width, and when presented with width, she gets her hands to the ball. On that occasion, Chanel Henry came in, hit the crease pretty hard, bowled quite a good length, quite a fantastic length, and it looked like it was going to be wide. She was going to be presented with width, and it just came back at Muniba Ali at the absolute last second, and she wasn't good enough to keep it out, and it absolutely castled her middle stump out the ground. We haven't seen that
in a long
series.
time.
Yeah,
absolutely
for sure.
not. I mean, that's a sight that any bowler, certainly a fast bowler, certainly a medium pace bowler, would want to see. You run in, and when you see at the end of that delivery, the stump out of the ground, especially the middle stump out of the ground, that is one of the greatest sights for any bowler.
And as a left-handed batter, I know that delivery is particularly dangerous to the left-handers. To bring it back late from over the wicket as well. It possibly just the ball starts in the so-called blind spot at times for the left-handed batter. This game's all about angles, Garth. And on that occasion, the angles were all in Chanel Henry's favour there.
Excellent. So what a start for Chanel Henry. So this is her first over and getting immediate success.
Set batter as well. Just
Indeed.
shows you how good a delivery it was, because she was set, looking to push on 25 off 30 odd, going at a good strike rate, and castled. Fantastic delivery.
Omaima Sohail is a new batter. She faces up now to Chanel Henry, and Chanel Henry, that one just fishing at it outside the off stump, waffed outside the off stump, and taken by the wicketkeeper, no edge found. But Chanel Henry certainly is buoyed by the dismissal of Muniba Ali Siddiqui there, and certainly that was a quicker delivery. That was a quick delivery.
She's showing good pace here, guys.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it was out. It was actually passed to the wicketkeeper, but when Omaima Sohail went at that. So there's the slip in place now. The captain for today, Anisa Mohammed, and this one is punched down to backward point. Can't beat DeAndre Doughton, the ever-present at backward point. The end of a successful actually, yes, it is the end of the over. So the end of over number 14, 47 for 2, a successful over, a wicket maiden, as a matter of fact, for Chanel Henry. They're scoring at 3.36. Khan on 4, the captain Javira Khan, and with her, the new batter is Omaima Sohail, and the West Indies certainly getting the advantage here, winning the toss, choosing the field, and they certainly have their tails up.
Fantastic start from Chanel Henry. It hasn't taken her much time to get into her work. She's come and hit her straps right away. And even on that final delivery, you see it was a bit wide, but you see the movement. It's just going away from the batter really late. And the batter went for that cut shot, but could only manage to tow it. So Chanel Henry showing quite a lot there in that first over. From a West Indian perspective, you'd be buoyed by what you've seen.
Indeed, Haley Matthews starts over number 15, bowling to the right-handed Javeer Khan. Actually, the two batters are now right-handed, Javeer Khan, the captain, and Omema Sohail. There's a slip in place, and the captain for today, Anisa Mohammed.
Short leg's a good position to Javeer Khan in this stage of the game here, with the way she just lunges forward onto that front foot.
Indeed, here comes Haley Matthews. Let's see if Anisa Mohammed will do that. As you were saying, she's getting the ball into the onside aerially, upishly onto the onside. So possibly either short leg, backward short leg, forward short leg, either one of them. Or even a leg slip can work.
She's calling for it.
Absolutely.
Get the helmet out.
Indeed.
Because on that first delivery, even in her first over, the one that just turned and bounced a little bit, and the way Khan lunged forward, she managed to control it, but if it had just bounced a little more, it would have been a bit of an issue there. And just seeing as the helmet comes on now, it looks like it's going to be, who's going to go in there?
I will tell you that in a short while. 47 for 2 if you're just joining us. A warm welcome wherever you're joining us across the archipelago of the Caribbean, on Flow Sports, on the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. We're around so many areas, of course, so many platforms that you can join us on. And we say a special welcome to those joining us as well, not only in the West Indies but also in Pakistan.
Brittany Cooper.
Yes, indeed. It is Brittany Cooper who is going under the helmet. And so she's going in a forward short leg position for Javeer Khan. So possibly, who knows, they might even get a leg slip there as well, possibly. Here comes Haley Matthews, slip and a short leg in place. This delivery is, this time she goes for the sweep shot. She gets it just back with a square. It will run into the boundary now, 4 runs. And running around there, didn't quite make any I mean, she really put in the sprints there, showed a clean pair of heels, running around from a deep mid-wicket position to deep backward square leg position. But good sweep shot, getting it very powerfully, and that has brought up the 50 for the Pakistan women. 51 for 2. With that, Javeer Khan moves up to 8.
Executed that sweep shot very well there, Javeer Khan. But make no mistake, Haley Matthews wouldn't be too disappointed with that. Considering the short legs come in, now it's forced Javeer Khan to basically change her mode of play, the way she's going about building her innings. She can't afford to just lunge onto that front foot. She's got to be a bit more proactive.
Indeed, here comes another delivery, and this one is in the air, but some distance away from Brittany Cooper. Heads were being held a while ago because that one again in the air. This time she didn't go on the front foot, just kind of waited on it and just played it into the onside, uppishly though.
As Cooper goes to a leg slip.
Yes, Cooper goes to a leg slip, but just as I was saying, am I being prescient here?
I'd like to see both, to be honest.
Absolutely.
Really put that pressure on. Javeer Khan hasn't gotten many runs this series thus far, and really applying pressure here. The Windies, let's see who actually cracks first in a situation like this. Good ODI cricket here going on.
More backward short leg than a leg slip. Here comes another delivery, and this time she goes well forward onto that one, playing it back along the pitch. Javeer Khan, bat and pad close together. Textbook forward defensive shot to a spinner. Really solid on that, compact in defense. Javeer Khan, she will have to be. There's a slip, and as I said, a backward short leg. Here comes another delivery from Haley Matthews up to the wicket and bowls. And again, she turns this weird Brittany Cooper would have been, and Brittany Cooper holds her head and says, why didn't I stay at forward short leg? Instead, she plays it through a vacant where forward short leg would have been into the onside. So the end of the over, 52 for 2, she actually got a single on that.
And Captain Mohammed on that occasion just guilty a little bit of just following the ball. You know, you've got to set your plans and stick to your plans. On this occasion, I think, like you said, a leg slip and a short leg would suffice in this situation.
Absolutely. So at the end of over number 15, a water break, a refreshment break now, as the clouds actually getting a little darker overhead, actually looking a little bit more ominous now.
What do you call these clouds, Gav?
Cumulonimbus clouds.
Cumulonimbus.
There you go.
Does that mean that there's a threat of rain?
There is a threat of rain. Okay. Whenever you see these dark clouds, low-hanging clouds,
cumulonimbus.
Cumulonimbus clouds.
Cumulonimbus.
Oh,
cumulus. Cumulus is different to cumulus.
There you know. So you have cumulus clouds, you have altostratus clouds, altocumulus, you have cirrus, which are the high ones, which have no threat of rain. But when it comes to rain, you're talking about cumulonimbus clouds.
You can be a meteorologist.
I try as well. So that's at the end of 50. At the end of 15 overs, it is the Pakistan women being put into bat by the West Indies women, 52 for 2 at the end of 15. Muniba Ali Siddiqui was bowled comprehensively by Chanel Henry in her first over for 25. A delivery that almost cut her in half. Pitched on her about a good length just outside off stump and cut back in. Hit the middle stump out of the ground, sharply cutting back in. And then Aisha Zafar was also bowled. She was the first to have gone actually. Was bowled by Salman for 10 from 32. The not out batters are Javera Khan, the captain, on 9 of 17. And with her Umaima Sohail, who just came in, she's yet to get off the mark. She's faced 2 deliveries so far. Bowling for the West Indies, Shamila Connor, 6 overs, 21 dot balls actually, no wickets for 33 at an economy of 5.5. Shakira Salman, 6 overs, 30 dots in that, 1 for 12. Her economy 2. Hayley Matthews, 2 overs, for no wickets. 9 dot balls for the 7 runs. So 2 overs for 7 runs, no wickets, 3.5 her economy. And Chanel Henry, that 1 over, a successful over as a matter of fact, a wicket maiden for her. So 1 conceding no run. 52 for 2. The Pakistan women being put into bat by the West Indies women. The captain for today for the West Indies women is Anisa Mohammed, replacing for today the injured Staffany Taylor. And so far it has been an inspired performance with a threat of rain here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We'll get more comments from Marley Richards the great, and then it'll be time for the equally great Vernon Springer to continue with the ball by ball.
Once again, the Windies are putting themselves in a position to apply real pressure to this middle to lower order of Pakistan. Both openers removed once again within 20-25 overs. Pakistan not being able to really apply the pressure that they would like, and Windies doing the applying of pressure here, Vern. We're seeing short legs, we're seeing leg slips, we're seeing balls turn and bounce, we're seeing balls swinging through the air. It's all happening here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Quite fantastic conditions in terms of seam bowling, as we see Chanel Henry looking to continue where she left off in her first over.
Well, with 66 dot balls, Mali, Pakistan's 50 coming off 95 balls, 5 fours. After the first water break, some 15 overs being bowled, 52 for 2. One would have to understand and appreciate the pressure that is mounted now on the Pakistan team. Javera Khan, who is short of form, just gets her first delivery from Henry and just turns it to the short mid-wicket fielder, and she can't score. And the score remains on 52 for 2. 52 for 2. Henry made wicket over in her first over.
Very impressive so far, Chanel Henry.
Made her debut way back in 2014 against New Zealand, so is going in confidence. Just 25 years of age. In August will turn 26. Goes past the umpire Christopher Taylor now into both the Javera Khan. That kept low. And good take there by Keisha Knight.
And like you said, making her debut in 2014, now she's been presented with a fantastic opportunity to really make an impact at the international level and really stamp her authority and look to really command a place in this Windies ODI or just a white ball setup.
Lots of cricket to play, Mali. Next to will be South Africa. Henry comes in out to bowl to Javera Khan. Stands up straight and spanks that pass, but not in. Who got a little hand to it to just parry it and save it, and think she might have just saved the single right there. And they come back very quickly for 3 runs. So
good cricket.
Good cricket all around in terms of what took place there. And one would have to give some credit to the Pakistan team. Got on top of it. Good short delivery and stayed it. And the ever alert DeAndre Dottin just got a fingertip to it, and to be able to save 1-1, that run might make the difference in the game. 55 for 2, and Sohail, who is not yet off the mark, look very elegant in the T20 series for the A team against the West Indies. She's yet to come to the party, but she'll get her first delivery from Khan, and she's back and just steering it. Didn't go hard at it, more or less it was wide, and it rackled down to the third man fielder. And Sohail is off the mark. She's on 1, and Javera Khan, the Pakistan captain, she's on 12 from 20. She comes into strike.
What we're seeing from Chanel Henry here is she's just managing to get that outswing to the right-handed batter, but she hasn't so far managed to put it in that threatening area,
which is the corridor of uncertainty.
Oh, just there. That's it right there.
And that really sort of squared Javera Khan up. And the thing about Javera Khan is almost like a diminutive Gus Logie. She's having a chat now with Anisa Mohammed. Somebody is blocking her there in the West Indies dugout. Javera Khan just talking very quickly to Anisa Mohammed and saying, listen, the person in the vest needs to go wide because I struggled to see the 5-ounce ball there from Henry. So the adjustment has been made. Team spirit between Pakistan
has been very
and
good.
West Indies have been excellent. Real excellent. Henry comes in now to bowl to Javera Khan. She stares that straight to dot in. Lack of concentration, and she just lost her shape there for a little while. Concentration, having to deal with the movement of the player. Got a wide delivery and really should have just leaned into that. Just more or less catching practice for Dottin. Dottin had already dropped one a little earlier for Maniba Ali Siddiqui, but this time she watched it right into her hands, and Henry picks up her second wicket. 56 for 3, Pakistan in trouble.
But it's what happens when you produce movement. And Chanel Henry, since ball 1 of her spell here, has moved the ball to both left-handed and right-handed batter. And on that occasion, yes, it was short, it was wide, but if you see the replay here, it just moved away. Just moved away at the last second and just didn't allow Javera Khan to get on top of it. She didn't execute her shot the way she would have liked. She came out here pretty positive, actually, after the Windies made a few field changes and changed the way she went about her innings. Her intent became more positive, but on that occasion, once again, going for a big stroke and not being able to execute it the way she wanted to and not keeping it down and Dottin taking a simple catch at backward point.
Well, out comes the class, the lady of the moment for Pakistan, who would really have to rescue this innings along with Sohail.
Once again.
Nida Dar. And she's just so an accomplished player that you just look at poise and you know that there's a future for women's cricket, because when you see her approach, when you see her batsmanship, how the way she goes about looking to build her innings and the shots that she play, it's just a beauty. And you have to enjoy the game of cricket, especially women's cricket.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Nida Dar for sure, but what I'm seeing that could be a possibility going forward for this Pakistan team is the mental side of the game, in terms of Nida Dar now being faced with yet another situation where she has to come in and consolidate this innings.
Matthews in now to bowl to Sohail, who comes quietly forward.
Yeah, it can possibly, it can have a real negative effect on wearing down the mind of a player, considering, the type of player she is. Yes, she's a player for a crisis. She is the best player in the team, but it's always under immense pressure when she comes out.
Sohail has got to be careful. Matthews has found herself into a lovely groove here.
Turn and bounce.
Yeah, and she's bowling well, and you could hear the energy coming through her microphone.
How good has this wicket been thus far, though?
Oh, it's been excellent. These guys have done an excellent job, both at the two international venues, the Coolidge Cricket Ground and the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. You listen to the sound there. Matthews bang on target.
It's had something for everyone, Vern.
Yeah, 56 for 3.
We've seen Ali, play shots. We've seen the spinners get turn and bounce, and we've seen the fast bowlers as well get a bit of bounce and carry off this wicket. It's been great.
Matthews in now to bowl to Sohail. Sohail is coming forward, Dottin coming around nicely. Couldn't help, Mali, but listen to you talk about the situation of where Cooper was being placed. In cricket, you've got to be patient.
Very much so.
Yeah, so you've got to make your mind up. You can't be moving people up and down every delivery. You know,
can't be following the ball.
Yes. Matthews comes in now to bowl to Sohail wide, and she's back and staring this to the left of DeAndre Dottin. They'll get a couple of runs there. Lovely shot there. And Matthews just guilty of being wide. You're off spinner, and you don't really want the bowler to be able to play you from that area there. And I would say more or less gave away 2 runs. Sohail quickly goes up to 3, and Dar on the non-strikers and just rehearsing. And Matthews just easing the pressure a little bit. Pakistan 58 for 3.
It's also important that the slower bowler, the spinner as well, bowls pretty disciplined in terms of their lines and lengths. It's not just the seamers that have to be very disciplined. Hayley Matthews as well as the spinner has to be.
This time she's bang on target, and I know it is when you want to pick up wickets. Over completed, over number 17 completed. Pakistan are 58 for 3. Sohail is on 3. Dar is yet to face the delivery. The current run rate is 3.41. Matthews in her 3 overs, not for 9. And West Indies have been clinical so far. They started a little rough in terms of Selman and Connell in terms of the wides. They now have to settle into a groove, restrict this Pakistan team to under 150. And I mean, the last time Pakistan only got up to 120. So if they can just restrict them to 150, I think they would have done themselves an excellent job.
And we have seen that throughout this series. You know, the seamers have come up front. At times they've taken wickets. At times they've been economical. Also at times they've gone for a few runs. But when the spinners come on, the Windies really tend to strangle the Pakistan batters, and they don't really get to post the totals that can be competitive in such a series. With the way the Windies have batted as well in this series.
18th over started with Chanel Henry from the Sir Andy Roberts end, goes past Christopher Taylor, and Dar comes quietly forward and just strokes it up to Kashana Knight. No, it's not Kashana Knight, but up to the fielder cover. And so the pressure continues here, rubbing away is the West Indies. The West Indies really want to be able to continue to have that dominance over Pakistan. If they win the series psychologically, it's a mind game, and they would maybe want to clean sweep Pakistan 5-0.
Definitely.
They
Should be
first
the
have
number
to-
one priority.
Objective Anisa Mohammed will have to do today is to win this game. Here's Dar coming forward and stroking it. They'll have other ideas, and they would maybe want to change that. Sylvester Mali.
Yeah, and what I like about Chanel Henry as well is that she really pulls through and really hits that crease hard. You know, she really pulls through her action and really creates good energy, good momentum leading up to the crease. Quite a balanced run up, and looking like quite a good athlete here.
So to his Selman. Dar driving, Selman coming across there, beautiful save there, and Dar had to scrabble back into the crease there. And quite a bit of athletes here on this
Yep, I was gonna say.
West Indies.
Matthews, you've got Brittany Cooper, who's been fantastic in the field. You got the Knight sisters.
You can't forget Connell.
Brittany-
Connell has done
yeah,
some excellent
Connell
work in
has been good on
the outfield.
boundary as well. Yeah.
Yes, she certainly has.
Deandra Dottin.
Oh well, that's an understatement. That's almost like a Usain Bolt in this team.
Selman as
aggressive.
well, like you said.
Yes, Selman. I like the approach of Selman, and I think Courtney Walsh has got something to work with. How they expand the West Indies 18 pool is going to be very, very, very important, because that is going to be key
Quite a
for
few
the advancement
options.
of West Indies cricket. I mean,
Yep.
in fact, they lost in the 50 over A game to Pakistan, but like I said, it's a building process.
Yeah, for sure. What we've seen of quite a few of those young players will be playing in this international arena pretty soon, Vern.
Here is Dar, just really keeping her eyes on the ball and playing it more or less up the V, looking very early. And she knows that she's got a lot of overs. And as Mali has been talking about all the time, Nida Dar has been under tremendous pressure.
Yeah.
And so she's maybe never come into a game where she's in a relaxed environment where she could be able to go out and express herself as a player. Today could be that platform where she can spend some time at the crease. 58 for 3, she's done naught. She wasn't ready. And she apologized to, in fact, she just played the ball. It's Christopher Taylor signaling a dead ball. And the sportsmanship and team spirit between the two teams. Earl Clark Henry apologized to her. And so everything, all is well.
She's got a bit about her as well, needed. She's very competitive, as we've seen her and Hayley Matthews go at it quite a bit in this series thus far.
When you play international cricket for a long time, everybody always goes after the star. And the star always goes after the other stars on the opponent's team also. Here is Dar squaring up and playing nicely from right under her eyes. Good defensive play there. Dar remains a naught. And another maiden over here from Chanel Henry. So she's really settled into a lovely groove, Mali.
Yeah.
Really beautiful spell so far. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 4 runs, 2 wickets. So not bad at all. Not bad for a comeback kid.
Yeah, and as good as needed Dar as well has been in this series, Vern. In this situation, she'll also be very aware that one false stroke and Pakistan could be out for 120 once again. 58 for 3. That could turn into 60 for 4 with needed Dar going, and so that just adds to that pressure we're talking about and that mental strain.
So the action continues as Sohail comes quietly forward. She's on 3. And just to give you an idea in terms of the bowling figures so far for the West Indies looking to pile the pressure on. Shamila Connell, 6 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, no wickets. Sakira Selman, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, 1 wicket. Hayley Matthews, she starts her 4th, none for 9. And just for a moment, Sohail was thinking about something, but in the end, the bat And I like the approach of Sohail because she's playing right in front of a pad.
Right.
And that's very, very, very important. Good player to be able to play the off spinner.
And that mental strain I was talking about as well, it takes a toll, you know. The longer it continues, it really takes a toll on a player.
Down the onside here from Matthews. Lucky to get away with that one. The short fine leg fielder almost had some work to do. But Sohail knows that she's still there. Can't try anything. You just got to be patient. This game is a crude game, cricket. And you got to stay within the moment. You got to be focused. Focused to the point of, staying and concentration. Nice flighted delivery. And again, who's that? Looks like Selman.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real athlete. He's really done a lot of work inside the 25-yard circle, out in the deep. She's shown this West Indies team will be focusing on the process that's required, building a disciplined unit. Courtney Walsh would want to build that unit. And Sohail almost getting herself in a little tangle there, Mali. And I think the reason why she got herself into a tangle is that she didn't get deep into the crease. She just played from the crease where she took her stance. And had the right foot maybe just come back a little bit, she would have been a little bit more relaxed. But she's trying to make sure that she gets out to on the front foot to Matthews. Matthews comes in, nice delivery, and she's having a go at this one, looking at the mid-wicket area, and we'll get a boundary. So, good cricket shot.
Very good shot.
Very good shot. Pick that
Presented
one
with
up.
width on that occasion, and just went with the spin and picked it up quite cleanly, hit it into a wide long on position, and picked up 4 runs.
So the score goes up to 62 for 3. Over number 19 completed here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Pakistan has 62 for 3. Sohail goes to 7. Dar is not. And Matthews 4 overs so far, scores to 13.
Yeah, she's been pretty good. Hayley Matthews, she's been quite threatening with her off spinners, bowling in good lines, good lengths, and just Windies here need to just stay patient. Don't go searching too much, over aggressive for wickets. That pressure that they apply, we've seen throughout that series, the effect that it has on these Pakistan batters, and just more of the same, really.
They want to be clinical, they want to be disciplined, and once you are disciplined, you take care of the process, but you have to make sure you work on these certain areas. Here's Dar getting a short length delivery and pulling this into the vacant mid-wicket area. It now hits the rope, boundary to Nida Dar, who's off the mark, and just for a moment Sheena Henry missed her length, and you don't have to tell you, but Nida Dar pounced onto that very quickly. Stayed low.
Pounce is the right word there on that occasion. She really was onto that one quickly. Needed presented with this ball just short of length from Chanel Henry, just pulled back a little bit, and Nida Dar was onto it.
66 for 3. Dar is 4. Sohail is 7. And Henry turns from the Sir Andy Roberts end. His Excellency, Sir Andy, past Christopher Taylor. And that squared her up completely. That's a beautiful delivery. That touchdown round between the middle and off. Yes, and just got a little nick there. But the most important thing is that Dar was playing it late. And late enough that it just went down to the third man fielder, and she got a single.
Turned her completely around.
Yeah, her right shoulder came around. That's what you want to do. So Sheena Henry is working up a little groove here. Nice little spell here from her wearing the number 48.
It looks like she bowls wicket-taking deliveries.
She comes in now to bowl to Sohail. Sohail is also getting a length where she was neither forward nor back, just played from the crease, and again just stayed it down to third man. And the atmosphere is a little overcast here.
Good conditions for it.
Yeah. Henry is really getting the ball to Dar around here nicely. 68 for 3. Pakistan in a little bit of trouble. Dar is going to have to be, even though she is ultra aggressive, she's going to have to see off a Henry spell. She can't get out at this time.
Yeah, for sure.
Or in fact, she shouldn't get out at this time.
Well, at least she shouldn't present she shouldn't shoot herself in the foot like we've seen at various times throughout this series by the Pakistan batters.
She's 5 and she's driving, going hard. She's so competitive, as Mali said. She always wants to take on the Pakistani attack. And behind her is Hayley Matthews, Anisa Mohammed, and Deanja Dottin. The choir girls, they're chirping. You could hear them. And Dar is maybe just blocking the noise out and just looking up the V.
And she will also know that just a decent score here will be very competitive, considering how we've seen this pitch turn as well so early.
Just turning this beautifully into the final leg area. The keeper is after it. And Nation, they will lose the race. Yes, they do. And Nation making a big effort to try to pull that one back. And that's really commitment. That's what you want to see from the West Indies team. Really committed. 72 for 3. Dar goes to 9. And Sohail is 8.
Yeah, just straying onto the legs of Nida Dar. But Nida Dar also looks to put pressure onto the bowlers. So if you miss your length, Nida Dar is going to make you pay. We saw that on that pull shot that she played way in front of square. Showed you just how early she was onto length, or just how quickly she picks length. And that occasion as well, the line just straying onto the legs, and just timed it to find leg for 4. Just worked it around for 4 runs. Nida Dar looking in good form here, Vern.
Sean Devers, good morning to you. Here is Dar just looking to work this into the short mid-wicket area. Maybe just played it a little bit too hard. A little softer hands, and she might have been able to pick a single up. Nation came in, stopped that off. Over number 20 completed here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Pakistan. They're 72 for 3. Dar is 9, Sohail is 9, Henry 4 overs so far, scored 14 runs. She's picked up 2 wickets, and very, very important period of time here. Final words from you, Mali, and then it will be the voice of Sylvester Bungs and Joseph.
From the Pakistan perspective, and just as a lover of cricket in general, what I do like about Nida Dar is that regardless of situation, she comes in and she just looks to play her game. She plays the ball on merit. She never really goes into her shell. If presented with a bad delivery, she puts it away. If presented with a good one, she blocks it, and it's on to the next one. I think she's just a fantastic cricketer, and she could do with just a little bit more help. You know, players of this magnitude, you want to see them stay around. You don't want to see the toll of the game take a toll on them mentally or even physically. So she just needs a bit of help going forward.
Matthews into ball to Sohail. Sohail driving, but can't pass Selman. They are at cover. Muniba Ali, just in case you're wondering what's happening. Muniba Ali bowled Henry for 25. 39 balls faced, 4 boundaries. Aisha Zafar, she was also bowled Selman for 10. A beauty of a delivery from the Sir Andy Robertson. 32 balls faced, no boundaries. Javera Khan continued her poor form, caught Deandra Dartin, bowled Henry for 12. 22 balls faced, 1 boundary. And as we speak in the 21st over, Pakistan are 72 for 3. Matthews in now to bowl to Sohail. Wide delivery, and Sohail getting on top of it, but can't beat Deandra Dartin at backward point. And the score remains on 72 for 3. Bowling figures so far for the West Indies team: Shamela Connell, 6 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, no wickets, with some 6 wides. Shakira Selman, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, 1 wicket, 2 wides. We break as Matthews comes in now to bowl to Sohail. Sohail is clipping that beautifully past the short mid-wicket fielder, down to the boundary for 4. And a good relief shot. Matthews just more or less pulling her length back, and Sohail was confident enough to be able to use the depth of her crease, pounced on it earlier clock, and just dispatched that into the wide long on area, down to the boundary for 4. Score goes up to 76 for 3. She goes to 12. Dar is 9. As I welcome back Sylvester Bungs and Joseph.
Yeah, nice to be back again in Springs. This partnership is going to be crucial again. I think Sohail, she has shown that she is very capable along with Dar. Good partnership building here, and hopefully that, you know, I think for the betterment of the Pakistani innings, these two needs to carry on with this good partnership so far.
Sohail is 12. Matthews will start. Pakistan 76 for 3. We've got a slip. A backward point to cover. Mid on, mid off. Short mid wicket. Short fine leg. Deep backward square. And the mid wicket out on the boundary. Bang on target is Hayley Matthews. Just maybe has to be a little patience, Sylvester. You're off spinner. Can't try too many things.
Yeah, but I think the situation is that she's trying to, you know, pick a wicket or two, because they know the importance of this partnership, and Hayley Matthews, in its experience as she is, you know, continues. And as we can see that herself and Dar, they have a bit of rivalry between them. You know, Dar got her out in I think a few innings, and you know, Hayley Matthews last time around, she was trying desperately to get her out too.
Matthews comes in now to bowl to Sohail, and Sohail is sweeping beautifully. There's protection now out there, so she'll only get 1 run. And over number 21 is completed. Pakistan goes up to 77 for 3. Sohail goes to 13. Dar is 9. Matthews 5 has now cost her 18 runs. The current run rate goes up to 3.67. And what sort of score you think they will end up with?
Well, we give Henry, I think Henry came in and bowled very, very consistently. Nick a few wickets out as well. I think that with the because the involvement of Henry now. I mean, when you look at Cornell and Selman, and the advent of Henry, coming and bowling this consistently. She's very experienced as well. They put the more pressure back on the Pakistani batters. So it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be more difficult now. Than the first a few games. So with this partnership, as I say, very important. That normally is the key. In them getting a good total. So Sohail, she is a very capable player as well. She has shown potential throughout, promise I should say, throughout the series so far. But we haven't really seen she blossom into a good total. So it's gonna be difficult. So a total now is kind of difficult for me to judge. Springs.
Well, Chanel Henry is pulled out of the attack. 4 overs, 2 meters, 14 runs, 2 wickets. And Ramarak, the off spinner, comes into the attack. Down the onside, she starts with a wide. And Keesa Knight comes across nicely. West Indies will just have to be clinical. That's the 9th wide for the day. 78. Score goes up to 78. 78 for 3. Into over number 22. Sohail is 13 and Dar is 9. Dar has just called for another reserve bat. So let's see what's going to be happening. Ramarak comes in now to bowl to Sohail. Sohail is driving beautifully over cover down to the boundary for 4. That was hit ferociously. And that raced away into the boundary. You could hear the lovely sound coming off of that one right there. And I don't think Ramarak needs to be flighting too much there. She's got to put the ball into the surface. Boundary to Pakistan. Score goes up to 82 for 3. And Sohail's eyes opened up. She goes up to 17. And Ramarak has started just a little nervous, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, Sohail and Dar, they have been there for quite a while. You can see that they are seeing the ball differently now. Especially Sohail, she's hitting the ball lovely. They're not in the shell. That's what I like. They're not in a shell. They're in a spot of bother, but they're not, in a shell. They're still looking to score. They're rotating the strike, and they're being positive.
Here is Sohail just turning this onto the leg side area. Good piece of work there by Shamila Connell coming in off of the boundary to the backward square leg area. And just keeping it down to 1 run. So Sohail quietly goes about her business. Very easy. She goes up to 18, brings the experience and the veteran, the star, Nida Dar from Pakistan. She's 9 from 11. Sohail is 18 from 24. The current run rate 3.89. Ramarak comes in out the bowl to Dar. Dar comes elegantly forward and to her front foot and just steers it into the offside, dotting, making some advancement. Cut that off, and Dar was maybe not even thinking or interested in getting a run there. Ramarak from the Sir Andy Robertson goes past the tall Christopher Taylor, the umpire for today. And Dar is driving but can't score. Up to the mid-outfielder. Looks like it's going to be Henry. Yes, Chanel Henry, who was impressive in her spell, her 4 overs. Oh, beautiful, man. First one was a maiden wicket over. Very important. Here is Dar just turning this onto the short fine leg area. Caught napping. And they get an easy single. Maybe had there been a direct hit, Sohail could have been in trouble. But all is good. All is well. 84 for 3 at the end of this over. With the voice of Garfield Burford. Will step into the hot seat. 22 overs. And Garfield have to go to town, Sylvester, and get some Vitamors because I lost.
You like to bet Vitamors?
Yeah, I have a case.
You gotta get a sponsor. You gotta get a sponsor because you're betting.
I'm not winning.
You're not winning.
Here is Sohail driving up to mid-off, can't score. So over number 22 comes to an end. 22 overs have been bowled. We want to say good morning to the folks in Trinidad, in Jamaica, in Guyana, in Dominica, St. Lucia, wherever you're listening to us. The latest score here, 84 for 3 Pakistan, over number 22. More comments from you, Sylvester, and then will be the voice of Garfield Burford.
Yeah, I think the game is standing the balance. This partnership, I keep saying that it depends on the score that I think that Pakistan will end up with, and they're looking quite animous. The bowlers, they have to come in now and be consistent, because these two, Dar and Sohail, they're looking to pounce on any loose deliveries, and they are very interested in rotating the strike. They had a close call, I think, in terms of the run out. It doesn't require this unnecessary run. Burford, welcome back.
Thank you so much to Vernon, and thanks so much Sylvester Bouncelino Joseph. We remind you of that because Brazil lost over the weekend to Albi Celeste of Argentina. Congratulations again to Lionel Messi. It'll be Anisa Mohammed for the first time today, the captain for today, bowling, and she bowls to Dar, who does place this one into the covers. Short cover does the fielding. There is no run. The score remains 84 for 3, 80 for 3. Over number 23 being bowled. We remind you that West Indies women bowl down. To just walk away from behind the stumps as the ball was looking to possibly get a leg by from that. 84 for 3. Sohail on 18, Dar on 10, 10 from 17, Sohail 18 from 25. They're scoring at 3.73. Here comes Anisa Mohammed up to the wicket, bowls, and Dar goes back and punches this into the covers. Can't score. Brittany Coop. Sorry, not Brittany Coop, it's Hayley Matthews who does the fielding there at cover position, short cover. There is no run, actually a short extra cover she is. So there is backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, straightish mid-wicket. There's a short fine leg, there's a deep backward square, there's a deep mid-wicket and a long on. That's the field for Anisa Mohammed, bowling her first over in the match so far. Of course, we remind you the West Indies women are up 2-0 in this 5-match series. The sun comes back out here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. This one is swept in the air down to a deep backward square leg fielder. Does the fielding, 1 run for Nida Dar. She keeps the strike. The end of the over there from Anisa Mohammed, 1 run from that. 85 for 3. Sohail on 18, Dar on 11. The scoring at 3.70 runs and over. At the end of over number 23, the Pakistan women looking to push on.
Yeah, good start by Captain Mohammed again. She has been one of the more consistent bowlers for the West Indies team, not only through the series but through the years, and not also she's a wicket taker. And right now I think that getting a wicket will do the West Indies team a world of good. So it's important that they continue to bowl consistently. The fielders they are ready. West Indies team looks like they really want to finish this series. So
Karishma Ramarak bowls, and this one is punched back down the pitch by Nida Dar. There is no run. The score remains on 85 for 3. 85 for 3. A reminder you of what has happened so far. The West Indies women under Anisa Mohammed was the captain today. Staffan Taylor is injured, so Anisa Mohammed, who has been the vice captain to Staffan Taylor, taking the role as captain today. This one is swept powerful into the leg side, down to just 1 run. Brittany Cooper running around from that deep mid wicket does the fielding. That was swept just in front of square to a deep square leg position. Brittany Cooper is at deep mid wicket, had to run around to her right to do the fielding. The score goes up to 86 for 3. 86 for 3 as Dar moves up to 12. 12 from 22. Current run rate 3.69. Sohail comes back into strike. Omema Sohail, she's on 18 from 25. Faces up now to Karishma Ramarak. Punches this one powerfully through the covers. There is protection. There's a sweeper out there on the cover boundary. Does the fielding. So there's 1 more run to Sohail. So the West Indies women winning the toss and choosing to field first. Muniba Ali Siddiqui, bowled by Henry for 25. 39 deliveries, faced 4 fours. Aisha Zafar, bowled by Salman for 10. 32 deliveries, faced no boundaries. And Javera Khan, the captain, caught Dottin, bowled Henry for 12. 22 deliveries, faced. This one is played by Nida Dar down to a straightish mid-wicket position. Hayley Matthews does the fielding. There is no run. The score remains 87 for 3. 87 for 3. I'll tell you about the bowling figures after this delivery from Karishma Ramarak. She starts to move in now to bowl to Dar, and Dar does gets out the sweep again. This one down to backward square. It's Shamilia Connell who does the fielding down there. There is 1 more. 88 for 3 the score goes on to, and Dar moves on to 13. Sohail on 19 comes back into strike. In terms of the bowling figures so far, so 2 wickets for Chanel Henry. Tell you about that after this delivery. Here comes Karishma Ramarak up to the wicket, bowls, and this one coming off a thick outside edge. A chase on here for DeAndre Dottin. They get one, they come back for the second run. I think Nita Dar was a little bit hesitant there to come back for the second one. There's always a second run there. And eventually she had to be cajoled into it. And so they get a second run. The end of over number 24, 90 for 3. Pakistan women put into bat while the West Indies women. Sohail on 21, Dar on 13. The current run rate 3 3/4. Ramarak so far has had 2 overs, none for 12. As I said, the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as the sun plays hide and seek with us.
Yeah, it's always a heart-pounding situation when Dar is running between the wickets with her teammates. I think the Pakistani management, are always watching and wondering what's going to happen, because when Dar is there, it seems sometimes like she's not confident, in running, and those are easy singles and easy twos. She needs to communicate, and not only that, I think she needs to trust her partner some more. But that is a key area. The West Indies team, I think, have to take the opportunity when it comes about, because she always presents an opportunity for a run out, no matter who she's batting with. But Burford, when I look in, I've been checking the stats for most of these Pakistani players, and the batting, most of them, they're averaging just about in the teens, 18, 17 and so forth. Only I think the captain Ali, she averages at about 29. So you can see why the inconsistency in the way that they're playing. They get to maybe a 30 20 yard and
they get out. Here comes Anisa Mohammed starting a new over, punches this one powerfully down to Chanel Henry at long on. There is 1 run to Dar. She moves up to 14. The score now 91 for 3. 91 for 3 the score. So Hale on 21 comes back into strike. A sage observation there, Sylvester, as usual, because we said it literally seconds before Muniba Ali Siddiqui was dismissed. We said, let's see whether or not she's going to push on, because she's had good starts in the series, hasn't pushed on. And as soon as we said that, that's exactly what happened. She got out. This delivery is turned down behind square down to Ramarak. There is no run. The score remains 91 for 3. This is over number 25 being bowled. Anisa Mohammed, this is her second over. So far, none for 2. She gets to her overs very, very quickly. Shamila Connell, I'll tell you about her figures in a short while. This delivery going for the sweep shot again. Pass. It will go into the boundary now. 4 runs just behind square. So she actually beat the short fine leg fielder, who was Ramarak, Karishma Ramarak. The deep square leg fielder had to run around to her right and actually tearing down to her right. But it was actually swept very well indeed. And both these players have actually swept very, very well indeed, very powerfully as well. And getting up the sweep shot again, 4 runs.
Yeah, and in the last game, they had a few sweep shots that they got out from. But Joe, the whole series, whether the T20 or the one day, you see that when the spinners comes on, they implore the sweep shots. That's one of the key areas of rotating the strike, as we can see in international cricket now. It's a very effective shot, but you have to be confident in playing it, and they are very confident in doing so.
Indeed, Anisa Mohammed, what will her response be? So there's a short fine leg still in Karishma Ramarak. She's up to the wicket and bowls Anisa Mohammed, and this one is punched, actually pulled almost, or tugged almost down to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and Shadeen Nation does the fielding out there. So there are 3 fielders on the boundary at this point. So there's a deep backward square leg, there's a deep mid-wicket, and there's a long on. So all the deep fielders are on the leg side. On the off side, there's a backward point, no third man, so that's an area that possibly they want to inveigle them powerfully driven back along the pitch. And actually, I think it might have been a case where Anisa Mohammed is trying to run out the non-striker, Sohail. That was driven powerfully back by Dar. Good fielding there by Anisa Mohammed. Had she missed that one, would have been a very long run around for Chanel Henry down at long on. Here comes Anisa Mohammed. Starts to move in again as the sun peeps back out. This one is in the air and actually just drops just a short distance away from the wicketkeeper, who was desperately trying to catch it. The end of the over there from Anisa Mohammed, quite an eventful one as well. A boundary and a bit of oohs and ahs in it. The end of over number 25, 96 for 3. Sohail on 26, Dar on 14. The current run rate inching up a bit. It's 3.84. The latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as the sun begins to come back out. The clouds, the cumulonimbus clouds, which were threatening us earlier, rather ominous, have moved away to our right, making way for far less threatening altostratus clouds. Glorious conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Well, it seems like you get a call from you call Dale Destin to ask him about those clouds.
I'm his protege.
You're right. But indeed, the sun is playing like cat and mouse up there, But I think the pitch, it looks good for batting as well if you apply yourself, and it gives a bit of assistance as well to the bowlers. So you have to apply, good basic batting.
Here comes Ramarak starting a new over again. The sweep shot down to that short fine leg position. It does appear to be Anisa Mohammed who does the fielding, who has stationed herself at that short fine leg position. So for Ramarak, Karishma Ramarak, who is none for 12, this is her third over. No slip in place. There's a short fine leg. There's a deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, straightish mid wicket, and a mid on. This one is just dropping short of Anisa Mohammed. It will run close to the boundary. Chase on here around from the deep backward square leg position for Shamilia Henry. They possibly will come back for a third. Now they'll have to settle with 2. But that one just dropping short of Anisa Mohammed at that deep, that short fine leg position as Sohail living dangerously there.
Yeah, indeed. Another sweep shot again. Another sweep shot again, and the captain Nisa Marin. She dove forward and a valiant attempt, but unfortunately that was a very difficult catch.
Indeed, here comes Ramarak, and this one is edged past the wicket keeper down to a straight third man position. The chase on here. Will the ball win the race? It does, just winning the race again ahead of DeAndre Dottin. Actually, also converging on the ball was Anisa Mohammed, the captain, and living dangerously against Sohail. So 2 deliveries where she would have had her heart in her mouth, because she played the previous delivery just dropping short of the short fine leg in Anisa Mohammed, and just edging past this delivery, past the wicketkeeper Kaisi Knight, down to the third man boundary for 4.
Yeah, very, very fortunate, those 2 particular deliveries, given an opportunity, but a difficult one, Burford, because there isn't any slip, and that well just evaded the wicketkeeper, who was looking for it as well.
Karishma Ramarak bowls, and this one is punched up to a short extra cover position. There is no run. By the way, with those fortuitous runs, Sohail has moved on to 32 from 34, so her strike rate has moved up, and with it she's actually pulled on the current run rate to 3.97, a shade under 4. This one is punched through the covers past the short extra cover fielder, but there is protection out there, and there is Kishona Knight doing out there at that deep cover position, does the fielding. One more to Sohail. She moves up to 33, 103 for 3, over number 26, last ball in over number 26 being bowled. Dar on 14 comes back into strike, 3.99 the run rate now. What will Ramarak response be? What will she be able to conjure up? What will her machinations be? She's up on balls. This one is punched. It actually passes Hayley Matthews, who was running around from that straightish mid-wicket position, goes down to long on. So Dar will keep the strike. The end of over number 26, 104 for 3. Dar moves up to 15. So Hale on 33. They're scoring now at 4 runs and over even. Ramarak completing her third over. She's none for 20.
Yeah, they're sticking to their game plan in terms of the sweep. They're very effective so far. It look dangerous sometimes, but it's working well for them today. But I like the rotation of the strike, because Ramarak and Mohammed, they're not bowling too badly. The lines, the areas, but it's as a spin bowler, it's very difficult when someone is sweeping you. That's a difficult shot to contain. Even she has the field set for that sweep as well, but they're playing it very well, as you said earlier, and kudos to them, and they're doing so well, and they have to continue. This partnership is going to be very important if they have to have the appetite. 26 over 24 overs remaining, there are a lot of overs remaining, a lot of balls remaining, so it's important that they continue and propel this total to a good one, a very good score for Pakistan team.
Indeed, as the sun comes back out here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, as the players are actually getting a refreshment at this point, getting some refreshments. Muniba Ali bowled Henry for 25, 39 deliveries, faced 4 fours. Aisha Zafar bowled by Salman for 10. 32 deliveries faced, no boundaries. Javira Khan, the captain, caught Dottin, bowled Henry for 12, 22 deliveries faced, 1-4. Omema Sohail, the not-out batter, she's on 33, 35 deliveries faced, 5 fours, a lot of them sweep shots. And Nida Dar, 15 from 28, 2 boundaries in that. Extras are 9 at this point. Actually, all extras have been wides. All 9 extras have been wide. Still to come in terms of the batters for Pakistan women. Aliyah Riyaz, she's next in. Aisha Naseem, who is making her debut today. Fatima Sana, Diana Beg, Ramim Shamim, and Amim, and that's Anim Amin. That's those are the batters coming up for Pakistan women. In terms of the follow wickets, 1 for 37 when Aisha Zafar went in the 10th over, 2 for 47 when Muniba Ali went in the 14th over, 3 for 56 when the captain Javera Khan went in over number 16 at the end of over number 16. Bowling for the West Indies women so far: Shamilia Connell, 6 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, no wickets. Shakira Salman, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, 1 wicket. Hayley Matthews, 5 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wickets. Chanel Henry, 4 overs so far, the pick of the bowlers, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 14 runs, 2 wickets. Karishma Ramarak, 3 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, no wickets. And Anisa Mohammed, standing captain for today, 2 overs, no maidens, 7 runs, no wickets. So the West Indies women will looking to certainly push on, make further inroads. The score, as we said, is 104 for 3. 104 for 3, a crucial point in the game at this point, because this partnership, as you rightly said, Sylvester, is going to be crucial for the Pakistan women if they want to push on and really gain the momentum in this match. Anisa Mohammed will be looking to break it. She turns, bowls to Dar, who turns this one down the short fine leg. Doing the fielding there is Karishma Ramarak. They get 1, so Dar moves up to 16. The score 105 for 3. Coming on to strike now is Sohail. Sohail is on 33 from 35. She's facing up to Anisa Mohammed. No third man. And there's a short fine leg. Here is Anisa Mohammed bowls, and this one is just played late. That's queer on the offside. DeAndre Doughton does the fielding, running around from that backward point position. There is no run. 105 for 3. Over number 27 being bowled. The sun just hiding behind a few clouds. It's been playing cat and mouse, hide and seek with us this morning. Anisa Mohammed bowls, and this one straight through everything. It went straight to the batter, straight past the wicket keeper. A chase on here for Ramarak. Will she hold this one in? No, it goes into the boundary for 4 runs, 4 byes. That's the signal from the umpire. So that one missed everything. Good delivery, getting some turn on that one. Anisa Mohammed, the ball gripping, turning, going straight through the batter, who was Sohail, past the wicketkeeper, and the wicketkeeper, Kais Unite, would be a little disappointed that she's considered 4 byes.
Yeah, I thought maybe she think that the ball was going to hit the stumps, but the consistent bunks here at Saviv, I think at Coolidge that would have been bold, but this one, the bunks is very consistent, and fortunately for Sohail, she lives to fight on.
Here comes Anisa Mohammed. The score moving on to 109 for 3. Sohail on 33 still. Dar on 16. The scoring right now 4.11, inching up a bit as Anisa Mohammed looks to start another delivery. She has 2 deliveries left in over number 27. This is her 3rd over. She's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is short and punched to backward point. Straight, however, to DeAndre Doughton. That was in the air for a fair bit, though. Dropping well short, however, of DeAndre Doughton. No run, 109 for 3. Here comes Anisa Mohammed. Gets to her overs extremely quickly. She starts to move in a little hop, skip, and a jump. She bowls, and this one is again that sweep shot down to deep backward square leg. Doing the fielding there is Kishona Knight, and 1 more to the score. The end of the over there. So 27 overs gone, 110 for 3. Sohail on 34. She'll keep the strike. Dar on 16, 4.07 the run rate. Mohammed so far 3 overs for 9 runs. The latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua.
Yeah, good cricket here at North Sound, Antigua, as you said. The West Indies bowlers, they're trying desperately, with the captain, trying to get this partnership over with, but yet still. Dar and Sohail, they are also trying desperately to keep this partnership going and to get a good total on the board for themselves as well, and for the team, and they're looking really good. They're rotating the strike. They know they're playing to their strengths. You just for them to keep going, and the West Indies team keep fighting. You have some good cricket here.
Excellent cricket indeed. Let's see, there will be a bowling change from the Sir Randy Roberts and Sylvester. It's Shakira Salman who will be brought back into the attack. She'll be bowling to Omema Sohail on 34. Here comes Salman. She has figures of 1 for 12 from her 6th. She bowls, and this one is turned into the onside out of a straightish mid-wicket position. Anisa Mohammed is in there. She feels there is no run. So Salman, not a bad ploy, you think, because she's bowled 6 overs before this for 12 runs, 1 for 12, and she's kept things tight. She's asked some questions. She's been probing. Good line, good length generally, except for a few wides earlier, but she really pulled it back and got her line right, or got her radar right. Here comes Shakira Salman. He's up to the wicket, bowls right on target again. Play down to straightish mid-wicket position. Anisa Mohammed, the captain, does the fielding. There is no run. Things getting a little darker here in the last few minutes. Not immediately threatening in terms of rain, but the clouds just passing and getting a little thicker at this point. Not quite cumulonimbus clouds just yet, but possibly getting into that, building into that. Shakira Selman to start to move in again. She just wants to make sure the field is right. I'll tell you about the field after this delivery. Here comes Shakira Selman. Starts to move in with her new spell. She bowls, and again, identically, displaying this one into the onside. There is no run. Again, doing the fielding is Anisa Mohammed, as she has done for the previous 2 deliveries. So for Shakira Selman in the second spell, there's a backward point in DeAndre Dottin. There is a third man on the boundary in Karishma Ramarak. There is Kishona Knight at deep cover. There is an extra cover, short extra cover, a mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg. This one is played in the air. It will drop one bounce into the boundary, 4 runs. Sohail that one was in her arc, and she just stood and delivered. Nice flowing, lofted off drive over mid-off for 4.
Yeah, man, indeed. That's a calculated risk that she took. You know, the ball was in her area, and she took. There isn't any feeler on that boundary down deep long off. So that's a calculated risk, which is you see, and we realize that they are being positive and they're looking to punks and to score. So a very, very good shot.
114 for 3. Here comes another delivery which is played into the offside down to a short extra cover position. There is no run. Shedin Nation is there and does the fielding. 114 for 3. Sohail with that shot goes up to 38. 45 deliveries faced. Dar on 16 from 29 at the non-striker's end. They have to ensure that this partnership builds and gives them as much momentum. These 2 batters have to bat as long as possible for the 50 overs. This delivery is played into the onside. It seems to have come off a thick inside edge,
yeah.
And just trickling down to behind square. The wicketkeeper Kaisi Knight just running around to do the fielding. 1 more to the score. So Hill moves up to 39. The score 115 for 3. This partnership, we can't say enough. I can't overemphasize it how crucial it is for the Pakistan women. The end of the over there from Salman, 1 for 17 she's from her 7 now. 28 overs gone, 115 for 3. Sohail 39, Dar 16. The score rate, the run rate 4.11.
Yeah, I mean this is going to be crucial. Continuing this partnership is going to be very crucial, and getting them out also is going to be equally as crucial to the West Indies team. And they're bowling. The bowlers, they're not bowling badly at all. Burford. I think they're creating a few close opportunities between as well. So it's good intrigued cricket we're seeing here. If you're a cricket lover and you're vaccinated, you can come out and watch some good cricket. The series is on the line, and both teams are vying for it to prolong and want to win.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
West Indies wants to close out the series today. Here comes Anisa Mohammed. She's up to the wicket and bowls, and this is a shorted delivery and punched to short extra cover. Brittany Cooper does the fielding. There is no run. As you said that, there are a few spectators, just a very few, a sprinkling of spectators who are watching the action here. Of course, they're all fully vaccinated, and others can join in. Here comes Anisa Mohammed. Flighted delivery, slower delivery. This one is a swept down to deep backward square leg. Doing the fielding there is Kishona Knight. There's 1 run. So Sohail moving up to 40 now. So she's in the 40s. 40 from 48. Dar on 16 comes back into strike. Congratulations to Italy, the Azzurri, for winning the European Championships, Euros 2020, as I had predicted correctly. Here comes Anisa Mohammed, up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is played into the onside. A quick single. Karishma Ramarak takes a shot at the crease, but actually hits the stumps but well in. Is Sohail.
Well judged there by Dar. Judged.
Indeed. Sorry, it is actually Dar who actually played it.
Well judged. When Dar plays runs an easy single like that, well judged. You have to give a hell of
a lot of credit. Considering what has happened in the past. Here comes another delivery which is flying to turned around
Look
to
at that
a short.
That was an easy single as well, but
there you go.
She's not trusting her partner. That is the problem. She's not trusting the call of her partner. That is the problem. When she's on strike and she's calling, it's fine.
But she doesn't trust the call of the others. Trust is important.
It's important.
She says trust but verify. This is punched through the offside by Sohail. They chase on here. They get 1. They come back for the second as DeAndre Dottin does the fielding. So Sohail moving up to by 2 now to 42 the score should be. 42 she is, 42 off 50. She's getting closer to that half century. 119 for 3 the score. This is over number 29 being bowled. One ball left in over number 29 as a few clouds starting to gather overhead, looking more ominous. No immediate threat of rain, but possibly there could be. This one is just turned off the legs down to Ramarak, and Ramarak takes the shot at the crease again and hits the stumps again. Ramarak, she's been hitting the stumps, but Dar is back in her crease. She was backing up. They chose against it. Again, as you said, not trusting the call. The end of the over there, 29 gone. Mohammed, none for 13 from her 4, 119 for 3. Sohail, 42 from 51. Dar, 17 from 30. The current run rate, 4.10. Pakistan women put into bat by the West Indies women, 119 for 3 after 29.
Yeah, good stuff here, good partnership we're seeing here. Only thing that we're worried about is the running between the wickets. I think that the trust between each other got to be, spot on if you want to avoid a run out, getting one out. But Sohail is looking really good. Her strike rate as well, 42 from 51 deliveries. They're rotating the strike and getting boundaries when they, when they get a bad delivery. So it's good. It's good that they can continue to build and continue to develop in a good partnership, so we can have a very good game.
Yes, indeed. After the end of this over, you'll be hearing the voice. Sylvester Bouncelina Joseph will be replaced by Marley Richards. I need to know if Marley has a Brazilian name as well.
No, he's English.
Oh, yes, he's British. Commiserations to you, Marley. Here comes another delivery, another over started by Shakira Selman. Punched through the covers, square cover, beating DeAndre Dottin there. They get one as Kishona Knight just runs off the boundary. The sweeper around the cover boundary does the fielding. So one more to the score. 120 for 3 now. It'll be 120 for 3. Dar moves up to 18. The scoring at 4.11. Congratulations again to the Azzurri, Italy, for winning on penalties. A gutsy performance by the Italians. Really, when you consider the fact that they didn't qualify for the 2018 World Cup in Russia, pretty significant comeback. Here comes Shakira Selman up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is just driven down to long off by Sohail. She moves up by 1. The short extra cover fielder was diving desperately to her right to try to prevent that one going down to Chanel Henry at long off. Didn't succeed, so Sohail moves up to 43. Dar on 18 comes back into strike. But when you consider it that Italy didn't qualify for the 2018 World Cup, rather shocking when you consider that they're a pedigree side. They've won the World Cup a number of times, won the European Championships once before that. Here comes another delivery, turn into the onside, and Dar will get an easy single as Shamilia Connell running around from that short fine leg position runs to a short to a square leg, just back with a square to field that one. And the rain, I think, getting a little to our left, is getting a little bit more ominous. The score now 122 for 3. Dar moves up to 19. 43 is Sohail. She's preparing to face up from Selman, but heartbreak for England again, and one has to say commiserations to all the players, especially those who missed penalties. Here comes Shakira Selman. He's up on bowls, and this one is punched nicely down to long off. Doing the fielding down there at long off is Chanel Henry. There is one more to the score. The score now 123 for 3. Sohail moves up to 44. But rather hideous, and the ground staff are getting ready with the covers because it does appear that some rain is moving, coming this way from our left. Commiserations for those who took penalties and missed, and it is reprehensible that they got racially abused on social media. Here comes another delivery, which is punched down to a Swedish mid-wicket position, diving away to her left to stop that one going down to long on. Does appear to be, let's see if it's the captain, Anisa Mohammed, so leading from the front. So it does appear that there will be a rain interruption in a very short while. It's just a matter of time before that some of those showers from our left move this side. It does look to be some moisture over there moving that way. Here comes Shakira Selman bowls, and this one is turning to the onside, looking for a quick single. Anisa Mohammed is quickly onto it. They can't score, and so the end of the over there from Shakira Selman. She's now 1 for 21 from 8. The end of 30 overs, 123 for 3 as thunder signals is a harbinger of the rain that is likely to come in another few minutes. 123 for 3 after 30. Sohail on 44, Dar on 19. The run rate 4.10. Last comments from you, Sylvester Joseph. You'll then be replaced by Marley Richards, and then it'll be time as well in the ball by ball by Vernon Springer.
Yeah, good intriguing cricket here. Good positive cricket by both teams. They're trying to, break the partnership in terms of the West Indies team, but yet still, Sohail and Dar, they look really comfortable out there. They look, pushing around the ball, playing according, and giving their team a good chance here.
So bang on target is Anisa Mohammed, who's trying to get through the overs very quickly. The groundsman, as Garfield said, is standing by as Marley Richards gets into the hot seat. The wind blowing from east to west here. There's Sohail back and looking to punch that. Her previous highest would have been 41, and she made her debut against Bangladesh in 2018, age 23. So she's really got some reputation. Now, Christopher Taylor,
Yeah, they're going.
the umpires have signaled it. So the rain break comes at an important time with Pakistan 123 for 3, 123 for 3. As we speak, Anisa Mohammed is into her fifth over, not for 13, Garfield. Pretty good so far here as the rain comes across and the wind pushing it nicely, Garfield.
Yes, indeed. And as I said, we don't expect it to be a long break. It doesn't seem to be a long break. To our left, it's not very grey and dark, and that's a good thing. I think this might just be a passing shower. It's not very heavy at this point, so almost a kind of strong drizzly, you could call it. Moderate kind of downpour here. It's not very heavy, so that's a good sign. I think the players didn't even have to run off quickly. There was no sense of urgency as they were coming off. They were just pretty much ambling off the field, so that's a good sign. So hopefully it's a very short-lived break in terms of the rain, and let's hope that passes quickly to all right, because it's a very crucial point of this match. And I think that if you ask me, the batters might be a little bit more concerned about this break, because what it does to concentration is to Mali's here, he knows to tell us as well, because what it does to concentration is that you have to reset, you have to readjust, you have to reorient after a break like this to make sure that you're able to get back into the groove. At 123 for 3, crucial point after 30 overs, the batters would have to, as I said, do a reset when they come back from this break.
And welcome back, Mali.
Yeah, good. Thanks, and I think the Windies will be the happier of the two teams in terms of going off here. Pakistan, we were talking about someone else coming to the party, as opposed to just being only Dar and Sohail, the way she's played today. Really taking the attack to the Windies bowlers, and her and Dar put together a really nice partnership. Something that the Pakistan coach in David Hemp would have been very happy to see those two players building a nice partnership and giving Pakistan the opportunity now to really post a competitive total and really apply pressure to the Windies bowlers, like we've been saying they haven't managed to do throughout the series.
6 or 7 run partnership so far, Mali.
Yeah, and one of the best partnerships we've seen throughout the series. And Sohail, I hope I'm not jinxing her on this, or the commentator's curse doesn't strike, because she's played so well, on 44 from 55, as we see the covers now coming off. So it won't be a big, like Garfield saying, it won't be a long delay here. It's clearing up, and the rain didn't really have that effect. Just the covers being put on to just cover the pitch from that little sprinkle. It wasn't a heavy downpour.
Well, I learned something this morning, Mali, from Garfield. So let me see if Garfield can identify the clouds now. Do we have an all clear for the meantime?
Not an all clear yet. So
okay.
So the good thing is that the darker clouds, the darkest cumulonimbus clouds, cumulonimbus clouds, have actually moved away to our right. So if you notice to just about, away to our right there is a darker shade of the clouds there. To our left, where the rain normally comes from, to our east, it's much clearer than it was, say, for example, 10 or 15 minutes ago. So when I looked at it, I realized that it would have been a short-lived interruption, and thankfully so, because we really want this action to continue here. So the clouds which are now here are a little bit more medium level clouds in terms of the ones that are over, so not immediately threatening in terms of rain. Let's hope that there are no more dark ominous clouds coming away to our left here, but so far I think that in a short while we should see the action. The stumps are back up, and I think that we should see the action in a short while.
So here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the match is just being delayed by a small break. The groundsmen are just getting everything into play. Pakistan 123 for 3. Just to let you know, Maniba Ali was bowled by Henry for 25. Aisha Zafar was bowled Selman for 10. Javera Khan, the captain for the Pakistan team, caught Dottin bowled Henry for 12. Sohail is not out 44. Dar is not out 19. 123 for 3. We into over number 31. The bowling figure so far for the West Indies: Shamila Connell, 6 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, no wicket with 6 wides. Shakira Selman, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 21 runs, 1 wicket with some 2 wides. Hayley Matthews, 5 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wickets. Chanel Henry, she's been the talk of the town so far this morning at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 14 runs, 2 wickets. And Karishma Ramnarak, 3 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, no wickets, 1 wide. And Anisa Mohammed, the captain for today's game, and she would have captained the West Indies before. 4.2 overs, no maidens, 13 runs, no wickets, 123 for 3. And when we look at the situation, Mali and Garfield, we would see a situation where we have a number of dot balls, and we can't overemphasize the importance of the dot balls, which is maybe taking place here. Pakistan in a bit of trouble as we speak.
Yes, indeed. I think, put it this way, I think this partnership is so crucial. If this partnership can push on, and these two batters who have gotten a significant start can actually capitalize on that and really make something big of it. In other words, we really haven't seen the Pakistanis really push on from the starts that they've gone. We've talked about that Muniba Ali Siddiqui, who looks good. Exactly. I mean, so they can. What has happened in the previous 2 matches was that going into the last 10 overs, they weren't able to push on because they would have lost so many wickets. Because the batters who got a good start at the top, and we see the sun coming back out, didn't really take advantage of that good start. They got out at some crucial points. If these two can change that narrative, if they can actually push on, it means that at let's say at 104 with 10 overs left, if this partnership is still in, they can certainly now up the ante. They can certainly change gears to try to go on to the attack, to try to really make it a calypso hour, as we normally know the last 10 overs in a one-day international are. So let's see what these two actually do. What will be crucial for the next 5 or so overs will be how well they do in terms of keeping their wickets, keep rotating the strike, keep getting the 1s and 2s, and where they get the bad balls to really get boundaries from them. We haven't seen 6s yet, but we've seen the sweep shot used to very good effect. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to continue, or the West Indies will be able to make a breakthrough. We see Anisa Mohammed, trying some different machinations, trying some different combinations. Chanel Henry might soon come back into the attack. I think I've been prescient this morning. Possibly I'll be prescient again in predicting that there will be another Chanel Henry spell in a short while.
Certainly have to be a Chanel Henry spell. The West Indies women's team on the field, led by Anisa Mohammed. So she's about to complete her 5th over. And just to let you know, as Garfield was talking about, there's been no 6s so far in this innings. But for sure, we've had 13 boundaries hit. 122 dot balls, 123 for 3, and Pakistan will be looking to turn the pressure up and to be able to go to another level. As Garfield will take a little break, and then when we come back during lunch and break, we'll have a major discussion between Mali Richards, Garfield Burford and myself. We'll be talking a little bit about the progression of the advancement of cricket in the West Indies, in Antigua, in the Leewards. So, make sure that you tune in for that discussion that will take place during the lunch and chat. But in the meantime, Anisa Mohammed and her West Indies team would want to restrict Mali, the Pakistan team, down to at least 175, 180, 123 for 3 as we speak.
Yeah, for sure. With 19.4 overs remaining, Pakistan, for the first time in this series, are now in a very good position to post a very competitive total.
The partnership is 67 from 87, and Sohail is on 44 from 55.
She's played really well.
Beautiful.
She's taken the lead here in this partnership between Dar and herself, and that's exactly what Pakistan needed, someone else to come to the party.
Mohammed in now to bowl to Sohail. Sohail is back, easy on the eyes, punching that pass cover. Shanimula Connell is after it. I think if they want, they can be able to come back quite easily for 3, but they're comfortable to get 2. So the partnership is now moving around 69 from 88.
And what we've seen out of this wicket as well, in terms of the spinners and the spin and the turn and bounce that they've extracted thus far, with Pakistan also possessing quite a few spinners in their squad, it'll be quite if they can post a competitive total, it'll be quite difficult for the Windies here.
Good take by Kisa Knight, to a nice flighted delivery there, which had some bounce on it, and she had to get up onto her left leg. Good glove work. Sohail missed out. She's 46 from 58. Anisa Mohammed goes past the umpire, is in now to bowl to Sohail. Sohail comes quietly forward. What I like about her is her approach in terms of playing right in front of a pad. Sort of remind me of Jim Allen. I had the chance, Mali, of seeing Jim Allen play in Sinkets. And trust me, he was a powerhouse. 31 overs completed, 125 for 3. Dar is 19. Sohail is 46 from 59. Anisa Mohammed's 5 overs so far has cost 15 runs, and the Pakistan run rate is 4.03.
Yeah, she's been quite assured in her footwork here today. Has Sohail, you know, when it's the ball has called for her to come forward, she's come right forward, and when she's been presented with a shorter length, she's gone back and used the depth of the crease and really maneuvered the ball around into the gaps. Yes, they've had a few dot balls, but this partnership in particular has gone at a good clip, and they've really rotated the strike pretty well here.
So the changes are being rung right now. We see the number 48, and just as Gaffrey looks like he has an earpiece to Anisa Mohammed's ear, but it was always on the card and expected that at least Henry was going to be coming back into the spell. Starts with a wide, going down the onside.
Like we were saying, you know, she's a real wicket-taking option here for the Windies from what we've seen thus far. She bowls real wicket-taking deliveries. That one to Baniba Ali in particular was a real cracker. And also picking up the wicket of Captain Javera Khan. So she's really made a contribution thus far in this game, replacing Stefani Taylor in this lineup.
126 for 3. Here is Dar looking to just help this one around. A little misfield there, lack of concentration there from Connell. Ricocheted off right in the short final area, and Dar was able to get a single. Score goes up to 127 for 3. Dar goes to 20.
I think we've got a game on our hands here today.
You think the Pakistan team feel that they're in with a chance with no Taylor in this team today?
I think so. It's going to be interesting to see how the Windies cope.
Today could be Datin's day.
Yep.
127 for 3. Henry is in now to bowl to Sohail. Sohail is opening the face of the bat, steering this down to third man boundary. And Dar for a moment just looked a little gingerly running there. She didn't look purposefully coming down the area. Sohail picks up a 47th run.
And we've seen Henry get the ball to outswing to the right-handed batters all day today. And I think Anisa Mohammed just on that occasion, just missing a trick with not having a first slip to the right-handed batters.
Dar is back and punching that pass cover out to the sweeper on the offside, picking up another easy single, so she goes up to 21, and the partnership yielding 73 from 92. It now brings Sohail into the strike. She's on 47, and the current run rate is 4.10. Henry into her 5th over.
They'll be happy with that.
Just looking to work some pace up here. She starts from this Andy Robertson. She's bowled beautifully here so far. She's in now to bowl to Sohail. Sohail driving out to the sweeper. Half volley pitched up. And she's been able to just pick up another easy single. So there's protection on the offside. And that protection is Kashona Knight. A big area. Lots of acres of space here on the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium ground. And so you got to be able to make sure that you keep knocking over that. 2 for 19 Henry. Goes past Christopher Taylor. Dies on driving down the ground to long on. And picking up an easy single. And so the game is workmanlike. Mali is certainly right in terms of his assessment. The Pakistan team feel that without the West Indies captain, Stephanie Taylor, that they're in with a chance, and you're seeing a little urgency here. In the meantime, the West Indies just need to just pick up 1 or 2 wickets here, and they could be able to just put the pressure back on the Pakistan team.
And to get bowled out for 120 the other day, and to be in a position here of 120 out for 3.
Back of the length
delivery.
Back of the length delivery, as Mali was just describing the action. Over completed by Henry. 2 for 20 from her 5. 32 overs bowled, 131 for 3, 131 for 3. Sohail is 48, approaching her first ODI half-century for Pakistan, and neither Dar, the experience, is 22 from 37.
Yeah, to get bowled out for 120, 130 odd, 131 for 3, 18 overs remaining. Considering what we've seen in the past, we have seen from this Pakistan team in the recent past. They'll be very happy with this position. They're now in a position that we've lamented the point over and over. They're now in a position where they can apply pressure to the Windies bowlers and really post a big total here. That would be very competitive for the Windies to get later on this afternoon.
Haley Matthews is back into the action. A good delivery right there, and Dar deciding to bring out the broom,
But
that spun and bounced.
But what has happened as well is that every time they have gotten into such a position, they've surrendered it.
Matthews comes in to bowl to the experienced Dar, who's 22. Into bowl to a Dar is just back and just helping this. Down to the deep backwards curl leg fielder. And they get an easy single.
Either with a run out or a tame stroke, they've surrendered positions of dominance throughout the series. So still, as a cricket fan, I'm very buoyed by what I've seen here today. We're going to have a real competitive match, I think. I think it's going to go down to the wire here, Vern.
Sohail is 48, approaching her first half-century for Pakistan. She comes quietly forward, and Nisa Mohammed comes across in the practice areas and cuts that out very quickly. One can't overemphasize the work that the groundsmen have, put in here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium has been excellent. As Haley Matthews from the circle at the Ambrose end goes past the umpire, and he now to bowl to Sohail. Sohail is scooping this one into the air. A little risky just over the short fine leg area. She was bringing out the broom. 50 to Sohail for Pakistan. 50 of 64 deliveries. What a knock. She now turns near dark. She waves her back to the dressing room, and this would be a welcome knock for the young player. 50, 71 minutes, 6 fours, and a strike rate of 78.1, 54 balls faced, 64 balls faced. This is a lovely knock by the young lady.
For sure, Sohail on that occasion. I think it's the second, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's the second half century by a Pakistan batter in the series thus far. Well played to Sohail, and she's got to continue now. The work isn't done.
She certainly. Matthews comes around the wicket now, deciding to more or less tie her up. She was over the wicket. She's switched around the wicket now. And let's hope that Sohail will begin to, she'll have to regroup and restart, refocus again.
Her rotation of strike has been the hallmark of this innings, actually. Yes, she's found the gaps and put certain bad deliveries away, but more often than not, she's just picked up ones and twos, Vern.
Very important. And she's
Like
picking up
that,
another
on that
single
occasion.
again. And she turned it into the leg side area. And if she wanted, she could have put some pressure on the West Indies team. But I think Dar looks like she's nursing a little slight injury. She's not running as fluently as she was maybe 8 overs before. Over number 33 comes to an end. Pakistan are 135 for 3. Sohail picking up her first ODI international century for Pakistan. Her previous score had been 41. She'll be now thinking about getting 3 figures.
Yeah, for sure. Her first ODI half century. She's still got 17 overs remaining. That's quite a few deliveries, Vern. Pakistan from this position would definitely be looking to post a total of 220, 230. Who knows, even 250 from this position.
Very important time of play. And if you're listening, it's cricket commentary coming to you. Compliments of West Indies cricket at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Here's Soul just opening the face of the bat out to the sweeper right there and picking up an easy 2. And just as Mali said, she's been able to maneuver the ball around the field here. It's a bigger outfield here as compared to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. She's done an excellent job so far, 53 of 67.
And we've seen batters pick fielders out throughout this series, but on that occasion there, it just shows you just how much of a... Sorry, after that I'll get to it.
That's okay. She's looking to work this one, but this time Shamila Connell in the short fine leg area is able to cut that one off.
It just shows you how in control of her game she is, on that occasion. Just opening the face at the last second in order for that fielder at deep extra cover. She had to move 10 to 15 yards to get around and get 2 runs on that occasion. Normally, she would have hit it hard straight to that deep extra cover field and only picked up 1.
Oh, here is Sohail, just more or less opening the face of the bat, steering it past the keeper and down to the third man boundary for 4. And just for a moment, we thought that Kaisia Knight had a chance to be able to take that catch.
Yeah, I'm not sure why she didn't actually...
I think she was wrong-footed.
Yeah, but why?
Yes.
We've seen Chanel Henry outswing the balls, especially to the right-handed batters, and it was just a chance, really. Wasn't that? I don't think Kaisia Knight went. She didn't have the conviction to really go after that catch. Why?
Should have been a regulation catch.
It looked that way.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'll tell you what, she's a bit too close.
So?
She's standing a bit too close here to Chanel Henry.
Okay. Here comes Henry, comes in out to bowl to Sohail. Sohail is driving, but who's there? The ever-present Deandra Dottin at the backward point area. And she, in the 25-yard circle, she covers so much ground. I'm impressed with Sohail so far. 57 from 70, Dar 23 from 39.
Henry's been impressive as well. She's still managing to create wicket-taking opportunities here.
She's a sort of bowler.
Threatening deliveries, yeah.
141 for 3. She goes past Christopher Taylor. In now to bowl to Sohail. Sohail is back easy on the eyes and steering this down to third man. Ramarak have some work to do. And they were thinking about too. And I was talking to you about the uncertainty of the run-in between Dar and Sohail. Dar looks a little bit injured and she's maybe conserving her energy and maybe working out that she's maybe has to bat all of the overs.
And Sohail's showing quite good fitness here. Still running quite hard, maneuvering the balls, making the fielders move and picking up 2 runs on most occasions.
The partnership is 86 from 107. It's now 87 from 107. And Kashana Knight comes around from the sweeper area, right in front of the Kennedy's bar, and lobs a return right in. And over number 34 is completed. Pakistan piling the pressure on here on the West Indies. 143 for 3. Anisa Mohammed will have to regroup a West Indies team. Sohail is 58. Dar is 24. The current run rate is 4.21. Henry 6 so far. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 28. And West Indies have to regroup. They have to begin to bowl some dot balls as we speak.
Yeah, and it's getting to the point as well. Windies need to remove one of these batters here. Sohail in particular looking very dangerous. We know what needed possesses, the talent she possesses and what she can do. But Windies need to, from the West Indian perspective, they need to remove one of these batters. Sohail really putting them under pressure and almost running the fielders ragged at certain times, you know, picking up, turning ones into twos. Pakistan definitely on top in this phase of play, Brian.
Hayley Matthews around the wicket. She starts her 7th over. In now to bowl to Dar. Dar is back and first came forward and then at the last minute changed her mind and just decided, listen, I'm just going to open my face to the bat, use the blade and stare it down to Deandra Dottin. And the communication line was no. Early o'clock we heard that through our stump microphone. No.
I like the change of angle here.
Certainly. Matthews around the wicket now. Comes in out to bowl to Dar. Dar is chipping this one. Brilliant catch there. That's a screamer.
Wow.
Who is that? Henry.
Yep.
That is a screamer, just as Mali was talking about it. Dar just looks like she's a little injured. And Henry took a screamer there short mid-wicket. That's the wicket that the West Indies needed.
Definitely.
And pressure situation, wicket to the West Indies. Hayley Matthews creating that pressure. Dar going for 24-42. Pakistan losing the 4th wicket, 143 for 4.
And we see fantastic athleticism there by Chanel Henry. These girls have been very impressive throughout this series with the athleticism shown, and on that occasion just reaching up with that right hand and plucking it out of the air. That ball sticking. She didn't hit it as well as she would have liked, but fantastic catch by Chanel Henry. And Windies, and once again Pakistan just threatening to really ram home this dominant position and surrendering to quite another weak shot.
So 143 for 4, 143 for 4. It's all happening here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, all happening. West Indies needed that partnership. They needed that wicket. And as Mali said, did they not pick up that wicket of Dar, they could have been maybe under the microscope for a bigger score, but we just never know. As brilliant catch, and you look back at the replay there, nice work by our guys here who've done an excellent job. We really have to give them some major credit, Mali. Good camera work there.
Yeah, very good work all around by everyone involved. Hayley Matthews coming to the party, changing the angle. We saw that the batters had been accustomed to that angle from over the wicket, and the balls just turning into their areas and them producing sweep shots and shots over the top on the leg side. But with Hayley going around the wicket, it presents a different proposition to the Pakistan batters.
She picks up a 48 ODI wicket for the West Indies and straight away on target with her next delivery.
And now she also threatens the outside edge, because from this angle around the wicket, if it doesn't turn, the outside edge comes into play.
Riaz facing a second ball from Matthews around the wicket. Matthews, and she's driving it. Lovely sound of the bat right there, punching it up there. And just for a moment, they thought about a single. but certainly was not on.
Reyes
Sohail,
is a good player as well, but
yes, she is.
from what we've seen of her as well, very good technically. Been taking a keen interest in watching her warm up, watching her do her little knockups and stuff. She seems very, very serious about her game, and is always looking to improve. She's just got to make those all those hours that she spends off the field count in the matches.
Reyes is back and looking to turn this one, can't score. So it's been a good pressure situation here so far from Haley Matthews. Anissa Mohammed had to call in her. Mally Richards was calling it right. He said, listen, the West Indies got to pick up a wicket. And indeed, they've done an excellent job so far. Here comes Haley Matthews around the wicket now to bowl to Reyes. Reyes is looking to squeeze this onto the offside. Can't come up with that one. 143 for 4. A wicket maiden to Haley Matthews. 7 overs, 1 maiden. 22 runs, 1 wicket. The important wicket of Nida Dar. And West Indies needed that so badly. Sohail is still there. She's not out on 58 as Deandra Dottin and Anissa Mohammed have a mid-wicket conversation.
And if you think about it, on that last delivery, just finding the outside edge, we didn't see many, if any, find the outside edge from over the wicket. So just increasing the possible modes of dismissal by going over the around the wicket.
So Henry will continue from the Sir Andy Robertson, goes past Christopher Taylor, the umpire, now to bowl to Sohail, and Sohail stroking it beautifully up to cover. She can't score. Shamila Connell, 6 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, no wicket. Shakira Selman, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 21 runs, 1 wicket. Haley Matthews, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 22 runs, 1 wicket. Chanel Henry into a 7th over, 6 overs, 6.1 overs, 2 maidens, 28 runs, 2 wickets. And Karishma Ramnarak, 3 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, no wicket. Dot ball again by Henry.
Still want to see a slip here, Vern.
Anissa Mohammed, 5 not, 15 not. Mali's calling for a slip, and I certainly support him because the slip always tend to put some pressure, especially Sohail. And the lovely thing about Henry is that Henry gets the ball to outswing, and so you want to give her that support as possible.
Exactly.
Henry comes in out the ball to Sohail. Sohail driving out to the sweeper. She'll only get 1 run. Reyes, who's not, she comes in to strike right now. And Kashana Knight coming off of the sweeper era there with the Sandals Betway and Insurance. Sandals been sponsors for the West Indies team. We say congratulations to the West Indies senior team who are having a beautiful start against Australia in the series in St. Lucia.
Yeah, here comes the slip. Waits to the new batter in Riyadh. Yeah.
Current run rate 4.06. Henry into a
Mohammed
7th over.
herself. Yeah, she comes in the first slip.
Henry comes in to bowl to Aliyah Reyes, who's not. She's driving elegantly up to cover, can't score. And looks like Shady Nation right there at cover. Cutting that one off. We want to say good morning to Billy Haven, president of the Jamaica Cricket Association in Jamaica, and all of the other counterparts there as Henry goes past Taylor now to bowl to Reyes. Reyes is back and just steering this down to third man. They're picking up an easy single. Lots of work to be done, Mali, when it comes in terms of West Indies cricket. We'll have a major discussion at lunch in terms of ways that we can be able to improve, even right here in Antigua and Barbuda and the Leewards. 145 for 4. Antigua and Barbuda now a venue with 2 international venues, the Coolidge Cricket Ground and the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Massive improvement that can be able to take place. Sohail driving. Let's say good morning to Guy Yearwood. Guy, how are you?
Former manager Guy Yearwood.
Excellent cricket brain. 36 overs bowl, 145 for 4. Sohail is 59. Reyes is 1. Colin Bones Cumberbatch, King Frankai, send their greetings to you, Mali. And umpire Chris Martin. Chris, yes. Also sends his greeting to you, Mali.
Yes, Bones, man. Yeah, go a long way back with Bones. Is to think how much cricket he's documented throughout the region and internationally over the years.
In fact, the loss of his partner Randy Brooks too. We have to take that into
yes.
consideration. So we know how touching that would have been for Bones to be able to miss out.
He's got a treasure trove of pictures.
Here is Reyes just getting a delivery from Matthews around the wicket and just opening the face of the bat. But again, because Dottin is such a
So quick across the ground.
they always have to be hesitating, and they don't want any dangers here. And so earlier clock, they were just contented to just take one. Sohail is on 59. She comes into strike. 59 from 75. Reyes is 2. And all of a sudden, Mali, they've just settled down by picking up the wicket of
That
Dar.
wicket, big wicket, has allowed Windies to just ease themselves back into this game. As we see Hayley Matthews go past the outside edge there. And all of a sudden, she's threatening both edges. I think she could mix up her angles as well with just switching to over and around, just keeping the Pakistan batters off balance.
And Sohail has not been beaten for the day, and now
Shot.
she brings out the broom, the reverse sweep, and decided she was going to try something different. This time they will get 2 runs, and if they want, they can get 3. Sohail is coming back for 3. Danger, danger! Oh, they made it.
Yep.
Good running, Mali, in the end between Sohail and Reyes. I saw danger, but I think it was averted in the end.
Yep.
And they made it across the line, as we would say.
It's pretty similar here for Hayley Matthews. Batters are going to take those chances because she doesn't have that first slip. Yes, she's threatened the outside edge on a couple occasions, ball going through that vacant slip area. So Anisa Mohammed as well.
149 for 4.
Could get herself into that first slip position here to Hayley Matthews, especially with Riyaz on strike, sorry.
Here is Riyaz having
Catch
to go at this one. And 150 comes up for Pakistan. Connell pulling that one back nicely. Excellent work there so far. So the 150 comes up for the Pakistan. Reyes deciding to use her feet. So 150 for Pakistan, 144 minutes. And this has been a real good comeback, big fight back here. Complete differences compared to the second game.
For sure.
36.4 overs, 144 minutes. And they've done some excellent work here. Sohail 62, Reyes is 4. And Matthews just coming up with some protection. I would have left Connell into the 30-yard circle.
And on that occasion, Connell showing good athleticism and nation, just good feeling in tandem there by both players.
And here is Reyes turning into the outside, and Matthews not picking up the ball right there, casually going after the ball, really. Still supposed to get your body behind the ball. Don't want to take any chances. And the West Indies, they have to end well here. They can't fall apart. They've got to be able to make sure they keep that intensity going. Matthews 1 for 29. She's into her 8 over, 152 for 4. She's going to bowl to Sohail, who's on 62. Comes around the wicket to bowl to Sohail, and the drifter just beat her all ends up. In fact, she was pulling away and missed it. Good take in the end by Knight, the wicketkeeper. Over number 37 comes to an end, 152 for 4. And Reyes is 5, Sohail is 62, Matthews 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29.
But you still want to see fielder in that slip positions to capitalize on an opportunity. We're seeing Hayley Matthews from around the wicket constantly going past that outside edge, and on a few occasions taking the outside edge and it going through that vacant slip area. So you want to see the Windies thinking on their feet and making the necessary adjustments. But Pakistan, Riyaz has come in here as well and looked to be proactive, looked to knock the ball around. This partnership has just started, but it started in a proactive manner. And Pakistan with 13 overs to go, still looking to post a total of 220, 230 here.
Some 15 boundaries have been hit so far in their innings. Anisa Mohammed will start from the Sir Andy Robertson. 37 overs bowled, 5 overs, no maidens, not for 15. And she's always been impressive, Mali.
Yes, and she's coming to bowl at the perfect time here.
She comes in now to bowl to Reyes. Reyes comes quietly forward and plays it up to the short mid-wicket area. Chanel Henry comes around into that area, 152 for 4. Anisa Mohammed, a servant to world cricket and to West Indies cricket, Trinidad and Tobago cricket also. Back and looking to turn this one and
Good
can't stop
batting.
the single.
Very good batting.
Say, a good shout out in terms of what's been happening. So quietly they're going about their business. 153 for 4, 153 for 4.
Playing with soft hands as well, Vern.
Yes, very important. Now brings Sohail into strike. Pakistan's 150, 230 balls, 144 minutes, 14 boundaries. As Anisa Mohammed comes in now to bowl to Sohail. Sohail is out
gone.
stump.
And that's what, and Vern, I was just saying she's come on to bowl at the perfect time for the Windies because it's the experience. That would be her main attribute in this situation. Pakistan looking to press the Windies. Anisa Mohammed coming on, tossing the ball up. We've seen that ball drop out of the air quite quickly at both venues, CCG and the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's a hallmark of her bowling and just doing the batter Sohail through the air, left her down the crease, and massive wicket for the Windies. The set batter in Sohail goes for 62 from 79.
You think she'll be disappointed the way how she got out, Mali?
Yeah, for sure.
Because she would have done all the hard work.
Very much reminiscent of Hayley Matthews' shot too in the first ODI against Dar. Just the recognition of the situation, that game awareness was just lacking by Sohail on that occasion. Nowhere near it, came down, left down the wicket, panicked, went through with the shot and couldn't manage to get anything on that delivery. It was stumped quite comfortably by Kaisi and well bowled Anisa Mohammed.
We have some busy bikers,
some quad bikers
puzzling around the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Notice I said busy, you said quad. 153 for 5.
How good are these mics, though?
Oh, they are excellent. The sound effects are excellent. So you understand in terms of what's going on to pick that up. But it's just around the stadium. It's maybe about 70, 100 meters away. So it'd be easy for them to pick that sound up.
It sounded like they were in the room.
No. So we've all of a sudden Pakistan just losing their way slightly. Something Mali Richards was talking about. At the end of this over will be the voice of Garfield Burford, who will get into the hot seat. Nazim comes into play, and as Mali said, no need for him to give his hand away. Sohail did all the work, and they really didn't need that one at this point in time. Mohammed comes in now to bowl to Nazim. Nazim is playing across the line of delivery, appealed for leg before, but in the end, I think she just said no need for me to.
Here's the young woman I've been looking to see for quite a while. Aisha Nazim, young 17-year-old Aisha Nazim.
She's not.
Or is she 16? Or is she 16? How old is she?
I think she's 16. We come back to that. Just for a moment, my microphone went down there for a little while, but I think I'm hearing myself back up again. 153 for 5. Nazim is not. Mohammed, tricky bowler. She's just mystifies everyone and always have you in a tangle. You got to be thinking about it, and you can't underestimate her. Anisa Mohammed, she's been around for some time for the West Indies. Keeps getting wickets. Here is Nazim just flicking this up beautifully out to the fielder in the middle of the area. They were thinking about 2, but they decided to change their mind in the end. And in the end, over number 38 is completed. Pakistan in a bit of a trouble after a solid start. 154 for 5 at the end of over number 38. Nazim is 1, Riaz is 6. Anisa Mohammed, 6 overs, has cost us 17 runs. She's picked up a wicket, and it will be the voice of Garfield Burford who will step into the hot seat and will try and see if he can be able to get some more wickets for the West Indies or get some more runs for Pakistan.
Yeah, apart from that partnership of between Dar and Sohail, Pakistan have just lost wickets at regular intervals. It's just always set them back. That partnership brought them right back into this game, but those 2 quick wickets has now put them under tremendous pressure here again, and they're now struggling to post a total of 220, 230 when 2 overs ago, or 3-4 overs ago, it looked on the cards, Garth.
Thank you so much, and a sage point there, Mali, and great to be back with you again. Our thanks to Vernon for his stint. It's exactly what we've been saying, that the batters who have gotten a start, it is imperative, it is absolutely crucial that they push on, because it sets back the team when they don't. Of course, you have to give credit to the West Indies as well. In other words, you have to look at other variables. So it's not as if they are having it their own way, but they have to make an extra special effort to push on. Well, Hayley Matthews to start over number 39 to bowl to Nazim, and Nazim is lifting this one. Didn't quite get the timing on it, and just as well because it just dropped short of Shedin Nation out there, deep mid-wicket. She's off the mark, so Nazim... Sorry, actually, she's on her 2nd run, so she's on 2. Riaz on 6 comes back into strike. 155 for 5, over number 39. 4.06 runs and over the run rate at this point. The West Indies women won the toss and chose to field. Here comes Hayley Matthews, short delivery and punched but straight to backward point though. Good looking cut shot there by Riaz, just getting back in her crease and pulling cutting that one to backward point, but straight to the ever present in that position, DeAndre Dottin.
Yes, fantastic shot, timed to perfection, but Dottin was the barrier on that occasion.
Here comes Hayley Matthews up to the wicket, bowls in this one, good delivery and coming right forward to it was Riaz, is turning that one into the leg side, into that short mid-wicket position. Chanel Henry does the fielding. She took a blind over catch earlier. What a catch, a one-handed one at mid-on.
Just specky, as they say.
Indeed, just absolutely just plucking it out of the air. This one is another delivery that's punched off the back foot into the covers. There is no run. Doing the fielding there is Anisa Mohammed. So just getting on the back foot and just punching that one into the covers. So for Hayley Matthews is a backward point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. No deep feelers on the offside. And this one goes straight through her, and she's bowled.
Crack, yeah.
Hayley Matthews with a peach of a delivery, getting the 6th wicket. She was really there and thereabouts. She was really pressuring the batter, Riaz, and eventually getting that one to go through the grate and castling Riaz. She goes for 6 of 15, 155 for 6, and Pakistan women in further trouble.
Not quite castled like Wayne Lewis, but on that occasion, just a fantastic delivery. Just pitched just outside the off stump. We've seen her get that turn and bounce all day today, actually, and to see her do this, I'm already picturing Nina Dar bowling from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, because we've seen that turn and bounce in particular from this end here, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. So Hayley Matthews well bowled on that occasion. Windies picking up regular wickets, and just Pakistan behind the 8 ball now at this point in the game. Windies fully in control.
Absolutely, the West Indies women have pulled things back extraordinarily well when you consider the fact that they might have been staring down a pretty significant score when
130 for 3.
Indeed, and now the Pakistan women have progressed to 155 for 6, so they've lost 3 wickets in a very short period of time, and for not many runs indeed.
131 for 3, 2 set batters, Dar, Sohail. That's the game at that point in time. It's just recognizing situations. Both teams, I think, can improve in that area.
Indeed, Aisha Naseem, who is the debutant today, she's at the non-strikers, and the new batter is Sana. And so Sana comes to the crease to do battle, possibly trying to consolidate the position of Pakistan women and try to push on in the last few overs. Here comes Hayley Matthews with buoyed by that, getting again grip and turn, it does appear, and the ball just played into the onside. The end of a successful over from Hayley Matthews. 9 overs. 2 for 30 so far for Hayley Matthews, 155 for 6. Naseem on 2 from 4. Sana yet to get off the mark. 39 overs gone. The run rate 3.97. The West Indies women will be looking to push on for their advantage.
And Hayley Matthews really looking to rip the ball, really looking to turn that ball. You could see it with her action, the energy she creates through her action. Really pulling through and looking to get big revs on the deliveries, and really posing problems for the Pakistan batters, Garfield.
Indeed she is. So it will be Naseem, the debutant, who will be taking strike. And she'll be taking strike from Nisa Mohammed from that Sir Andy Roberts end. Started to move in and decided to walk back.
Experience versus youth.
Perfect example of that. Let's see who will triumph on this extraordinarily good day of ODI international cricket, or ODI cricket. Here comes another delivery from Anisa Mohammed, whipped into the onside by Naseem. Good looking shot there, actually. She got quite a bit of power on that, good timing, and wasn't quite able to feel that one at mid-wicket. It does appear to be Chanel Henry who's wringing her hand there at that straightish mid-wicket position.
Naseem's quite a powerful player, Garfield. She's got genuine 6-hitting ability as well. If you can think back to, I think, either the first or second T20 here, where she cleared the boundary quite a few times in her innings of 40-odd, right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So, yeah, she's a clean hitter of the ball.
And it's a bigger field here at this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Here comes another delivery from Anisa Mohammed, turned it down to a short fine-leg position, and quickly onto it was Karishma Ramarak, making sure that they could advance no further. Sana stays without scoring. She's faced 2 deliveries so far, 3.97 the run rate. At some point it was 4.1 during that very, very good partnership. It has come down. So the trajectory is not where the Pakistan women would want it to be. Here comes Anisa Mohammed. She would want to keep it just that. She turns this one nicely into the onside Sana. She'll get off the mark pretty easily. And the single there down to Brittany Cooper at that deep mid-wicket position. So Sana is now on 157 for 6, 157 for 6, over number 40 being bowled. Current run rate, as we said, 3.97. This is the 7th over for Anisa Mohammed. 1 for 19 so far. Wily character is she. Absolutely. She's used all that experience to good effect. The variations have been very subtle and very, very effective. This one is lifted in the air. Will there be a chance here? Caught at long on. So Naseem, as we said, powerful hitter. She didn't quite get the power on that one. Certainly not the elevation she would have wanted.
Disappointed with herself.
Absolutely apoplectic with herself. She walks a disconsolate figure.
She's positive.
In fact, she can't believe it. She stood there at the crease. She stood there in the middle of the pitch and was wondering, well, I mean, what did I just do a while ago?
It's almost as if her reaction is as if she didn't expect the fielder to be there, and the fielder just appeared out of nowhere and took that catch. She's very... she's still out there. She's having a conversation to Riaz. I don't know what they could be talking about, but she's making her way up now.
Right, but you have to feel it for her. I mean, obviously, she really, I mean, her eyes lit up when she saw the ball there. She figured that it would have been, looking back at this, a delivery which she figured that she would have been in a position to have hit that one, and it wasn't to be. So she goes, caught at a long on, and
she's
a
having
disconsolate
a conversation with Salman, who took that catch. I wonder what she's saying. Where were you?
And she's, I mean, I can't imagine what they'll be talking about, except that...
she's probably saying, I didn't see you there.
There you go. And she might have been saying, good catch, too. I mean, good running catch there by Shakira Selman. So that's the 7th wicket going down for the Pakistanis. And again, the wheels are falling off the wagon here in the latter part of the innings. This is a point where they will want to be looking to change gears, not to be decelerating.
Right.
Instead of accelerating, they're decelerating. And the run rate had been, as I said, 4.1 going to 4.2. They were building nicely. And that's why it was so absolutely crucial that those 2 batters who were set tried to ensure that they continued with the momentum. As it is, the momentum is with the West Indies women at this point. And Anisa Mohammed is absolutely cock-a-hoop. She's so far 6.4 overs, no maidens, 19 runs, 2 wickets. Here comes Anisa Mohammed. Starts to move in again. Flies a delivery, play down to mid-wicket. Does the fielding there is Shanella Henry. There is no run. 157 for 7. 157 for 7. And Diana Baig is the new batsman. The new batter who comes to the crease. Sana, however, is on strike. Here comes this delivery whipped into the onside by Sana. They get one. They're looking to come back for the second. They're looking to possibly diving back in. There was the batter on the non-strikers end. Diana Baig was looking to come back for the Sana was looking to come back for the second run, but as it was not to be. The end of the over there from Anisa Mohammed, a successful over. 7 overs, 2 for 20 she is, 158 for 7. Sana on 2. Baig yet to get off the mark. The run rate dropping even a tad further to 3.97, 3.95. 40 overs gone, 10 overs left, 158 for 7.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Pakistan just not being in a position to really accelerate towards the back end of their innings. Windies in full control, can set the fields exactly how they want, no pressure really being applied, and Windies really Pakistan struggling to post a competitive total in this situation.
Indeed. 158 for 7 as we thank Marley Richards, and welcome back in a short while Sylvester Bonsulinia Joseph. This one is punched into the offside by Sana. No run. Fielded there by Shakira Salman at a cover, short cover position. There is no run. So no deep fielder on the offside. There is no third man. There's a backward point cover, extra cover mid-off. That's a ring of fielders in a 30-yard circle on the offside. This one almost yoked her. Did Hayley Matthews there. I don't think Sana expected that one. The ball just went right through her. Fortunately for her, it didn't cannon into the stumps. 158 for 7 as we welcome Max Sylvester.
Yeah, that was a good delivery again there by Hayley. She's mixing up her pace really, really well. in this situation.
Here comes Haley Matthews bowls, and this one just a little bit shorter, just short of a good length, and just playing that back in her crease was Sana, playing it into the short cover position. There is no run. The score remains 158 for 7, 3 balls left in over number 41.
Yeah, these two bowlers again with in the experience, in this situation were vital, for West Indies team.
Haley Matthews bowls, and this one is a flatted delivery, right up almost a kind of a yoke length delivery, and playing that one into the onside was Sana. No run. The score remains 158 for 7. The runs have dried up at this point, and certainly you can expect that because there are 2 batters at the crease. The only 2 outfielders are on the leg side, a deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket. Here comes Haley Matthews bowls, and she can do no more than just come back into her crease and play this one back along the pitch. There is no run. Kaisi Knight just runs around from behind the stumps through the fielding. The sun not out in all its glory at this point, or trying to peep out from some clouds. There are some mid-level clouds at this point, some stratocumulus clouds at this point which are moving by. A few cumulus clouds as well. This one is looking to shimmy down the crease and cut that one down to backward point, but straight to DeAndre Dottin. The end of the over there from Haley Matthews. 2 for 30 she's bowled out. She's bowled her 10, 2 for 30. Fantastic performance in economy of 3 even. 158 for 7 after 41 with 9 overs left. Pakistan 158 for 7 and decelerating. Big yet to get off the mark. Sana on 2.
Yeah, I mean, the West Indies bowler, especially in Haley Matthews, put tightening the screws there and the Pakistani batters. As we were saying, even though the partnership between Dar and Sohail was blossoming, the bowlers, they were bowling very, very well, and you must give credit to the batters. And we had said that, in order for Pakistan to post a very competitive total, these two has to go as deep as possible, and unfortunately they got out the wrong time again.
Indeed, unfortunately it was for Pakistan women. So we say good evening, good night to all the individuals who are listening or watching our broadcast in Pakistan, all the cities there in Islamabad, the capital, in Lahore, in Karachi. Here comes this delivery from Anisa Mohammed, and it chipped and just away from the mid-wicket fielder. Almost a catch there. That one seems to have stopped on her. She was trying to chip it into the onside, and in the air, you could say centimeters away from Chanel Henry there, who was at that straightish mid-wicket position. She was just diving desperately away to her left. Ball has trickled down to a mid-on fielder. 159 for 7. Sana faces up now. Big is now off the mark with that shot, and this one is lifted straight down, caught. Brilliantly caught, actually. Went straight to her. Brittany Cooper does appear to have been the one who've taken the catch there. Sana goes, another wicket goes down for the Pakistan women, and again the wheels is falling off the wagon here. 159 for 8 now. 159 for 8. Sana caught Brittany Cooper, bowled Mohammed well for 2, and again Pakistan women really suffering significant setbacks here.
Yeah, credit must be given to the captain, Anisa Mohammed, the way that she maneuvers the field, and bringing on herself in this situation along with Haley Matthews and keeping on the screws. She understands the importance of this game and that they want to close out this series, and to see how she rotates the bowlers as well. Sometimes when you see the partnership is blossoming, she makes the right change to bring in, and each bowler complements each other. I look at this West Indies outfit, Burford, and this outfit is a very, very good competitive team. If these girls remain fit, and with the coaching staff as well, with Courtney Walsh and his team, I think
Robert Samuels,
I think they can be a team to be reckoned with, with consistency, being together, and the availability of the especially experienced players.
Absolutely. I think the stars are aligning for this team.
Yeah.
When you consider what they've done in the series, they've performed consistently, and of course there will be even stronger opposition to come at other points, but you're absolutely right that they're building the foundation for some consistent performances. This one is down the leg side, wide signaled. The new batter is Shamim. So Big on 1, and Shamim is the new batter. as the West Indies women looking to close out this innings. 160 for 8 Pakistan women. Here comes Anisa Mohammed up on bowls, and this one is looking to play that one, looking to drive it down to mid-off, but the ball just didn't quite seem to find the ball, was quite at the pitch of it. Ball just trickles out into the offside, stifled appeal there, and oohs and ahs holding off their heads, the West Indies women, perhaps circling on a 9th wicket here. 160 for 8. Mohammed bowling her 8th over, 3 for 22. Anisa Mohammed, the captain for today. Remind you, if you're just joining us, Stephanie Taylor, who is a regular captain, out injured today. In comes Chanel Henry, who is also being quite impressive with the ball as well. Here comes Anisa Mohammed starting to move in again to bowl to Shamim, and this delivery is displayed quietly back along the offside of the pitch, fielded there by Anisa Mohammed on her own follow through. By the way, that's Big who is taking strike now. 160 for 8. Big on 1. Shamim are the non-strikers then. Here comes Big preparing to take strike again. There are the 2 outfielders, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg. This one is just played back along the onside of the pitch this time, fielded by Chanel Henry at that Swedish mid-wicket position. The end of the over from Mohammed. Another very, very good over from Anisa Mohammed. 3 for 22 from her 8. 42 overs gone. 160 for 8. Big one. Shamim yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, great effort here, I think, there by the West Indies team overall. As I said, I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing so far, putting and keeping the stronger hold. Every bowler that comes in, continue the momentum, barring a few deliveries, of course, it's cricket and so forth, but consistently, and the extras from the start of the innings when we had a few extras, consistently show the innings now. You see the consistency of the bowlers bowling the ball in the right areas and creating an opportunity. Well, a bit unfortunate a few times where, they get bunks and turn with the ball, turn over the stumps and so forth. But on a whole, I mean, they're deserving of the position that they're in at the moment.
Absolutely. There's a slip in place now as coming back into the attack. It will be Karishma Ramharak, as there's a slip in place for her. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. This delivery is punched to cover. Can't score though. And doing the fielding there does appear to be it's actually Kishona Knight doing the fielding there at cover. So the score remains 160 for 8, over number 43 being bowled. Karishma Ramharak, so far none for 20. This is her 4th over. There's just one outfielder now. There's a deep mid-wicket. Here comes this delivery is... Wow, that one seems to have... I'm wondering if it took the edge. It does appear to have taken the edge and it just dropped short of the slip fielder, who is Haley Matthews. That was a peach of a delivery there. Getting bounce and turn.
Yeah.
Gripping, bouncing, turning. Karishma Ramarak, she'll be buoyed by that. She started to move in and just decided that she wasn't quite comfortable with her run up to the crease, to her approach to the crease. Here comes Karishma Ramarak, starts to move in again, bowls, and this one is displayed quietly into the covers. Again, Kishona Knight does the fielding, tosses it to Shedian Nation, will in turn toss it to the bowler. Karishma Ramarak, none for 20. This is her 4th over, 160 for 8. We'll tell you about the fall of wickets in a short while. Here comes Ramarak, bowls and looking for the sweep shot in the air, top edge sweep, but it falls safely. Doing the fielding there does appear to be
Salman?
By Salman, yes. Just running around. She might have injured herself. It's taking a little long to get up, but she seems to be fine. One more to the score, 161 for 8, and Shamim now is off the mark. Ramin Shamim is off the mark now. So coming back on strike, Diana Big, she's also on 1. 3.77 the run rate now. It has come down even further. Yeah. So instead of actually being in a position to up the run rate and to accelerate, Pakistan women are decelerating. And that's because of the loss of wickets. They've lost wickets consistently and at some crucial points. Ramarak starts to move in again. Bowls, and this is flighted, whipped down to mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket. Anisa Mohammed does the fielding. Didn't quite feel it cleanly, but kept it in front of her. Made sure that the batters could not advance for a single. Again, the batters at this point the not-out batters are Ramim Shamim and Diana Big. This Big now facing up now, and this one is lifted high, and it will be another catch taken. Shedian Nation takes the catch at deep mid-wicket, and another wicket goes. Diana Big looking to possibly free herself from the shackles that the West Indies women have imposed, and only succeeding in finding straight down the throat of Shedian Nation. Diana Big goes caught by Shedian Nation of the bowling of Ramharak for 161 for 9, and the Pakistan women, the end is nigh.
Indeed. Great outing here so far by the fielding and bowling team of the West Indies team. They are exhibiting, real good overall performance in the bowling and the fielding department. They haven't seen much in terms of the fielding. They're in for business. They seize the opportunity in terms of they sense the opportunity of closing out the series, and the bowling has been consistent throughout the series so far. I think it's a strong point, but we can see that there is something in terms of the pitch for the spinners, the seamers. So it's up to the batting team now to exhibit the experience that they have through the years, and to build, because it's not going to be easy. Even though Pakistan has a very good bowling team as well, so it's going to take good discipline to finish off this job that the bowlers have put in.
The last pair are now at the crease, 161 for 9, and in comes Anam Amin to face as I said, she now joins Shamin. So it's Anam Amin who is joining up now with Ramin Shamin. So, or Shamim, sorry. Let's see what Anisa Mohammed will be able to do. This is her 9th over. She's about to start it now. And she bowls to the left-hander Amin, who just plays this one quietly, just going on the back foot, just playing it from her crease down to a backward point position. Doing the fielding is DeAndre Dot in there. 161 for 9. Amin yet to get off the mark. 3.73. The run rate falling even further. Here comes Anisa Mohammed. Bowls and outside the off stump. The ball just seems to be almost looking for a kind of yoker length delivery there. Was
a quicker one.
Indeed. Pushing that one through was Anisa Mohammed. So just 2 fielders out on the leg side. Her cap just fell off as she was about to bowl, and so dead ball signaled by the umpire. So I think most of the spinners are actually bowled in their caps. Seen that certainly with Anisa Mohammed, certainly as well with Karishma Ramharak, and also with Hayley Matthews as well. Here comes Anisa Mohammed, starting to move in again from the Sir Randy Roberts end. Flighted delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Amin. What is crucial now for the Pakistan women is to ensure that they can bat out the remaining overs, or get as many of them as possible. At 40, this is the 44th over, so 6 will be left after this. Flighted delivery, and is playing it quietly into square in the offside. DeAndre Dottin runs around from backward point, just ambles up to the fielding, tosses it to Brittany Cooper, who in turn tosses it to her captain for today. Anisa Mohammed from the Sir Randy Roberts and the sun pretty much just out here, not all in all its glory. A few clouds just obscuring it, but they're cumulus clouds. That one playing at it. Wonder if it took an edge. Either way, it wasn't collected cleanly by Kais Unite. And doesn't seem to have been a lot of excitement, so it might not have taken the edge. 161 for 9. The West Indies women have put on the stranglehold on the Pakistan women. They're certainly circling in for the last wicket here. This one is just dapped off, almost a kind of late cut there from the batter Amin, but gets no run for it. The ball just trickles down to short third man. The end of the over there from Anisa Mohammed. 3 for 22 from 9. 1 over left for her. 161 for 9. 6 overs left in the innings. After 44 overs, 161 for 9. Shamim on 1. Amin yet to get off the mark. 3.66 the run rate.
Yeah, and the bowling continues to show, the class and the experience as well, the guile, yes, and they being aggressive. I like, they're trying to get them out. Remember on the last innings for Pakistan as well, they didn't really batted out all of the overs, and that is a detriment to any team, that you fail to bat out their allotted amount of overs. In any team meeting, in any team, the first thing you want to do, especially in a shorter version game, you need to bat out all your overs. So the West Indies is putting on the pressure and trying to get them out.
It's Karishma Ramharak to ball to Shamim bowling, and this one is just right on target, just playing this quietly into the covers. The fielding done there by Kishona Knight. There is no run. 161 for 9. We haven't had a run certainly in the last at least 10 deliveries.
Yeah.
Here comes a delivery here, which is just cut into the offside. There's a chase on here for DeAndre Dottin. He will run close to the boundary and runs into the boundary now. So good cut shot there by Shamim, making sure that at least the West Indies are not able to put the stranglehold on completely. That one shortish outside the off stump and getting back in her crease and cutting it past backward point. 4 runs, 165 for 9 now.
Yeah, 4 important ones. I mean, everyone that is on the board, the West Indies have to go out and make it. So, they have to keep going, try bat as long as possible, and try to, as I said, bat out all the overs. If they do, I mean, they will get close to maybe 180, 190, and that will be something that they can work with, yeah. Especially the captain who has been instrumental in terms of getting ones for the West. She's not in today. So you have a chance if you put up a reasonable total.
Runs on the board are runs on the board. 165 for 9, 45th over being bowled. Ramarak bowling now around the wicket, and this one is swept by Shamim. They get one, they're coming back for the second. No, they choose not to. And perhaps a wise decision in the end, because had they come back for the second run, there would have been a run-out opportunity. So one more to the score, 166 for 9, brings Amin back into strike. She's yet again off the mark. The run rate that's inching up to 3.73, courtesy of that boundary and a single from Shamim. She's on 6 now. Shamim 6 from 7, 166 for 9, 44.3 overs bowled. The batter is just having a quick mid-pitch conversation, possibly saying it is crucial that we bat out these remaining overs. That's essentially the message. That is going to be the quintessential discussion that they must have at this point. Here comes Amin facing up now, and this one, beauty of a delivery from Ramarak. That one gripping and just turning slightly away from the batter. Amin didn't know too much about that. She's a number 11 batter, so you wouldn't really expect her to be knowing too much about those. Here comes Ramarak up to the wicket, bowls, and this one again, almost a carbon copy of what existed before. That one beating her outside the on stump. Amin is almost like a fish out of water here. She's at sea with that delivery, with those two deliveries. Well, Ramarak would want the edge to be found. She has a slip in place in Hayley Matthews. Here comes Ramarak up to the wicket, a ball to Amin, and this time she gets a bat on ball. She seems to have gotten an inside edge onto that one. Stifled appeal as a result, so no signal from the umpire. No run, 166 for 9. The end of the 45th. Ramarak 1 for 26 from her 5, 166 for 9 after 45. Current run rate dropping down tad to 3.69. West Indies women are really putting on the stranglehold here on the Pakistan women.
Yeah, they're very confident. I like Ramarak. Yeah, she's a very aggressive bowler. She knows exactly what she's doing. And as I said, she complements the experienced bowlers. She's not one of the main choice, but she always, do her job when she get the opportunity.
Absolutely. Again, it's Anisa Mohammed who will be bowling her last over, actually. She's bowling now to just stifled appeal there. She bowls to Shamim, who bowls trickles out into the onside, just back with a square. They ran through for a quick single. Let's see what the signal was. I didn't quite look at the umpire. I'm pretty sure it was a leg by.
She got an inside edge.
Oh, she did get an inside edge, so no signal from the umpire. So 167 for 9 now. Shamim on 7. Amin now comes back into strike. Yet to get off the mark, is she? Here comes Anisa Mohammed to Amin, and Amin is coming well forward to that one. Is playing it back along the offside of the pitch. There is no run. Doing the fielding there is Brittany Cooper, 167 for 9. Again, congratulations to Italy, the Azzurri, for winning Euro 2020, beating England in a nail-biting penalty shootout at Wembley. Capacity packed crowd there. This one just seems to have stopped on Amin, and the ball just trickling out onto the onside of the pitch. For a second there, that was in the air for quite a bit. She almost got in two minds there. She wasn't quite sure, do I play this to, what do I do with this one? Mid-pitch conversation now. So as we said, again, congratulations to Azzurri, the Italy, the Euros, the championship going to Rome. England had been saying it's coming home. Instead, it's going to Rome. So congratulations to Roberto Mancini, who has totally transformed the Azzurri from the low of not qualifying for the World Cup, from that nadir to the zenith of winning the European Championships. Very, very good indeed. There's also this delivery now from Mohammed outside the off stump. She's actually brought in Salman into a catching position at that short cover, short extra cover, very, very short. And there's also a slip in place as well. Here comes, and there's a short mid-wicket as well. So two catchers on either side of the pitch. This one is just pulled, almost a kind of short arm pull into the onside. Doing the fielding there is Kishona Knight at that deep mid-wicket. Not quite all the way back on the boundary. Midway or around about 3/4 of the way to the boundary. So one more to the score, 168 for 9. And Shamim comes back into strike. So Amin, he's off the mark. Amin on 1. Shamim on 7, faces up now to Anisa Mohammed. Up and balls, and this one is short. And she was looking to do more with that one. She punches it square on the offside and eventually gets one more. So Shamim on 8 now, moving up to 8, and 169 for 9. The end of the over there from Anisa Mohammed. She's bowled on her 10, 3 for 25. Fascinating. So when you consider 3 for 25 for Anisa Mohammed, 3 for 30 earlier for Hayley Matthews, you have to really see what has happened in terms of what has happened to the Pakistan women. They've really been strangled by the spin in the middle overs. So good going there from the standing captain today, Anisa Mohammed.
Yeah, man, very good going, and they got their reward for the hard discipline, consistent work that they've done. Matthews and Mohammed, they have a good partnership, through the game so far. So. And then Ramnarak came in and took over from Taylor.
Ramrak, the aforementioned Ramrak starts to move in again to bowl to Shamim, and this one is just played quietly into the offside. There is no run. Ramrak has supported very, very well. This is her 6th over, 1 for 26 she is, and she's troubled the batters. Her previous over, she really had Amin at sea. Here comes another delivery, and this one is just tickled fine. There's no fine leg. There's a long chase here. Shakira Selman is motoring after it, and the ball will be pulled in just inside, and she actually gets the return in. Actually, she was shaping to turn. Then she realized that right behind her was Hayley Matthews. She would have probably rifled the return right back at Matthews. So she actually pulled out of that and eventually lobbed the return back in. So 171 now for 9. They got 2 from that. 171 for 9. So these two are not doing badly at all. They're trying to do as much as they can to bat out the available deliveries. This is over number 47. Here comes Ramarak. She bowls and outside the off stump. Just within that possibly that line of that wide, the umpire would have taken a good look at it. Eventually, there was no wide signal. 171 for 9. Ramarak will start to move in again. There's a slip in place, backward point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. Ramarak bowls, and this one is driven to the cover fielder. Kishona Knight does the fielding. There is no run. The score remains 171 for 9 over number 47. But we again must indicate how reprehensible it is, or how abhorrent it is that some of the England players were subjected to a racist abuse online following missing the penalties. This delivery is flighted and squeezed out into the covers. Didn't quite field cleanly there with a short extra cover fielder. Kishona Knight has to run back from cover to clean up the fielding. So one more to the score, 172 for 9. Shidden Nation there at extra cover, short extra cover, didn't quite field it cleanly. So Kishona Knight had to run around to complete the fielding. One more. Shamim moves up to 11. Amin on 1 comes back into strike. This delivery is flighted and punched to extra cover. This time Shedden Nation does the fielding. There is no run. The end of the over there, 47 overs bowled, 172 for 9. Pakistan women really trying to eke out as many runs as they can, trying to subsist with possibly 1s and 2s as much as they can. This is the last period, 172 for 9, 3 overs left. Shamim on 11, Amin on 1. The run rate, 3.66.
Yeah, and also you see the West Indies captain, trying with the different attacking fields to get that last wicket. So he's counteracting by the Pakistani tailenders trying to, pick up the singles and try to bat as many overs as possible, and it's working. So it's good cricket all around. I like to see what's happening on both ends, and it all goes well, for especially Pakistan team if these two can bat out the final 18 deliveries.
Absolutely. So 18 deliveries left, and it will be Vernon Springer will be closing out the innings alongside Sylvester Bunsen Joseph.
So Pakistan 172 for 9 after an exciting start. Fell away real badly, as they say. Good afternoon to Sylvester.
Good afternoon, Vernon.
172 for 9. West Indies will be looking to be clinical and maybe just pull Pakistan out psychologically, just put them under some pressure. In the meantime, this next 18 deliveries can maybe try and see if they can get up to 200. Here is Amin coming quietly forward to another delivery there from Selman. She's 1 from 14, and Shamin 11 from 14, facing up to Selman, who's starting from the Sir Andy Robertson, 172 for 9, and the run rate has gone down to 3.65. Should be almost like an easy walk in the park for the West Indies, but cricket is a funny old game. You have to get the runs there without that captain to their tailor. Here is Shamin just steering this down to the third man area, picking up an easy single, picks up a 12th run, and Amin comes in to strike now. She's on 1 from 14. Maybe the objective right now will be to bat all 50 overs. Doesn't matter how many runs you get.
Yeah, that should be the objective. As you can see, batting the overs, you get your singles and your added twos here and there, and it will take you up to a total where you can, put up, I think, a fight if you get 180, 185, or 190. That is a lot better than 160. And these two, they are doing a very good job so far. But likewise, I think the West Indies team, they're really trying hard and working and getting the final wicket.
Here is this delivery, stay down to third man. It's a little frustrating sometimes. It always comes down to that cricket to this level. Sylvester, you've played this year where 10 and 11 comes in and frustrates you, and you just think you get everybody else, and then you just can't get out 10 and 11. 174 for 9, they're sneaking away. Pakistan. Again, they sneak another single, just as what Sylvester was talking about. And they've been able to come away with this one. So another single, 175 for 9, 175 for 9. And it's all happening here, Sylvester.
Who's that keeping there? Williams? There's a sub for the.
I think they look like it is a sub. There's a number 12.
Yeah, I saw.
You would have been here before because I was in and out, just doing a couple of things right there. But can you just check out and see the number there for number 12? I think it would have to be.
Kaisi went off the field.
Okay, so there will be a sub name. So Williams, Rashada Williams, is that the substitute?
Yeah, substitute.
I guess maybe maybe you want to also, Garfield, you might have to just step in here. I'll have to take a call after this over very quickly. 175 for 9. So it's Rashada Williams who is the substitute, Sylvester. So you got that right. She's subbing for Kaisia Knight. So I don't know if Kaisia Knight got a knock.
Okay.
So she's also a keeper too, Rashada Williams.
Yeah, I did know.
Yeah. She's also a wicket keeper.
Yeah, very versatile.
Very versatile. Around the wicket comes Selman. It now to bowl to Amin, and Amin is defending nicely. So over 48 comes to an end. Garfi will just take this over very quickly as I have to take an emergency call right here. Sylvester, more comments from you, and then we'll be Garfield Buffett.
Yeah, good fight shown here by the Pakistani batters. Amin and Shamin, they are really, sticking to the plan and trying to get, as close as possible to the end, if not to the end. But they're sneaking out a few singles and a few twos, putting up a good total so far. Burford.
Yes, indeed. It was crucial, absolutely crucial that they, as much as possible, bat out the 50 overs, and they're very close to that now. There's 2 overs left, so 12 balls left to bat out. We remind you of the fall of the wickets so far. Muniba Ali Siddiqui bowled Henry for 25. Aisha Zafar bowled Salman for 10. Javier Kande, captain, caught Dottin, bowled Henry for 12. Umaima Sohail stumped by night of the bowling of Mohammed for 62. Nida Dar caught Henry, bowled Matthews 24. Riaz bowled Matthews for 6. Naseem was caught by Salman, bowled Mohammed for 3. Fatima Sana was caught, Cooper bowled Mohammed for 2. Diana Beg caught Nation, bowled Ramarak for 1. So the last pair, Shamim and Amin, are the crease. Let's see what Shamim will be able to do in this penultimate over. It'll be Chanel Henry. She's actually switched ends. She'd been bowling earlier from the Sir Randy Roberts end. Now she'll be bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, as the sun is out in all its glory here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Here is Chanel Henry. Here she comes, bowls, and outside the off stump. Not interested in the shot was Shamim. Ball goes out to be taken by the wicketkeeper Kais Unite. There is no run. 175 for 9. This is the Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards Stadium. His son is a part of our commentary team. Marley Richards has been with us for certainly since most of the morning. Alternating with Sylvester Bonsalina Joseph. This is a full toss, and it is actually goes into the boundary for 4 down at wide third man. Actually, a full toss, loose delivery there, and Shamim didn't miss out on that. Wide full toss outside the stump, and just played it delightfully down to wide third man. 4 runs, so very welcome runs indeed. 179 for 9 now, and Shamim moves up to 17. Very, very handy runs.
Very, very handy runs, and I think the Pakistani dressing room will feel a little bit more comfortable.
Here comes Chanel Henry, and this one is just guided down to third man. This time she'll get 1 run as the ball just goes down to Karishma Ramharak. She gets 1, and the score now moves on to 180 for 9. Very, very good knock so far from Shamim. She's on 18. Amin on 2, giving good support. Comes back into strike as we welcome also back Vernon Spear.
Yeah, and I like the communication, I mean, keep on implementing the fact that we need to bat out all these balls, so they always meet at the mid pitch, and remind each other of the plan, and it's working so far.
Chanel Henry goes past the umpire from the serve. Who's turning blind, but skating down the turn and got another single. Single, which is very important, and we're going to need all the runs that the kind of Sylvester has described it. With an 81 for 9. Shamin, who's on 18 from 20. She comes back into strike. Shamin, 181 for 9, went over number 49. Think they might get to 195, Sylvester?
Well, I don't think that they have a target in place. They just want to get...
I think the objective is to bat all 50.
Yeah.
Just scooping this one up into the offside right there, Shamin. And again, she's comfortable to get another single. Amin looking for 2, but certainly was not on. And more or less just frustrating the West Indies team. 182 for 9. 182 for 9.
I think they will have a bit of confidence, whether they get out now or what. I think they have a bit more confidence and more, in themselves. Oh, brilliant.
Brilliant piece of fielding right there. What a catch by Anisa Mohammed.
The captain.
Trust me, Sylvester. And she's got so much fitter, Sylvester. That was a blinder. I don't want to say a jaunty roads, but she had to get off the ground. And if they can maybe just show us the replay right there, Sylvester, that was, if we're looking to judge a CG Insurance catch of the season, that has to be right up there.
Right up there. I will put it up there with one of Janti. Trust me. That one, because she was very close, at gully.
And it's slashed wide by Shamin.
Yeah, it went quickly. It flew quickly, and she took it, and
that's a beauty. And if we just be able to just get to see the replay back on that one, that was an excellent catch, Sylvester. Oh, my. And I just keep saying all the time, this West Indies team, Pakistan bowler for 182 or 49 overs. They get a reprise. But let's look at that, Sylvester. Let's look at the screamer. Round the wicket, she sliced at it, and we just missed out in seeing Anisa Mohammed pull off a screamer. But that was brilliant. Javera Khan comes out to acknowledge the 2 last batters. They're looking to flick it back up again for us, Sylvester. And we just can't enjoy the beauty of it.
we got the final Monty. But good job. Good try by the cameraman. Yeah, man. But good clinical performance here by the West Indies women's team so far. Kudos to the captain. I think she negotiated and moving around the field, and the bowling department and the bowlers, they were well supported both in the field, and the catching was exceptional as well. The effort overall for the West Indies team is really, really encouraging, and hopefully that they can give us a clinical finish today in terms of the batting, overhaul this 182.
15 extra, Sylvester. I think a cause for concern for the West Indies team in terms of their bowling, Sylvester. They'll be a little bit more or less concerned. 15 is indeed a high number.
Yeah, and they started out kind of erratic in terms of Connell, who has been very consistent, through the series so far. She had a few indiscretion in terms of bowling down the leg side. I think the right hand and left hand combination this morning kind of she didn't really had a radar, in the right way. But overall, I think the spinners they came in and they did a fantastic job, and the coaching staff led by Courtney Walsh, I think he and his team will be really pleased with the bowling performance so far. And I'm just happy, to be honest. I was telling Burford, I'm happy to see the consistency of the team itself in terms of the personnels. They look fitter, they look stronger, they've been together for quite a while. And I think barring injury, and they can really continue, they will progress to a very, very, very good team.
So we just need to just give you an idea in terms of what has happened here in the third CG International Series game. West Indies versus Pakistan is the third ODI. And just to give you a breakdown in terms of what would have happened earlier this morning right here in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda. And to give you the idea that Maniba Ali was bowled Chanel Henry for 25, 39 balls faced, 4 boundaries. Aisha Zafar, she was bowled Selman for 10, 32 balls faced, no boundaries at all. Javera Khan, the captain, caught the Andrew Dottin, bowled Henry for 12, 22 balls faced, 1 boundary. So her, as we would say, her misery continues on this tour. Omenia Sohail, she was stumped by Kesia Knight of Mohammed for 62, 79 balls faced, 7 boundaries. Her first half century in ODI cricket for Pakistan. Nida Dar, she sort of looked like she ran out of gas, caught Henry Bowl Matthews for 22, 42 balls, 2 boundaries. Aliyah Riaz Bowl Matthews for 6, 15 balls faced. Aisha Nazim caught Selman Bowl Mohammed for 3, 6 balls faced. Fatima Sana caught Cooper Bowl Mohammed for 2, 12 balls faced. Diana Baig was caught Nation Bowl Ramarak for 1. And Ramin Samin not out 19 of 21 balls, 2 fours. And Anam Amin was brilliantly caught by Anisa Mohammed, the West Indies captain, of Henry for 15. Pakistan bowled out for 182, 15 extras, 11 wides and 4 byes. And we had a situation where they lost wickets at 1 for 37, 2 for 47, 3 for 56, 4 for 143, 5 for 153, 6 for 155, 7 for 157, 8 for 159, 9 for 161, and all out for 182. The bowling figures for the West Indies women's cricket team. Shamela Connell, 6 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, no wicket, 6 wides. Shakira Selman, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 24 runs, 1 wicket, and 2 wides. Hayley Matthews, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 30 runs, 2 wickets. She's now picked up 49 ODI wickets. She didn't have any wides in her spell. Chanel Henry, back. Nice to see her back on the park. And really bowled some rippers today. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 37 runs, 3 wickets with 1 wide. Karishma Ramarak, 6 overs, no maidens, 29 runs, 1 wicket with 1 wide. And Anisa Mohammed, the West Indies women's captain, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 25 runs, 3 wickets, and she also had 1 wide. So in all total, we had 6 maidens, Sylvester, 6 maidens. In terms of the extras, 11 wides. So that would have been the indication in terms of what would have been happening. So the West Indies, 182 all out Pakistan, extras 15, and some more comments from you, Sylvester.
Yeah, I must say good work there again by the West Indies team overall. The bowlers really supported the captain, and the captain, set some real good all-round feel in terms of and the backing up of each fielder and so forth. The West Indies team came out today looking like they really want to clinch the series today. Springs, must give them credit, give credit to the management team. We see some good batting, good partnership between Dar and Sohail, and even in the end, Amin and Shamin, they had a very good finish today, and I see the captain came out and congratulated them on putting up a partnership of about 21, 22, and that really I think will give the Pakistani team some confidence to go out now and put up a good fight in the field. The pitch is not playing too badly. I think it gives spin bowlers the assistance. We saw also the fast bowlers getting a bit of assistance as well, and we know that the Pakistani team bowling bowling team is also a very creditable one. So the West Indies batting, they really have to come with some good partnerships and be clinical in what they're doing. They need they maybe top 3, top 4, one of these players to get a big total, and build some partnerships around them. So we have a good first session, and hopefully that we can see an even better second session from the West Indies women's team.
So if you've just joined us, Pakistan has been bowled up by the West Indies women team for 182. Sohail top scoring for Pakistan with 62, and it's a luncheon break right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We'll be back bringing to you live ball-by-ball commentary from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in the third match of the CG Insurance ODI series here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So on behalf of my entire team, Garfield Burfords, Sylvester Bongson Joseph, Marley Richards, and we want to say thanks very much to you, and we'll be bringing to you a little later this afternoon what's going to be happening here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The West Indies will need 183 singles of at least 300 deliveries. We'll be back with you when the West Indies innings starts.
stations starting in 10 seconds. Hello, good afternoon, and a warm welcome back to North Sound Antigua. This is the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound as we get ready for the second half of this match. My name is Garfield Burford. Whether you're joining us here in the Caribbean or in Pakistan or anywhere else around the world, a warm welcome to our coverage. Beautiful conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The sun pretty much peeping out. There was a little interruption this morning, a very, very short interruption. Thankfully, it proved to have been evanescent, and in fact, it might have just lasted about 5 or so minutes. So since then, the clouds have been just passing by, but no immediate threat of rain. Right now, the sun is out in all its glory. Blue skies are right here, and we're getting ready for the second half of this contest as we welcome back the great Marley Richards. Marley, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garfield. Good afternoon.
Indeed. So the first ball of the second half of the match to be bowled now so it's Diana Big bowling, and this delivery, Haley Matthews is thus playing it very cleanly into the onside. There is no run. The score 0-0. So one ball bowled. The West Indies will be looking to close out the series. They're already up 2-0 and will be looking to win the 5-match series today.
Yeah, and Pakistan though will be looking to really use this new ball. It's imperative upon them to pick up wickets early with only 182 runs on the board.
This delivery looking to just turn it on the onside, down the leg side, wide signal. So the West Indies are off the mark. So one without loss. Delivery there for Haley Matthews looking to just steer it down to possibly just deflected fine down to fine leg, and probably trying to beat the fielder who is on the fine leg boundary, but making no contact, wide signaled by the umpire. So one without loss, the West Indies women in pursuit of 183 for victory. 183 the target. Here comes a Big, starts to move in again with a slip in place up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is driven nicely into the offside, into the covers. There is no run. Matthews stays on naught. One without loss, the West Indies women.
Yeah, and Big bowling from the Sandy Robertson, quite a different bowler in terms of we saw Chanel Henry bowl from that Sandy Robertson and get the ball to really go away from the right-handed batter and come back quite late to the left-handed batter we saw in that delivery to Ali. But Big is just slightly different. Interesting to see what movement she gets out of this end.
Indeed, Big balls, and this one is displayed back along the offside of the pitch by Haley Matthews, who looked very classy in the second batch. She really looked the part, played some classy drives, and she'd be wanting to ensure that she also has another outing like that today and possibly carry on to the end. She'd possibly want to really make a statement with an imperious victory today for the West Indies women, possibly winning by 10 wickets. These two would want to do that.
They would hope so.
Here comes Diana Big up to the wicket, a ball to Matthews, and Matthews is playing the square on the offside, looking for the single. A few exploratory steps from her crease, but had to quickly return as the ball went straight to the field at backward point. There is no run, so one without loss the score. The only run coming from a wide down the leg side from Diana Big. Who would want to really make an early breakthrough to restrict and for Pakistan women to have any chance, Marley, for this match. They'd have to take wickets. You can't restrict.
Have to make early inroads.
Indeed, and you have to bowl out the West Indies. You don't expect the West Indies to bat 50 overs
and not score 180.
Precisely. Here comes Diana Big with a slip in place up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is hit uppishly. It will run into the deep mid wicket boundary for 4, at least very close to into the boundary now. 4 runs. So through the vacant mid wicket region. The fielder from deep fine leg was running across, but really had no opportunity, no chance of pulling that one, and just running to retrieve it. So 4 runs, and Haley Matthews is off the mark. On the legs was that delivery, and just helped on its way through mid wicket for 4 or 5 without loss.
And Big just showing the differences there between her and say Chanel Henry. Big stock deliveries more into the right-handed batter, and on that occasion just drifting into the legs of Haley Matthews.
Here comes a big bowling, and this one is just driven in the V down to mid-off. There is no run. The end of the over 5 without loss at the end of over number 1. Diana Big opening the bowling for the Pakistan women. They're trying to defend 182 that they posted all out in the fourth at their turn of bat. West Indies women winning the toss this morning. Anisa Mohammed, the captain today. Stefani Taylor is out injured. So Anisa Mohammed winning the toss and choosing to field. Pakistan women were dismissed for 182 runs. In their actually didn't quite go to their 50 overs. There were a few balls that were outstanding. 5 without loss. The West Indies women are batting now and chasing 183 with Matthews on 4 and Kishona Knight yet to get off the mark.
And on a normal day when everyone's available, Hayley Matthews is one of the linchpins of this West Indian batting lineup. But on a day like today, with Stephanie Taylor, like you just mentioned, Stefani Taylor, being missing out of this 11, the importance of Hayley Matthews is heightened that much more, because she is now I would say, along with Deandra Dutton, the most experienced, the two most experienced batters in this lineup. And Hayley Matthews' importance in this innings just grows even more with the absence of Stefani Taylor. It's imperative upon her to put in, like you said, a big innings here, a big contribution with Taylor missing.
Indeed, so it will be Amin to share the opening, the opening attack for the Pakistan women. There's a slip in place. There's Amin with her left arm spin. She bowls, and this one outside the off stump, and left alone by Kishona Knight to be taken by the wicketkeeper. There is no run, but rather interesting delivery. Good shape across the left-hander a while ago, looking to get her slip involved. Here comes Amin. She has a slip, backward point cover, extra cover in mid-off, and this one coming right forward, well forward to it was Kishona Knight, pushing it into the short cover region. There is no run. Amin will look to keep Kishona Knight honest.
And we saw Muniba Ali get done with a cracker from Chanel Henry. But in terms of the incremental improvement, she rotated the strike very well today.
That was a peach of a delivery there from Amin. Beaten outside the stump, playing at thin air was Kishona Knight, and arms went up, and essentially the excitement and expectation was there, but no edge found. Slip in place, backward point cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and this one is punched into the covers. The short extra cover fielder does the fielding. There is no run. 5 without loss. Kishona Knight remains yet to get off the mark. A slip in place, and already we're seeing a little bit of turn here from Amin. Here she moves in again in glorious conditions, brilliant sunshine. She bowls, and this is driven off the back foot. Actually a misfield, and here comes Kishona Knight getting her first run, driven straight to cover, and a misfield there, affording the opportunity for Kishona Knight to get her first run. She's off the mark, 6 without loss. West Indies women in pursuit of 183.
And Pakistan will be very disappointed with that misfield there at cover. It looked like Riaz misfielding. With the pressure that was built up on Kishona Knight in the previous game, if you remember, Kishona faced quite a few dot balls, dot deliveries, and here today started pretty similarly, and that's why I mentioned Muniba Ali. Yes, she only got to 30 or 25, but she really rotated the strike a lot better today, and you're looking to see the same out of Kishona.
Indeed, Hayley Matthews is facing up to Amin and driven nice fluent drive into the covers, but straight to the field. At the end of the over there from Amin, 1 run conceded, 6 without loss. West Indies women in pursuit of 183 for victory. Hayley Matthews on 4 from 7. Kishona Knight on 1 from 5. 2 overs gone, power play 1.
And what Muniba did, and Sohail as well later on, they played with softer hands than you'd seen previously in this series. They really looked they just maneuvered the ball and made the fielders actually move, and in having the fielders move to their left, a lot of them being dominant right-handed fielders as well, they managed to squeeze a few more singles out that they possibly would have than they would have previously. So you saw that improvement, Garfield, and you're looking for a lot of the same out of actually both Knight sisters and all the West Indian batters in this lineup.
Indeed. Here comes Donabig to start over number 3 from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and driven down to extra cover is Kishona Knight, getting right out of the pitch of that delivery and just driving nice flowing drive, not looking for power on it, just driving it out to extra cover. There is no run. Kishona Knight stays on 1, just reminding you of what happened in the first half of this match. Muniba Ali was bowled by Henry for 25, Aisha Zafar bowled by Salman for 10, Javira Khan, the captain, a torrid time she's had this white ball series, caught Dottin bowled Henry for 12. Omaima Sohail, the top scorer, 6-2. She was stumped by Kaiser United of the bowling of Mohammed. Here comes another delivery from Dana Big. That's one pushed down into the covers, down to extra cover. There is no run for Kishona Knight. So we had earlier, as we indicated to you, Omaima Sohail, who was the top scorer for 62, 79 deliveries, faced 7 fours, stumped Kais United over the bowling of Mohammed. Nida Dar, 24, she was caught Henry bowled Matthews. Aliyah Riaz was bowled by Matthews for 6. And Aisha Naseem caught Salman bowled Mohammed for 3. We'll get back to that after this delivery from Dana Big, from the Sir Andy Roberts end, up to the wicket and bowls and looking to... Wow.
Inside edge.
Wow. I mean, I was wondering where the ball went a while ago. She was looking for a flowing cover drive. The ball is coming off a thick inside edge that's trickling back along the pitch. The wicketkeeper just ran around to do the fielding. There is no run, 6 without loss. Yes, indeed.
I'm sorry, not this delivery that was just faced, but the previous one to that one was a good example of just how playing with softer hands can also score you runs.
Here comes Donamig up to the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. The umpire would have taken a look at that. Christopher Taylor chose not to signal a wide, possibly just right on the line there, that little blue marker to indicate to the umpire in terms of the threshold for the wide. As it was, no run on that, no signal from the umpire, 6 without loss. The other batters for Pakistan women, Aisha Naseem caught Salman bowled Mohammed for 3. Fatima Sana caught Cooper bowled Mohammed for 2. Dana Big, who is bowling now, caught Nation bowled Ramarak for 2. And for 1, and we'll come back to that after this delivery. She's up to the wicket and bowls. Another glorious drive past extra cover. It will run close to the boundary. It will run into the boundary now. That was a shot of absolute class from Kishona Knight.
Yeah, I mean, and actually, Garfield, that was a forward defensive for 4. It was just really solid. It was a solid block on the front foot. The way she came forward, she transferred her weight onto that front foot really nicely. And the ball just beat the fielder there at extra cover through that gap. No chance, and no extension really on the shot. No flourish that we've become accustomed to seeing from the Knight sisters on that occasion.
What will Dana Big's response be? She's up and bowls, and this one driven again to extra cover. This time, not quite with the timing on that one. The fielder just comes across to her right to field. There is no run, 10 without loss, and Kishona Knight with that boundary goes up to 5. Mathis is on 4. The end of the over there from Dana Big. She's none for 9 from her 2 overs, 10 without loss in a power play. One of the West Indies in pursuit of 183 for victory. They're 10 without loss after 3.
And the contrast between those 2 deliveries there, you could see on the one that went for 4, Garfield, it was just timed really nicely. She didn't try to hit the ball too hard, and she kept her shape. On that final delivery, now she leant back a little bit, trying to really wallop that through the offside, and just didn't manage to time it. It shows you just how important timing is, and not necessarily brute force.
Absolutely. The other 2 batters for Pakistan women, we'll get back to that after this delivery from Amin bowling to the right-handed Matthews, who goes for the sweep shot. She gets it down to a vacant fine leg position. It will run into the boundary now for 4 down at fine leg. The fielder at D backward square was running around, ambling, laboring around to her right, had no chance of stopping that one going across the ropes. 4 runs to Haley Matthews, bringing out the sweep shot and doing it quite effectively.
Poor delivery from Amin on that occasion, just drifting down the leg side. She can't afford to do that. With the way the field was set previously. Now it looks like they're going to put a second fielder down there on the deep square leg boundary, and that fielder at deep square leg moves to mid-wicket.
But one has to come in because only 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle.
Actually come into short fine leg position.
Yes, indeed. So there's a short fine leg. So the 2 fielders out would be a long and a deep backward square leg. Here comes Amin. She'll be bowling to Haley Matthews. Matthews is on 8. 14 without loss in over number 4. 183 is the target. This one is a delivery that seems to have straightened just a little bit, getting a little grip and turn on that one. Seems to have surprised Matthews. Ball is trickles out into the offside.
We've seen that from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. The ball actually turns and bounces from this end. But Amin, with that low trajectory, wouldn't necessarily extract that much bounce.
This delivery is turned into the onside. Short mid-wicket does the fielding. There is no run. 14 without loss. The other two batters for Pakistan women, Ramin Shamim, was run out for 19. And Amin and Anam Amin was caught Mohammed, brilliantly caught Mohammed off the bowling of Henry for 3. This delivery going for the sweep shot again. She beats the short fine leg into the boundary for 4. So that was another shot, almost identical to the one she played earlier. And again, drifting down the leg side, straying onto the leg side. She has to be far more diligent than that in terms of her line because she has a short fine leg. Previously, she never had a fine leg. Now she has a short fine leg, drifting onto the leg, 4 more runs, 18 without loss.
And I think probably just setting the field for some bad bowling here. Javera Khan, has to stay off of the leg side to Hayley Matthews. She's put her away twice. Actually, the ball was outside of leg, and all Hayley had to do was make contact and managed to do so. 8 runs. Poor bowling from Amin here.
Indeed, they don't have a lot of runs to play with. Here comes Amin. This time she keeps it on the stumps. This one is driven nicely down to long on, and coming off the boundary there is Fatima Sana. Doing the fielding, so 19 without loss now. Matthews goes up to 13. 13 from 12 is Matthews. Brings Kishona Knight, the left-hander, on strike. They're already scoring at just a shade under 5 and over, being gifted some really bad deliveries. They're putting them on a platter, gift wrapped and all.
Yeah, Hayley doesn't have to try anything here. It's just all no pressure stuff, just scoring runs pretty easily.
This one is hit in the air. It will drop just short of the deep backward square fielder. And Kishona Knight would have had her heart in her mouth for a second there, or more than a second, because the ball was hanging tantalizing in the air, just dropping short, possibly by a few feet of the fielder on the deep backward square boundary. As it is, Kishona Knight gets a single. She moves up to 6. It's 20 without loss. 20 without loss. She keeps the strike in the next over. 4 overs gone. 20 without loss. The West Indies women chasing 183 for victory. They're scoring in 5 runs and over.
I think the Pakistan team and the bowler and the captain in particular would be pretty disappointed with that attempt by the fielder there in the deep square boundary. Not coming in with any real positivity there, Garfield. I think possibly she should have at least made an attempt. It looked like it was a catchable ball.
Indeed. Well, Dana Big will be bowling now to the aforementioned Kishona Knight with a slip in play. She's up to the wicket and bowls, and just steering this, putting the face of the bat, just playing it down to a short third-man position, running around from backward point to field. So 1 more to the score, 21 without loss. Kishona Knight moves on to 7. Matthews on 13 comes back into strike. The 182 for, they gave you the scorecard for this Pakistan woman. 182 they made, and of that, there were 15 extras actually, 15 extras, 4 byes and 11 wides. 15 extras. Can you imagine if there were no of those 15 extras? The score would have been even more paltry. Here comes Dana Big up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is just driven nicely by Hayley Matthews down to a mid-on position. She seems to have been shaping up for a bigger shot than that and just possibly checked at the very last moment.
Yeah, slight regression today by the Windies in terms of the extras that they conceded. In the previous game, if you remember, bowling out Pakistan for 120 and only giving away the 1 extra. But today giving away, what was it, 14? 15?
15
with
4 byes and 11 wides.
Yes, but may not prove to be too consequential.
Indeed. Here comes Dana Big. She'll be hoping it is. She bowls, and this one is just played quietly back along the pitch. No run. As Hayley Matthews just checking that one, a 4 defensive drive down the pitch. In terms of the bowling for the West Indies, Shamilia Connell, 6 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, no wickets. Shakira Selman, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 24 runs, 1 wicket. Hayley Matthews, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 30 runs, 2 wickets. Chanel Henry, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 37 runs, 3 wickets. Karishma Ramharak, 6 overs, no maidens, 29 runs, 1 wicket. And Anisa Mohammed, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 25 runs, 3 wickets. So 3 wickets apiece for Anisa Mohammed and Chanel Henry. Here comes another delivery from Dana Big, played into the offside, looking for a single. Hayley Matthews has to retreat. That would have been suicide. She chooses against it. She takes the path of shrewdness and prudence. She does not attempt that single. So 3 wickets apiece for Chanel Henry and Anisa Mohammed, 2 for Hayley Matthews, and 1 apiece for Shakira Salman and Karishma Ramharak. So 182 the total for the Pakistan women, put into bat by the West Indies women. And now the West Indies women have a chance of closing out the series. They're already up 2-0 in this 5-match series from the Sarandi Robertson. Here is Dana Big bowls, and this one is hit over mid-wicket. Didn't quite get a hold on it. More into the kind of square, like just forward of square position from Hayley Matthews. She gets 2 runs. Didn't quite time that. She has to be careful with that shot because it could easily have been miscued to the mid-wicket fielder.
But like Vernon was saying earlier, many big open spaces here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and on that occasion didn't quite time it, but it just fell into the vacant square leg area.
Just forward of square,
yeah,
yes.
just forward of square for two runs. All pretty easy stuff here for Hayley Matthews, not really being tested at this point in time.
By the way, we were talking about earlier chasing the balls in terms of the fielders going in where the balls just went.
It seems that way at this point
That
in
has just
time.
happened. We'll get back to that after this delivery from Dana Beg, who bowls, and this one is on the leg stump and driven down to mid-on firmly. Can't score straight to the fielder. No run. The score remains 23 without loss. Matthews on 15 from 16. Kishona Knight 7 from 13. But immediately, by the way, that's the end of the 5th over. So 5 overs gone, 23 without loss. Matthews 15. Kishona Knight on 7. Big so far, none for 12 from her 3 overs.
Yeah, but that's what happens in terms of following the ball when bowlers aren't disciplined and bowl both sides of the wicket. We've seen, especially Amin in particular, just drifting too often down the leg side, not being consistent, not being able to apply any pressure. And the captain Javera Khan just struggling to stem the tide at this point in time.
It will be a change in bowling from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. So after about 2 overs, after her 2 overs, Amin is being replaced by Fatima Sana, who had actually shared the new ball earlier in the 2 matches before with Dana Beg. So I think Javer Khan actually was trying something else this time.
Yes.
He was actually trying spin and medium pace, but actually it didn't quite work for her.
Especially seeing the Sir Curtly Ambrose end turn and bounce from almost ball 1 here today. You could see what they tried, but Amin didn't execute for the captain today, Garfield.
Her radar was off. She was drifting too much on the legs. Here comes Sana, bowls, and outside the off stump, punch through the covers. Poor feeling. It will run close to the boundary. It will run into the boundary and cover for 4. Kishona Knight gets another boundary, and the Pakistan women are really shooting themselves in the foot here. They don't have a lot of runs to play with, and they're really gifting the West Indies women boundaries and runs that they really should not be. I mean, firstly, it was Amin drifting too much on the legs. There have been misfields in the covers, and now that one went straight to the fielder. She led it through 4 runs.
That was the second misfield, if you can remember, by Riaz there on this occasion, going for 4. Just not really supporting the bowlers like they should, and not being able to apply any pressure.
No pressure at all. Here comes Kishona Knight facing up now to Fatima Sana, punches this one down to the fielder at mid-off, who is Shamim. There is no run. The score remains 27 without loss. Kishona Knight on 11. Matthews on 15. As the sun comes out in all its glory here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, it's shining only on the West Indies women at this point.
Yeah, and just Windies would want to be clinical here, like you say, if possible. You can come out with a 10-wicket victory. That's exactly what you want to do. You want to be practicing the right things, even in game time. Just good habits.
Fatima Sana bowls, and this one outside the off stump, left alone by the left-handed Knight. I suppose Fatima Sana would be remembering that in the previous 2 matches, especially, well, actually the first 2 matches, we had a situation where Kishona Knight was chasing some wide deliveries outside the off stump. She's supposed to be testing her, tempting her, again, tantalizing deliveries outside the off stump. But this time, would not be tempted. Kishona Knight has kept the ball inside, kept her bat inside the line.
Fatima has been pretty good for Pakistan in this series. She's actually quite skillful, does a little bit with the ball, and she's got a nice slower ball as well.
Here comes another delivery, which is hit in the air by Kishona Knight. She gets it away from the mid-wicket fielder. Chase on here. They get 2. They'll get easily a 3rd run if they want easily. So 3 runs to Kishona Knight, but that one was played upishly into the onside, not very far from the mid-wicket fielder, but enough, far enough for comfort. The score 30 without loss. Kishona Knight moves up to 14.
Yeah, and on that delivery, Fatima San just looking for that in-swinger. It swung a little later on Kishore tonight, just falling over a little bit. She's got to stay a little more upright to Fatima Khan here. She's quite a skillful bowler. Shouldn't underestimate her in this situation. I'm actually also quite surprised she didn't actually take the new ball from this end because of what we've seen from her throughout this series.
Indeed, so Fatima Sana will be bowling with a slip in place, third man, and a deep fine leg are the fielders on the boundary. This delivery just seems to have just shaped a little bit into her actually, getting that one into the onside, into a short mid-wicket position was Hayley Matthews running through for a single. In the end, a comfortable single for her. Hayley Matthews moves up to 16, the score 31 without loss. 31 without loss, one ball left in over number 6.
Yeah, and it's pretty similar to the delivery to Kaishana Knight, where it was just honing in on middle and leg there, and the batsman just squeezing it away into the leg side.
So it'll be the left-hander coming on strike now. Slip in place. Kishore Knight will be facing up to Fatima Sana, who runs away from the Sakurt Lambers and bowls, and this one pitched up delivery, driven into the covers, into a short extra cover position. There is no run. The end of the over there. 6 overs gone. 31 without loss. Matthews on 16 from 18. Kishore Knight on 14 from 18. The target is 183. Sana so far her first over costing her 8 runs. Power play 1 being in progress.
And Fatima's got quite a diminutive frame. She's quite small in stature, but she keeps running in, and she's quite skiddy. She gets the ball through and does a little bit with the ball as well. She's been quite good, I think, in this series. Just hasn't been supported necessarily by the batters in terms of being really able to come out and attack this West Indian lineup, because pretty much more often than not they've been behind the 8 ball.
Indeed, so it will be Donna Beg to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end to start over number 7 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Glorious conditions now, no hint of rain at all the clouds have gone. The sun is out gloriously. Here comes Donna Big up to the wicket bowls, and this one just playing it neatly into the covers. It was Hayley Matthews, had to just duck onto that one as the return came in, but no damage done, no harm done. 31 without loss. It is Kishore Knight on 14 from 18, Matthews on 16 from 19, Big none for 12. This is our 4th over in progress.
And yeah, Hayley Matthews just having a slight issue with how the Pakistanis are getting the ball into the keeper here. She seems to think that they're slightly targeting her a little bit. She's just having a little word with the umpire about it.
Indeed, here comes Dana Big up to the wicket bowls, and this one is just opening the face of the bat. That's well played down to third man. Getting a single was Hayley Matthews, and good running, good positive running, looking for the second, actually pressuring the fielder, and had the fielder didn't pick up cleanly, that would have been a second run. So 32 without loss, and Matthews with that single moves up to 17. Kishore Knight on 14 comes back into strike.
Positive running indeed, and just being in position to possibly capitalize if the fielder just fumbles and doesn't pick up cleanly or a wayward throw. Very good running there by Hayley Matthews.
And when you consider that they're just chasing 183, that also makes it even better. Here comes another delivery, which is punched back along the pitch. Good feeling there by Dana Beg. Just didn't quite feel it cleanly, but did enough to prevent a single from being taken. So Dana Beg, good feeling on her follow through. 32 without loss.
And possibly Javera Khan possibly switch or swap these two bowlers around actually. I think Fatima Khan would possibly be better suited bowling from the Sandy Roberts end, considering that she possesses the ability to get that outswing and swing it into the left-hander as well.
This delivery is a sponge down to third man by the left-handed Kishore Knight. She gets a single. The ball goes to the third man. The two outfielders are a third man and a deep fine leg. All the other fielders are in the 30-yard circle. I'll tell you about a few changes around. Of course, it's a left-hand, right-hand combination. Hayley Matthews is right-handed. Kishore Knight is left-handed. So for the right-handed Hayley Matthews, there is backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, third man on the boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a square leg and a deep fine leg. Here comes from the Sir Randy Roberts end. Here is Dana Beg up to the wicket, bowls, and this one getting right in behind that one was Hayley Matthews, playing it into the onside onto a straightish mid-wicket position. There is no run. 33 without loss, the score remains, and 183 progressing quite well. And
with this breeze, a strong breeze going from east to west across this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, I think Diana Beg bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end as opposed to the Sandy Roberts, it will aid her stock delivery, which is that ball coming in to the right-hander and also just going away from the lefty.
Indeed, sage observation indeed. Here comes Donabig up to the wicket and bowls, and this one just waiting on that, just playing it neatly into the offside and get a quick single. Good running, excellent running, playing it with soft hands into square on the offside, into the square cover. The fielder at backward point had a little bit of running around to her right and placed it quite well indeed, and just playing it with soft hands. The end of the over there from Big. She's none for 15 from 4. 7 overs gone, 34 without loss. The West Indies women in pursuit of 183. Matthews on 18 from 22. Kishona Knight on 15 from 20. They're doing quite well, the West Indies women.
Yeah, good start here from the Windies. Just going along pretty, no real alarms, no real unnecessary risks being taken. Just scoring pretty serenely, not really being tested by these Pakistan bowlers at this point in time. But we know how things can change. Pakistan being 131 for 3, Nida Dar, Sohail going along, looking like they were going to post a big total. And all it took was 1 wicket, and we saw that collapse. And the same thing can happen here. Windies have to be clinical.
Clinical is the word indeed. Fatima Sana to start a new over from this. The Sir Curtly Ambrose and a slip in place. She's up in bowls, and this one down the leg side. Badly lined delivery. It will go into the deep fine leg boundary for 4 runs. So that was a delivery just slanting down the leg side. All Hayley Matthews had to do was just get some bat on it. The deep fine leg fielder was very, very wide indeed. And that was 4 more runs. And again, another gift to the Windies women. They're almost, I mean, the only thing left to do is to actually wrap the ball in gift paper.
Yes, just being gifted runs here, the West Indies. Obviously, as an athlete, you try and make the best of every situation. But I think both Fatima and Beg, at this point in time, just not being put in the best position to be successful, considering the conditions.
Slip in place as here comes Fatima Sana. What will her response be? She's up on bowls and decent delivery. That seems to have had a shade of movement. We're just right behind the stumps here. Seems to have just cut into Hayley Matthews a bit.
It wants to. It's hinting.
Yes.
And that's the thing. It's hinting to go away. But with that strong breeze, Hayley Matthews can just readjust. Whereas I think if they could just swap it over and possibly have Fatima bowling from the Sandy Roberts end and Diana Baig from this end, it'll be a little bit more testing for the Windies batters.
At the end of this over, we'll be hearing from Vernon Springer, who will be alternating with Jack Matthew, who joins us. This delivery is punched through the covers, well fielded at the extra cover there. And that was Diana Baig, it was. And when you consider the fact that she has been putting in some hard work from the Sandy Roberts end, that was some really good work.
Saved
good
4
commitment
runs.
there. Absolutely, that would have been 4. Had 4 written all over it.
And she's been fantastic in the field throughout this series. She's taken 2 spectacular catches as well, if you can remember, and saved many runs in that extra cover position as well. She's been good. In the field as well.
Here comes Fatima Sana bowls, and this one again, and this one just passes. She probably dived a little bit too early. It passes down a big at extra cover. A run here, and they get 2 runs quite easily. But another flowing, elegant, exquisite off drive through extra cover. Dana Baig actually might have gotten something on it, and she probably prevented it from going across the ropes of 4.
Yeah.
As it is, Matthews moves on to 24, 40 without loss, 40 without loss in this is 7th over, and they're scoring at a very healthy clip.
Yeah, pretty easy stuff, like we were saying, not being tested at all. And at this stage of the game, Windies should win comfortable from this position, but we've seen stranger things happen in this game.
We say should, operative word.
Yes.
The game of glorious uncertainties. We saw what happened when the wheels came off the Pakistan innings. Here comes Fatima Sana from the Sir Curtly Ambrose and bowls, and this one is pitched up again. This time it's driven straight to Adana Baig at extra cover. There is no run, 40 without loss. Again, the driving from Hayley Matthews has really looked exquisite. She looks to be in good nick and good touch. You can see that Fatima Sana pitching up the delivery, trying to possibly get some movement.
Looking for that outswing, yeah.
Indeed.
That's what she's looking for, but just not getting it at this point in time. And Hayley Matthews covering that off stump really well.
let me again indicate how reprehensible it is that some footballers from England who miss their penalties have been subjected to racist abuse. Here comes Fatima Sana bowling, and this is driven down to extra cover. This time Diana Big has to move a few steps to her right to field, giving the time for the batters to get singles. So Hayley Matthews will keep the strike. The end of over number 7. Matthews is on 25, Kishona Knight on 15, Matthews 25 from 28, Knight 15 from 20. The end of over number 7, 41 without loss. Sana so far none for 15 in her 2 overs. More comments from me, Marley Richards, then a little bit of the voice of Vernon Springer.
And just to touch on your point on that racist abuse of the players who miss their penalties, I mean, I'm not surprised, to be honest, Garth. I'm a keen follower of football and the English Premier League in particular, and this is something that happens every week. You know, it's always, I think at this point in time, it's incumbent upon these social media companies, the Instagrams, the Facebooks, to actually do more in terms of censoring this stuff, so we don't actually have to talk about it on platforms like this.
So, Sana comes away nicely with her delivery. Good comment there from Marley Richards in terms of the abuse that sportsmen and women get. And without the, as we would say, being on the stage, then they won't have anything that they can abuse. So we have to have a level of respect, and we have to start protecting
especially
sportsmen and women.
Considering the information that you have to put in to even set up these accounts. You know, I think more can be done by these companies.
Here comes Big in now to
Just
bowl
shots.
to Matthews, who is undriving down the ground, picking up a easy single. She goes up to 26. 23 years of age, Mali, Hayley Matthews. But because she's been
on the scene
in such a long
so
time,
long,
you
yeah.
think like, hey, you know, more supposed to be happening. A high score at the ODI level, 117. And so far for this season, in terms of her scores, 2021, 49, 16, 1, 9 and 32. She got a 49 at Coolidge Cricket Ground. And she's got a good start here along with Kashona Knight. And she'll be looking to be able to maybe even not get past more than 49 and get a nice little not-out score. Diana Bay comes into bowl to Kashona Knight. Kashona Knight is having a flash at this one. The hands went, but it's a wide delivery. I would just like to see her just get that right foot, Mali, just out to the pitch of the ball right there. And just stay over it a little bit. More or less, she just comes halfway. I'd like to see her just come on the heel, and really just caress it through cover.
And just to touch on your Hayley Matthews point quickly, I think we expect a lot out of her because we've seen what she can do. She's delivered at an early age, at a young age, and normally players get better with age, especially making such an impact.
Here is Kashona Knight, the smallest squaring up and almost turned her right around that Diana Big delivery. Big has been impressive.
Yeah, she has been. She's running. That's one thing for sure. She's running throughout this series. She's shown great stamina, great determination, and and also a good level of skill with what she's done. You know, she's been pretty tight as well, pretty economical. Hasn't possibly taken the wickets that she would have liked against South Africa previously. She had a pretty good series, took a hatful of wickets, but it hasn't been that way for her on this series thus far.
Kashona Knight standing up nicely there to a big delivery. And her form so far in this series for the West Indies, in fact, you could call it her comeback series. We'd see her 23, 15, not 8, 39 not out in the last game. She'll be looking to go one better, more than say one better. I'm talking about she's got a good platform here to, you know, her high score is 45, so she can get herself, you know, registered as the ODI half century. I think that would be beautiful for Kashona Knight. That's the shot that I want to see Mali play beautifully. She did get a stride into that, and you could see the confidence. She stayed over it, and it was a different sound in the back there. Lovely foot movement there from Kashona Knight. She goes up to 16 and brings Hayley Matthews, who is on 26, back into strike. West Indies are 44 without loss.
Well, with that talent, with what we've seen in this series thus far, with a higher score of 45, you can't help but think that possibly she's underachieving a little bit here, Vern, and in terms of her results, because what we see, she's got the capability to be a top player.
Here is the delivery, which is more or less Matthews just a little loose at it, sort of lost away there, and she's rehearsed it. Over number 8. Over number 8 comes to an end. The score remains on 44 without loss. Matthews is 26. Kashona Knight is 16. And I know you were talking about underachieving Mali. This really would be her 41st game, ODI game, as compared to 43 T20 games for the West Indies. So sometimes you have to look at the context in terms of maybe where she would have batted. I think this time there's a promotion in terms of they're moving her around now from the middle order up to the top. So, but she's looked a lot better.
She has.
And gaining confidence.
And that's
in
what
fact,
I'm saying.
Both nights.
Yes, with what we've seen, it's hard to believe that she doesn't have a half century to her name, because she looks more than capable of not only getting half centuries but possibly going on and getting 3 figures. I think what it comes down to is the mental side in terms of constructing, learning to construct an innings. I think the batsmanship, that's where she struggles a little bit.
I think the more cricket they play, they will get better at that. And with training camps being organized by Cricket West Indies, where the girls are now beginning to bond together as one unit, the coaches will be able to, more or less concentrate on certain areas as compared to when you go back to your normal territories where you maybe have to feel your way around until when there's a proper system or proper setup. 44 without loss, because Sean Knight is on 16.
You've got to come up with a plan, devise a plan of how you're going to consistently score runs and shot.
Here is Kashana Knight just getting down there and paddling this one around into the leg side area. Matthews turning blind there on that one, but in the end they got 2 runs quite easily. She goes up to 18, Kashana Knight.
Is it me, or has the running improved? Does it seem like the running has improved?
There's urgency from Haley Matthews today.
Definitely.
As to what that's something that we were talking about before. You're just ambling. What you want to see. And people like to tell you, we're going to switch on today. You've got to switch on all the time.
Yes.
I mean, with the delivery now to Kashana Knight, a little wider. And all of these leg spinners, Mali, are completely different for Pakistan.
Yeah, all pose different threats. On this, okay, I'm quite surprised Iqbal is not playing today. I'm not sure if she's injured.
I thought about that myself.
Yeah, she was pretty good in the previous game as well.
I mean, with a little flighted delivery that bounced there, and Kashana Knight will be very upset with herself that she missed out.
Just looking to hit it too square on that occasion, Kashana Knight. Just looking to hit the ball too square and then just ended up missing it. You look to hit the ball more in front, and if it squirts behind the square, then you're in business as well.
46 without loss, and again, I think she just needs to listen to Mali Richards himself as a left-hander. And once you go there, your head moves.
Yes.
You got to be a little bit more careful. You'll be advised to play the ball up the V steel. It doesn't matter because you have options. You got mid-on, mid-off, and cover. So you have one. When you're looking to go behind, it means that you have a lot of feelers. You got gully, point, slip, everything to try and be able to beat. Over number 9 completed. West Indies are 46 without loss. The current run rate is 5.11. Kashana Knight is on 18 from 28. Matthews has looked a lot more impressive today, a lot more aggressive. 26 from 32, especially in her running, her approach. And you're now really seeing the true leadership of what you expect to come out from a Haley Matthews.
And I'd say she's looked good pretty much throughout this series. She just hasn't gotten the scores, and she needs to get a big score. The other day she threw away an opportunity, getting to 49 and taking a dicey single when there was really no pressure on. There was no scoreboard pressure or anything. And here today, once again, yet another opportunity, getting off to a pretty good start, 26 off 32. She has to go on and get a big score here, because she's constructing, she's starting her innings very well, and that's something that you've seen filter through both teams, constructing the innings, starting actually pretty well, but not really going on.
Well, let's see what the cat and mouse game is going to be here now, because Nida Dar is going to come in now to bowl to Haley Matthews, and she's just back and just turning this into the leg side area, and straight away, and she's coming back aggressively for 2 runs. We didn't see this before, and she got in quite easily. So good run in here by Haley Matthews. A nice flighted delivery by Nida Dar, and she just worked it into the offside. Vast acres of land here and space at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. This is a bigger ground as compared to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. And once Matthews and Kashana Knight gets in here, the Pakistan fielders, they're going to have a run around today, Mali.
And also the only player that has shown us in this series that they've gone on and scored a big score, 100, Stefani Taylor, not playing today. So a big miss for the Windies. Hayley Matthews, her importance is even more in a situation like this.
She just looks to work the second ball from Dar into the offside. And the fielder at square leg more or less just came around nicely and cut that off very quickly. 48 without loss. 48 without loss. Here is Matthew just coming forward to a nice flighted delivery there from from Dar. And that one was coming down the line of the off and middle stump area.
Surprised to see Nida Dar bowling from the Sandy Roberts end, though, considering how the off spinners bowl from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end and what turn and bounce they extracted.
Here is Matthews back and pulling this one down to the boundary for 4. And I think the fielder at mid-wicket was really in a bad position, Mali, and out of context there. And because the field is so big, once it went past her, it was 4 runs. 50 up.
Poor delivery.
For the West Indies. 42 minutes, Mali, in 10.4 overs. So the West Indies, an excellent start here so far. And as Mali said, poor delivery by Dar. And Matthews pounced on it. There's a competitiveness between Matthews and Dar.
Throughout the series.
The way she hit that, you know, it was like to let her know, I'm on top today. 52 without loss. Matthews go to 32.
They've come at each other real hard in this series thus far.
Matthews, a lot more urgency today, Mali, in terms of her approach, coming nicely forward right there. And she looks businesslike. And what she has to do now is carry this on. She has to take the West Indies team across the line. Don't leave it for anybody. 52 without loss. Dar comes in now to bowl to Matthews. Matthews is back and cracks it. Beats the ring circle of Pakistan and goes into the square cover boundary for 4. More or less a lollipop delivery from Dar and put away by Hayley Matthews. She goes up to 36. And the over number 11, 56 without loss.
And like I said before, yes, you're an athlete at the high level, at the highest level, and you try and make the best of every situation. But I don't think the captain's actually putting her bowlers in the best positions to be successful, considering the conditions. To have Nida Dar bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end, Fatima Khan bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, just honestly defies logic, considering what we've seen earlier today from the Windies. Nida Dar should be bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, as this has been the end that's the off spinners have extracted the most turn and bounce from.
Amen will now start now from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, and she'll come in now to bowl to Kashana Knight. Kashana Knight again trying to get fancy. She'll be advised to play the ball more up in front of her. As I welcome Sylvester Bouncing Joseph into the comments position. Good afternoon, Sylvester. Did you have good lunch?
Yeah, I had some fish, nice.
It took you a long time to get into that chair there.
Yeah, I'm telling you, a bit sleepy. But good afternoon again to all. That one should be close.
And it is Kashana Knight playing around a straight delivery there rather than trying to, in fact, the bat face close, Sylvester. She's looking to hit it to the leg side rather than up in front of her. Played across the line of delivery there after she batted so beautifully there. West Indies losing their first wicket. Kashana Knight, LBW to Amin. She maybe might have thought that might have been hitting her outside the line of the off stump, but the umpire is in the best position, Mali, and he raised the index finger. Sylvester Bouncing Joseph, 56 for 1. Amin strikes. Kashana Knight, LBW to Amin for 18 of 30 deliveries.
Yeah, I just say good afternoon again to wherever you are listening to us, watching us. Yeah, it's a good delivery again, foolish delivery. Kashana Knight looks to me like she wanted to play across the line of delivery, which was a full pitch delivery, and it seems like it was a bit quicker as well. Good variation from Amin. But they had a good partnership going, a good, 56-1 partnership going. They just needed to continue to play the ball, according in the V Springs. And she tried to play across that one early on in the series. I see as soon as the spinners, whether off spinner or leg spinners, give it a bit of flight. Yeah, the two sisters seems like they want to play across, and that one was similar to those particular shots, which was required. Conditions were good here for batting, and she had an opportunity, and just unfortunately that she made the wrong choice a while ago.
So the West Indies losing a wicket that they needlessly not needed to lose at that point in time. Good start with a target of 183. You want to just make sure that you could be able to capitalize on that and really send a statement to Pakistan. Amin, in the meantime, is going to bowl to Cooper. And Cooper batted beautifully in the was it the first game? First game, down the onside, badly line delivery there by Amin. And every now and again, Sylvester, she keeps straying down into that area.
Yeah, I guess the line, and she's bowling from the end where the breeze is blowing across. So she definitely has to have that line and length spot on. You see it's like it's drifting in.
Yes.
To the right hand.
And because of her action too.
Yeah.
She's bowling more or less round arm.
Round arm, yeah.
So that the trajectory of the delivery is going to force her to go into that area.
Yeah.
And with the breeze that strong, anything that is just a little, looks up between middle leg, it's going to blow it that way. So she really needs to start it a little wider. 57 for 1. Cooper is a knot. Amin into bowl to Cooper. Cooper is driving elegantly. Just need to stay over that one. She just more or less just wanted to get back onto ball. Just get a feel of it. Cooper has got herself more or less a promotion today because there's no Taylor, the West Indies captain, in this lineup. And Pakistan would feel that they're in with a chance. But Hayley Matthews has other ideas. She's 36 from 38. Cooper is not. She comes quietly forward, bat and pad close together, sort of fell over there. She sort of lost the balance. Just needs to just relax herself. Don't go too hard at the ball. Just play with the top hand more or less. So good afternoon to Mr. Amzad in Trinidad and Tobago. Lots of folks have been listening. Sylvester comes quietly forward again. Ryan Hines sends his greetings for you. From Barbados, he's been listening you.
Yeah, is that so? Good afternoon, Ryan. Mr. Chairman of Selectors.
Both chairmen.
Yeah.
Sylvester Bouncing Joseph and Ryan Hines.
Yeah.
Can't get any better than that. 57 for 1. Matthews is 36, just having a mid-wicket conversation with Cooper. And the West Indies will want to be clinical to end this game on a high. The target is 183. So wonderful to see Sylvester and Ryan Hines and so many of the other players, Ryan King, and so still giving back to West Indies cricket. You guys are the unsung heroes and continue to serve in different capacities of the game, whether it is coaching, being a selector, being a commentator, you name it. Shamin is now going to be coming now, Sylvester, from the Sir Andy Roberts end. So Dar, who earlier clock didn't really start well, has been pulled out of the attack very quickly. And Javera Khan has got some headaches, as we would consider them to be, because her leading bowler, which is Nida Dar, her first over cost 10 runs. Fatima Sana, 2 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, no wickets. Amin, 4 not, 14-1. Shamin comes in now to bowl to Hayley Matthews, who, as we would say, just picked up the line, picked up the length, and just left it alone. Maniba Ali, who's the keeper today, Sylvester. So there's no Sidra Nawaz today behind the gloves. Shamin comes in now to bowl to Hayley Matthews. Matthews is back and punching this down to long on, picking up a very easy single. So this is good cricket right here by the West Indies. No need to try anything different. I think if these two can spend some time at the crease, it'll be very important for them. And get a nice little 70, a little 30 to Cooper. That would really help in a very big way. Again, give us some confidence to go from strength to strength. And all of the bowlers, whether it's the off spinners or the leg spinners, are completely different for Pakistan. Javed Khan just making the adjustments onto the leg side area. There are 3 fielders into that area. Deep backward square, mid wicket, and a long on.
Oh.
Cooper almost got herself into trouble, Sylvester, and she would be advised to play those balls.
Yeah, she was out on the field for the whole morning, and I don't understand that she didn't recognize that the pitch was turning. So leaving alone that delivery, a turning delivery almost took her off stump. She has to understand and see that the pitch is offering a lot of assistance to the spinners.
Shamin comes into bowl to Cooper. Cooper falling over a little slightly there, especially when the ball coming down into the middle area. Don't need to go hard, just needs to relax herself, especially in her stance. She's not from 6. All she has to do is just get a single, get off strike, and have a look at Matthews. Shamin comes into bowl to Cooper. Cooper driving beautifully. That's a better cricket shot, and she played that perfectly. That's what you want to see. Keep looking up the V. You've got enough balls to be able to make that happen. 1 run off the over so far. Single off the second. Cooper's faced 3 deliveries from Shamin. Shamin comes in now to bowl to Cooper, and Cooper comes quietly forward. Well played, well bowled. Good all-round cricket. And 13 overs bowled here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. West Indies chasing 183. They are 58 for 1. Haley Matthews has batted beautifully so far. 37 from 40, and Cooper is a naught.
Yeah, and it is important that she understands. Both batters understand that the pitch is turning, so you gotta get closer to the ball in terms of the spin bowlers to cover the spin and get be more fluent in your shot selection. But Cooper, this is a great opportunity, I think, for Cooper. She batted well in the last game. The little stint that she got, she really utilized it in the last game, and this is a perfect opportunity now for her to build on that start. It would be interesting to know the situation with Kaisia Knight. She's the one that normally bats at number 3, and she was a wicket keeper, and she had left the field, so some information would be important now, Springs. I don't know if you have any information concerning her.
Well, maybe check that one out. It might be a situation that should be batted if needed. Amin is into a 5th over, 1 for 14 so far, 58 for 1. At the end of this over, will be the voice of Jack Matthew. Amin comes in now to bowl to Matthews, and Matthews just sort of lazily going back into her style there. I still want to see her coming out to the pitch of that ball. She more or less played in a standing up position really rather than leaning into it nicely. She's 37. Flighted delivery, and she's driving beautifully. Just needs to find the gap, and she's getting a little impatient. She just has to take her time. Just understand this is a game which is like life, and so you have to be patient. You have to take your time on it. Amin comes in, and she's going to come in nicely now to bowl to Haley Matthews down the onside, and Matthews is just sweeping around down to the deep backward square leg fielder, who advanced at it and then parried it into the boundary for 4. So there was hesitation there. Approached it and didn't get both hands behind it, and more or less gave away a boundary. Javera Khan will not be impressed. Amin is not impressed either. The score goes up to 62 for 1. Matthews goes to 41 or 44. And if you're coming around, Sylvester, you always got to remember the spin. And I don't think the fielder picked that one up nicely there at all. Didn't get a body behind the ball.
No, she seems to like she was coming in hard for the catch, but she misjudged it, and it's a crime when you didn't get the catch and the ball went into the boundary. You have to, at least stop the ball from going into the boundary. But the effort, of trying to get to the ball was very important as well.
Here is Matthews on-driving down to long on, picking up her 42nd run. The score goes up to 63 for 1. That's a good, elegant cricket shot. She was balanced, and she was relaxed. She just stroked it. She didn't need to try anything. Matthews has to get the West Indies across the line. She has to get herself a decent score, not just a decent score, but get 100. The platform is set for it. Here is Cooper just defending length delivery. Can't score. Remains a naught from 9 deliveries. 14 overs bowled. The West Indies are 63 for 1. Matthews 42. Cooper naught. More comments from you, Sylvester, and then we'll be the voice of Jack Matthew.
Yeah, I'm watching Cooper. She seems to me like she's in a defensive mindset, frame of mind. She needs to, to think positive, to look for that ball, to score. She seems to me like she's very comfortable, Jack, just playing out these deliveries. She have an opportunity here that she can really, get a good score and take the West Indies over the hump.
Good afternoon to you, Sylvester, and good afternoon to all listeners. Indeed, she must continue to bat on here. This ball is hammered off the back foot by the enterprising Haley Matthews, and the ball has crashed into the boundary at extra cover. That's a wonderful stroke off the back foot. She nears a half century. She's on to 46. It was a back of a length delivery. She gave herself room, and the elegant right-hander hit it hard through the extra cover position for 4. And the West Indies were in, chasing 183 to win, a 67 for 1 at the start of the 15th over of the innings. So we're watching as Shamim comes in, and the ball is defensively played by Matthews this time. A good length delivery, and she was solidly behind that, playing it back on the offside of the pitch. Shamim bowling off spin from the Sandy Robertson, the southern end of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. This is toss-up, and she's driving, but goes straight to the extra cover fielder. She has difficulty in negotiating that, perhaps not getting the ideal bounce. And so the ball went between the legs, but the mid-off was quickly around, and there was no chance for them to cross. It remains on 67 for 1 halfway through the 15th. On a bright sunny afternoon here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Shamim is in, and she's back and hits it hard. They go straight to the fielder at that straight mid-wicket position. That's Diana Baig. She feels well, falling away to her right. And Hayley Matthews is kept on 46, so 4 away from what would be her 5th half century at the one-day international level. Agonizingly fell 1 run short in the last match. She was batting so well, got to 49, and she was tragically run out. So she'll be looking to make amends here. And the batter on for the West Indies. Shamim is in, given flight, and she's tugging this ball down to the long on position. Not the textbook sort of on drive. There was a ball which was maybe on about off stump, and she just dragged it away down to the long on position for a single. She's on to 47, and the West Indies are 68 for 1. As Brittany Cooper comes in to strike, Sylvester was referring to her very, very sound batting, an elegant batting in the last match. Played a superb shot over extra cover. It was a wonderful stroke. She's standing up straight, allows the ball to come onto the bat, and she plays it into the onside with a certain degree of care. It's picked up by Baig, and the overs come to an end. We have had 15 completed. The West Indies, they need 183 to take a winning lead in the CG Insurance one international series against Pakistan. They're 68 for 1, Matthews 47, and Cooper is yet to score.
Yeah, you can see Matthews is in spanking forms, I could say, judging from the last game and into this game. I think she's batting a lot better in this innings in terms of her balance, and she's getting with a back foot, front foot, and she's getting immense power on her shots. It's just that, you know, she needs to find the gap more often than that, and she's batting so well and getting in the right position. She just needs to, you know, to dissect the field a bit more.
Ball is turned away into the onside towards mid-wicket. The straightish mid-on is around. There's no chance for Matthews to add to her 47, made of 50 deliveries. Amin, now in her 6th over, 1 for 19. She's bowling left-arm spin around the wicket, and Matthews is forward and just strokes it on the onside of the pitch. The fielder skips across to her right to do the fielding. Matthews playing in a 46th one international over 1,100 runs. And this is clipped away down to the short fine leg position. A little bit of hesitation. The return comes in, but Cooper is home. The return coming in from the fielder at that short fine leg area, right over the top of the stumps to Muniba Ali. And there was Cooper, tall right-hander, getting into her ground. So it's 69 for 1. Cooper yet to score. She has faced 10 deliveries. And here is Amin. And the ball is turned away down to the backward square area. They've crossed for 1. She's looking for second, but Matthews says no. It will have been very, very tight because the fielder was onto it by the time she was looking to leave the crease at the northern end. And so Matthews decided that there was no need to risk the run. 70 for 1.
Yeah, Cooper looks to me like when she looks more to attack, she seems to me like a better player than this, you know.
She's hitting this one nicely off the back foot. All timing, it goes away into the onside up towards the long on area, and she gets a run for it, but that was a certain degree of timing in that particular stroke, just jerking the bottom hand and the ball going very, very quickly. The straight shortish mid-on fielder, or wideish mid-on fielder, had no chance to stop that. Here is Cooper going back and playing the ball into the offside. In fact, it was Matthews who played that stroke to get to her 49th run. The over has come to an end. Matthew 49 from 54. The West Indies women, they're chasing 183 to win and take an unassailable 3-0 lead in the 5-match one international series against Pakistan. 71 for 1. We've had 16 overs completed. Amin has completed her 6th. She's taken 1 for 22.
Yeah, it's very important that Hayley Matthews especially, you know, stays out there for the West Indies team because, you know, she's really looking good. She has balance and so forth, and she's timing the ball superbly. So it's important that she stays there and keep rotating the strike and putting away the bad balls. It should be much easier for Cooper at the other end.
She's driving, and the batter at the non-striker's end in Cooper, and the bowler getting a little bit of a tangle, and eventually the ball deflected away to Baig at that wildish mid-on position. She completed the field, and Shamim is in, and this is driven down the ground. She'll get a run. That's a 50. That's the 50 for Hayley Matthews, getting to a 50, a fifth in one-day international to complement her 1 century at this level. She raises that in acknowledgement of the applause from her teammates, and she will be congratulated by her partner in Brittany Cooper. Well played to Hayley Matthews, 50. The West Indies 72 for 1.
Yeah, very, very well played. I mean, from the start of the game, Jack, you can see that she, with the bowling and the fielding, she came out and understand that her responsibility is great today because of the absence of the captain in Taylor. And Taylor has been doing very well for the team as a leader, and she has to take the responsibility now.
Full pitch outside the off stump, and Brittany Cooper says, no, I will not go after that, taken by wicketkeeper Muniba Ali. Ali doing wicket-keeping duties in this game instead of Nawaz. On a bright sunny afternoon, this ball is swept away by Cooper down to the backward square position. The field on the boundary is in. The ball traveling very, very quickly. Wonderful sweep shot by Cooper for his second run. Matthews on 50, and we'll be hoping to continue. Going at a good strike rate, 50 from 56 deliveries. Hayley Matthews, as we said, 1 century, 117 in one international cricket. This is given flight, and here is Matthews driving. It comes off the thick outside edge, runs away down to the unprotected third man position. The fielder inside the 30-yard circle at the backward point area, having to give chase.
That's Dar.
That's Dar, and they're back for the second. So Matthews on to 52, Cooper on 2. The West Indies now 75 for 1. We're in over number 17, just 1 ball left. As the West Indies pursue this score of 183. And here is Hayley Matthews coming right forward, and the ball runs from the face of the bat. A stroke of command, a stroke that she's in control out in the middle, rolling back along the pitch. And that completes over number 17. The West Indies going well. They're 75 for 1. Matthews 52. Cooper on 2. The target is 183. And we'll have a drinks break here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And it's something that's welcome by the players out in the middle, the fielders and the batters. I suppose the umpires too welcome this break, because it has been a scorching afternoon here in Antigua. I think the forecast was for 93 degrees out in the middle, and so they would well appreciate that as I speak. A little bit of a cloud cover at the moment, and that will be a reprieve to them as well. So the West Indies, Sylvester, truly on to getting up to this target. We know that cricket is a funny old game. You've been involved in many of them, and you were involved in that match you mentioned, Ryan Hines, when he got 15 wickets against the Leewards. You were playing then, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. If I was playing, you wouldn't get on so much wickets.
That was before your time.
No, not before my time. I wasn't. I don't know where. Maybe I was with the West Indies team or something.
But it was during your time, yes.
Yeah, of course. I played
so
with
long ago, right?
I played with Ryan
I was
Hines.
kind of shocked when they said no, you weren't.
No, I wasn't involved in that
particular game when,
when
he got 15 wickets.
Those lollipops were Hines says bowl.
And he's hearing, he must be laughing, huh?
Yeah, well, Ryan was a bit of a cheeky left army there, Yeah, but Hayley Matthews, I think the water break will be more welcome to the Pakistani girls than Hayley Matthews and Cooper. I mean, the way that Hayley Matthews is striking the ball, if I was in her position, I wouldn't need any break at all. I need to keep going, because sometimes a break tends to bring some wickets or something.
Have you ever suffered from that?
Many times.
Wow.
I think everyone that plays, sometime or the other, the break catches you. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you get too refreshed.
primarily is a lack of concentration, you think?
Probably, yeah, definitely. But it's all about the momentum. When you get the momentum going, you just start feeling well. Sometimes it's very welcoming, when you're struggling a bit and you want a little break to recuperate and think about it. But I think when you're going, because normally when a batsman is in and they are going, and then the break comes, that's when you see the momentum changes. But if you're just going, you're not having a rhythm as yet. Sometimes it's welcome in that capacity. But in terms of when you're flowing, you want it to keep going. You want to keep going and going. But Pakistan will be more welcoming of this water break because Haley Matthews is looking really good. Cooper starts to look a little more positive. I like to see Cooper. I have seen her over the years, but when I saw her last time and she's showing that positivity, she looks like a better player. So if she continues in that 10, she have an opportunity here, and a partnership here, another good partnership here will put the West Indies team further in the driver's seat.
Yes, because they're not chasing a particularly large target, just 183 to win, and they would really be fancying their chances of going 3-0 up in the series of 5 one-day internationals. So Brittany Cooper, she's playing in her 46th one-day international, as is her partner in Haley Matthews, and she has had 55 not out as her highest, and an average of 14. That 55 was only half century. Here she's sweeping away down to the forward square leg position, 4 runs. Wonderful stroke, and she likes the sweep shot, and she has played it particularly well. She has timed it superbly, and that was another well executed sweep, hitting it hard in front of square, and it beat the field at the backward square leg position. Traveled very, very quickly for 4 runs. Cooper is on to 6, her first boundary. The West Indies 79 for 1.
Yeah, lovely shot there again. Lovely confident shot, and I think as I said, she just came in with the water break, so for her, she has to concentrate, and that is a normal thing. But Haley Matthews had been going, she looks.
Amim is in, and it's a loud appeal. She was on the front foot there. Perhaps there was a bit of bat. I heard there was a sound as if there was a bat.
Yeah, also the ball from this end with the left arm is angling down the leg side. I don't know the breeze. Seems like there's a strong breeze coming across, but it tends to push the ball down the leg side.
Amim is in, and it's driven and well fielded by Amim, falling away to her left there. It was firmly struck by Cooper, and she managed to stop it effectively. It went behind her, but there was no chance for the batters to cross. Amim is in. This is outside the off stump. She's cutting and missing, taken by the wicket keeper. Ali standing up to the left arm spinner, and Cooper felt she had a chance there to beat the backward point inside the 30-yard circle, not being able to do that. And so this ball is defensively played back along the pitch, and Amin picks the ball up. 1 for 26. This is her 7th over. She hasn't been bad going by the left arm spinner. Has opted to bowl around the wicket to these right-handers, and she goes away a few paces. He's in, and it's swept away off the stumps down to the square leg area. This time the fielder is around and fields it quite comfortably, and the batters cross for 1. That was the last ball of Amin's over. Now 7 overs, 1 for 27. The West Indies are 80 for 1. They need 103 more, and they should be able to get up to that, especially with Haley Matthews in this sort of form, and Brittany Cooper getting better and better with every ball.
Yeah, well, they have to continue the momentum, continue batting positively, front foot, back foot, as we have seen. They are being successful so far. They have to just stay concentrated and keep rotating the strike, and continue to focus on the objective, of building this partnership and getting the West Indies closer and closer to the target. They have done well in the field, so a clinical batting performance, I think, will even boost their confidence for the rest of the series.
And so it will be a more spin from the far end as Shamim continues, the off spinner, and she's into bowl to Matthews, and Matthews is driving, goes
Cooper.
Cooper, correction, driving into the offside, half stopped by the fielder at extra, at extra cover, and it's backed up by the mid-off, but the batsman had an opportunity to cross. One more to Cooper, she's on to 8, Matthews on 52, comes in to strike. You probably see Deandra Dottin coming in next, and she's due for some runs, has missed out in virtually all the matches so far. She's standing up straight, Hayley Matthews, and the ball comes from the face of an erect bat and goes into the onside, picked up by the fielder at that straightish mid-wicket area, wide mid-on, as Hayley Matthews awaits the bowler Shamim, and is outside the off stump, and she's cutting at this ball, gets it down to the sweeper at the extra cover position. I think was looking to hit that one squarer, but not quite getting on top of that one, and she got a single for it down to the sweeper. 82 for 1, Matthews 53. As Shamin continues, this is a 4th over, none for 12, so she has been economical. But the Pakistanis, they need wickets to put the West Indies under pressure. It is flighted, and it's driven into the offside by Cooper. She'll get a boundary here. The timing and the placement good enough. She found the gap between the extra cover and cover fielders, and although it looked as if it didn't have the legs as what we would have seen from Cooper in her batting so far in the series, certainly had enough to beat the fielder well ahead of the fielder and into the boundary at extra cover. So she has hit 2 boundaries now. She's on to 12 from 22 deliveries and faces the bowling of Shamim and is coming forward, and they look for a quick single and they'll get it. Good running, and it looked to have been orchestrated as well. They were perhaps saying to themselves, well, we can get the singles now, because the fielder at that extra cover position, quite deepish, and just playing with soft hands there, intentionally playing it in front of her, and Hayley Matthews was quickly through. So they're running between the wickets, very, very good for the West Indies. And this ball is driven back towards the bowler, and that's the last ball of Shamin's 4th over, none for 17 from 4. The West Indies 87 for 1. They need 183 to win. Matthews 53 and Cooper on 13.
Yeah, good going so far by both batters. Cooper is getting into her stride. I really like to see her, being positive, and you can see that she's getting success in that way. I think she's a key factor as well. She's just 31 years old. I think until she's been around, she has experience, but her record does not really reflect, I think, the way that she can play. She's a tall player, very, elegant. She plays different shots confidently. So I think that she needs to get her confidence going and be positive in her intent, get more intent when she's batting, and she can have good success. Because if she come to the party, so to speak, the team will be a lot better.
Yes, it would add depth. Ball is swept down to the short fine leg. No chance for the batsman to score. Going straight to the fielder in that position. So it remains on 87 for 1. 87 for 1 is the West Indies score. Losing the wicket of Kishona Knight. And here is a sweep shot attempted. The ball been swept off her stumps. That has presented the Pakistanis with just that degree of hope, because once she misses, it could be a situation that she could be trapped LBW. Sweeping that ball, Brittany Cooper off her stumps down to the short fine leg, not being able to get a run. She's on 13, and here is Amin in, and it's driven into the onside, goes away towards the mid-wicket area. The fielder at mid-on in Baig there to do the fielding. Score is kept on 87 for 1. So Kishona Knight LBW to Amin for 18, made of 30 deliveries, 56 for 1 when she departed. So a partnership that is building between these two, and Cooper is driving, not quite getting close enough to go into a full-blooded drive, just stroking it into the offside for the bowler, following through to pick up. Amin holding with a cap.
She needs to be a little more balanced. She's walking into the drive.
So here is Amin into Bolter, and she's driving and missing outside the off stump, and just twirls the bat in frustration because she felt she had an opportunity. It was given more flight by the left arm spinner,
Yeah.
and she launched herself into the drive, but the only thing, she missed it. Outside the line of the off stump. So here is Amin, must be enthused by that, and this is swept down to the backward square position. She's hustling the first run, will not come back for the second because Hayley Matthews turns her back because it would have been almost suicidal for Brittany Cooper to try and come back. 88 for 1 is the West Indies score. They're chasing 183 to take a 3-0 lead in the Siege Insurance one international series against Pakistan. Amin has bowled 8 overs, 1 for 28, Matthews 53, and Cooper is on 14.
Yeah, good going here by Cooper and Matthews. Matthews is the leading scorer so far in this partnership. She's looking really fluent. She's looking positive. She's really dictating things out there, and it's allowed Cooper now, to come in with her confidence. And I think they complement each other because Cooper is one who likes, running between the wicket. Good. She's a very good runner between the wickets as well, and it will help Matthews, in achieving a more positive innings.
And the West Indies will continue the battle, continue to chase down this 183, and it will be Shamin to continue from the far end. That's Shamim, and that's the off spinner. She comes in to bowl to Cooper, and Cooper is swinging this into the mid-wicket area, a diving attempt, but she fails, and it goes over the rope, and that's 4 runs to Cooper. It was shortish. She gave herself room and pulled it hard. The fielder at mid-wicket came around, away to her right. She made a tumbling attempt, and the ball deflected from her body over the rope. Disappointing for Pakistan, but certainly beneficial for the West Indies, as Marley Richards, the former Leeward Islands batsman,
Good afternoon,
alongside
sir.
me. Good afternoon to you. Here is Shamim. He's in and driven into the offside. Cooper is looking for a run. Had it hit, I think she would have been short. It was stroked down to mid-off, and she decided to chance the single. The return fired at the stumps, missed, and Cooper managed to get home. 93 for 1. She's on to 19, 53 to Matthews.
Yeah, Matthews looking really good here, and Cooper as well. Actually, the way she's come in, possibly hasn't rotated as much as she's liked, but she's looked pretty calm and composed and gone about her innings quite
Shamim
nicely.
is in, driven back to the bowler. She falls as she makes the save. That one was hit hard, and it seems
like
as if it presented some difficulty. She's going off, and yes, there's
she's probably busted her finger here.
Yeah, she was trying there to stop it. She managed to make the save, but she has suffered an injury in the process, and so she's walking
It was
towards
hit very hard, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Power, serious power there from Matthews.
Yeah, she's going to go off, so someone would have to complete the over in which she has bowled 3 deliveries, so someone will have to complete that. Disappointment for Pakistan. Shamin, she had quite a good bowl in her 5th over, conceding 22 runs.
Thought she bowled quite
not
well.
So bad in one internationals.
She bowled quite well, looking to really spin the ball, but just didn't manage to pick up any wickets. But she looked pretty good.
So the over will be completed
By Riaz, I think.
Yes, Riaz will. Or is it Sohail? I think it's Sohail. Yes,
Sohail.
Sohail.
Oh, Sohail.
Sohail, who batted so well for Pakistan, getting a
Sohail.
maiden one-day international half century.
I know that action.
And it's played back on the onside of the pitch for Sohail to do the fielding. And the score is kept on 93 for 1. She's back, Hayley Matthews, and looking to guide that one into the offside. Beaten outside the line of the off stump. Could have easily edged that. Settles over her into her right-handed stance now. And here is Sohail into water, and she's swinging this ball into the onside. Going forward there and playing almost a cross-batted stroke down to the deep mid-wicket position for a single. Picks up a 54th run, and the West Indies are 94 for 1. And we have had now completed 21 overs, and the West Indies are going merrily along towards this target.
Real opportunity here as well for Brittany Cooper, being put in the position here to bat at number 3. No Stefani Taylor in the lineup. It's just an opportunity for her to really cement her place in this Windies team. You know, chasing 182, no real scoreboard pressure. She's got an opportunity to get a nice little knot out here, possibly a half century for herself, and just look to continue to build her international career.
And it's so important that you get an opportunity and you seize that opportunity.
Yes.
Amin will continue. Left arm spinner, hit hard off the back foot by Hayley Matthews, but he goes straight to the fielder at this wideish mid-on position, well inside the 30-yard circle. There to cut off the run and to catch anything that is hit upish. 94 for 1. Matthews is standing up straight, allows the ball to come onto the bat, plays with soft hands, and the ball just goes gently into the offside to be picked up by the fielder coming in from cover. So Pakistan made 182 all out in 49 overs. Umaima Sohail was the batting hero, or heroine. She made 62.
Oh, that's close.
Taken on the pad, loud appeal, umpire says not out.
That's close.
Yes, Pakistanis look to be rather dejected over that decision by the umpire. The umpire indicating there that it was going
Possibly,
down the leg side.
Yeah, just drifting down the leg side. But it was a close one there. He had a good look at that one, Jack.
Yes, he did. Matthews on 54. Yes, the replay suggesting that would have
Just
missed
sneaking
leg
down.
stump. Yes, but it was close, as you said.
Yeah.
Amin in to bowl to Matthews, and Matthews
Shot.
is driving
That's
through the offside beautifully. It will go into the boundary, well ahead of the field. It's slowing down, but he will get there, and it hits the boundary rope now. So elegant execution by Hayley Matthews. Just replying to that LBW show, the previous delivery, trying to restore her commanding position during this innings. And she effected that restoration in grand style. Wonderful execution.
And that's a shot that we've seen a lot of from Hayley Matthews. The previous ODI at the CCG, that extra cover area. She really peppered that area with some blistering drives, and on that occasion, more of the same.
So Sohail made 62 of 79, and here is a ball which is defensively played by Matthews into the onside. And had an 87-run partnership with Nida Dar, who made 24, and 25 came from Muniba Ali at the top of the order with that knock. Here is the last ball of the over, and it's driven into the offside, goes straight to extra cover, and there is no chance. The bowling for the West Indies, 3 for 37, Chanel Henry, back in the West Indies lineup. 3 for 25 from Anisa Mohammed, and Hayley Matthews had 2 for 30. More from Marley Richards, and then it will be Vernon Springer.
And Amin has settled into her spell quite well. She started quite shakily, bowling both sides, presenting drifting onto the legs of Hayley Matthews in particular, and being put away with some sweep shots. You've seen Brittany Cooper come out and play that sweep shot as well. It seems to be a shot that she really likes. She hits it quite cleanly, both in front and behind of square. But Amin has settled into her spell quite nicely, and done a pretty good job here. 9 overs, 32 runs, and the 1 wicket.
Well, Hayley Matthews 50 would have come off 55 balls, 61 minutes, 8 fours, and she's maybe just gone into a little lull, 58. In the meantime, Cooper has stepped up in a very big way. She's facing, and Pakistan in not only a bit of a trouble, but they need wickets and need them very, very fast. The target is 183, and West Indies at the end of over number 22. They're 98 for 1.
Cruising at this point in time.
Don't talk too fast, Mali. Stranger things have happened.
At this juncture, they're cruising. A ball from now, it could be a different story. At this point, they're cruising.
Sohail, another spinner, comes into the attack now to bowl to Cooper.
Shots.
Cooper driving down the ground, just ricocheted by the fielder there at mid-off. and they get an easy single. So the rotation of the striker has been good here so far. I think a little pressure on Haley Matthews because she'll be thinking about trying to see if she can get a big score, get 100, and she knows that if she gets 100, she has not got one for a long time. So she really wants to be able to make sure that she makes that happen.
For sure.
The stage is set, the platform is set. 99 for 1. So Haley now to bowl to Matthews, who's using her feet nicely when she gets there. Tries to get it past the short mid-wicket fielder. Can't score. Into over number 23. 99 for 1, the West Indies. The target is 183. Sohail, who batted beautifully, got a half-century for Pakistan, her first.
Shot.
And Matthews is back and cracking that. Down to the boundary for 4. No need to run. That's a lovely shot. And she's been strong off the back foot today. She's really played some exquisite shots off the back foot. 100 up for the West Indies.
And she's found those gaps today as well. She on the other occasion just opening the bat face, using those wrists to find the gaps, and on that occasion just through the extra cover area, 4 runs. But Brittany Cooper, I must say, she's been quite impressive. She hasn't gotten a big score yet, but her all-round ability, she's actually been quite impressive. Some of the strokes that she plays, some classical drives to the offside, that extra cover drive in that first ODI as well. When Windies were under a little pressure, she came in and played in quite a composed manner, and along with Haley Matthews, it's a good partnership here. And Brittany Cooper, though, in particular, I think it's someone that, from what she's shown, Windies should be looking to really invest in her going forward as one of these players in their middle order.
103 for 1. Matthews is easy on the eyes, just driving that easily. Choke cover, picking up an easy single. Goes up to 63. The Pakistan team, they have been taken to the cleaners here, as we would say.
And also, if you think of the fact that she's a wicket keeper as well, and she fields, she's a superb athlete. Some of the fielding and catching that she's done in this series has been quite impressive. So just a great all-round, a very good all-round talent here.
Well, she's age 31 as we speak, Mali. She'll turn 32 in August. So is one who's been around for some time.
For a while.
Before this, 465 runs with a high score of 55 to be able to complement that. So she's played some 45 games before this for the West Indies at ODI level. And again, we're talking about in and out of the West Indies team. Over number 23 comes to an end, 104 for 1. Matthews is 63, Cooper is 20. And if we check maybe the scores for Cooper, Cooper would have traveled to England in 2020 where she scored 2 ducks. I mean, in 2021, she's maybe only batted once. So she's been around for some time, but has maybe not been given the lifelong opportunity where you could be able to see the class and potential. But one thing I can say to you, Mali, is that she's also an excellent outfielder.
Right, yeah, great athlete, fantastic athlete.
Yeah. So in terms of going to the World Cup qualifiers and going to the World Cup, she could be around for another 4 or 5 years.
For sure.
Once she gets the confidence going.
She looks fit. She looks very fit, agile in the field. Just a good asset for the Windies. And like you were saying, she may be quite experienced in terms of her age and the games that she's played, but I think possibly a lot of these girls as well, having played for so long though, they probably suffered from not playing the amount of cricket possibly over the years that possibly they could have played in comparison to the men's schedule. It's been different, and it's good to see that a lot more series are being scheduled, with South Africa coming up next as well. The girls have been, the women actually have been playing more cricket as the years have gone on. So it's good to see. She's not someone that I think should be discarded. No, that there's a lot of cricket to be played and a lot of improvement to be done.
I'll give you another story, Mali, so you'll understand the point that you're talking about the involvement and how much cricket has been played for women's. The last time the West Indies played a test match was 2004, 17 years ago.
It tells you. That's something. I think the women should actually play a few more test matches. Actually.
So and the West Indies' last captain was Stephanie Power. So you must know how long ago that was. And in fact, during the time, West Indies have only played 12 test matches. Louise Brown, 1976, 3. So in 76 they played 8. In 79 they played 3, and in 2004 they played 1.
Interesting.
So, we just had a test match between India and England. So you realize in terms of the comparison, what's happening. There's another delivery.
But
She's into a 10th over.
It always tends to be a one-off test. Why do you think
Well,
that
that's
is?
because people talking about trying to promote the game, women's cricket. Sometimes I question their commitment to women's cricket. In fact, I question their commitment sometimes to cricket overall.
That's an interesting one.
79 off 160 deliveries. Here
I hear
is
you.
Matthews punching down the ground to long on, picking up an easy single.
A lot of it is economics as well, isn't it?
Well, it is economics, Mali, but at the same time, it has to come down to planning. If you plan properly, Mali, people will come on board to be able to support the program. You can't support the program one hand. If we're building, you have to build from the ground up. What we tend to do around here is build from on top down.
100%.
105 for 1. Is being swept away by Cooper, picking up an easy single. One thing about Cooper, when she gets going, Mali, the rotation of the strike is very important, and the combination and the communication between Matthews and Cooper has been excellent so far. 51 partnership between Cooper and Matthews. 74.
What you're very surprised by is when you watch these girls play, like Cooper and even Kaisha on the night, Kaisi at night. You're surprised by their somewhat modest records, because based on what you see, they look to be very good players.
One thing I can say to you is that under the new head coach in Courtney Walsh, you're seeing a different team spirit in the team. That brought us a sense. Even the A team is here, and they're shouting, they're supporting in a very big way. When the A team is playing, the senior teams come around and support them. So there's a different level of energy around the West Indies team as we speak. Into a 10th over, comes in now to bowl to Cooper. Cooper is driving. We just getting the win, which is picked up very quickly with the outside microphone, so it's really bellowing into our headphone, and that is turned down nicely. Thanks very much to you, Yella. Excellent job there so far. 24 overs completed. West Indies 107 for 1. The target is 183. They need 76 off 156 balls. Matthews is 65. Cooper is 21.
And just to highlight your point of the lack of actual test matches being played by women, Mithali Raj, we know she's the longest serving Indian player. She's been playing international cricket well over 20 years. She's only played 11 test matches in that time. It's just interesting, the governing body of the sport. You want to grow the game, you've got to grow it from the top down.
Do you think they really want to grow the game, Ali?
I think they do.
Are they forced to grow the game? Because if you want to grow a game, Ali, like I said, you have to build from the base up.
Right.
You can't just build with what you have and say, okay, yes, we're building the game. You have to put programs in place to be able to make sure that the program continues. Here is Hayley Matthews stepping out and just stroking it onto the offside. Lovely shot up to the mid-off fielder. And as a good positive single, it was to the left. And she couldn't cut that one off. Sohail continuing her second over. Matthews goes to 66. Cooper is 21. As we say, good afternoon to the folks in Trinidad and Tobago. Is Director Rodney still around the corner bouncing? Mr. Rodney, ask Mr. Rodney to come here, man. Tell him to come around the corner. You can't let him get away from here out of our studios today at all. Here is it, opening the face of the bat and steering it down to third man, picking up an easy single. And the Pakistan team, they're all over the shop. No, we need to hear from the president. Come and say a word or two, man. Come on. You beat Bouncing on the weekend? Oh, you beat him Bouncing. Oh, thank you very much, Bouncing. Thank you very much. A little miscommunication there between Cooper and Matthews for the first time. They could have got 2 runs, and I don't know if something happened to Cooper, Mali.
Seem to be listening to the conversation up here, actually, and getting a little confused.
But all is good. 110 for 1. You can imagine Bouncing saying that he beat Kumar Rodney. That had to be interesting.
Yeah.
Because Kumar is not a bad player at all. So something has maybe happened. Congratulations, Sylvester. Something had to happen. 110 for 1.
What's he trying to say?
Comes quietly forward. And bang on target, can't score. So over number 25 is completed. We're halfway there. West Indies need 73 runs off 150 balls. They're 110 for 1. Matthews is 67, Cooper is 22, and these two would really clinically just want to be able to just hit Pakistan out of the park and capture the series.
Only needing 33 for a century as well. Hayley Matthews, she should, if she's clinical, get 100 from here. Take a page out of the book of the captain, Stefani Taylor, get 100 not out, and lead your team to victory.
Dar didn't start well. Her first over cost 10 runs, and I think that maybe kind of spoiled the party for Pakistan. They were expecting Dar, but you could see the intent.
She was bowling from the wrong end as well, in my opinion.
You could see the intent from Hayley Matthews that she was going to get after Dar pretty early, and she just knocked her out of the attack, and it's not been the same thing. You did identify that she was bowling from the wrong end.
I think
she's now going to bowl from the circle numbers.
She'll pose it. She'll be a different proposition from this end here, especially if she really looks to give the ball a rip.
So let's see what the competition will be like. Matthews will know that she can't give her hand away. She's got to start 67 from 81. Neither Dar from the circuit Ambrose end comes in now to bowl to Dar, and Matthews stands up and punches it. Can't beat the ring, the wall, the circle of wall of Pakistan in the 25-yard circle. This is going to be a good contest. Dar is up for it. So too is Hayley Matthews. Neither Dar comes in now to bowl to Hayley Matthews, and that did do something that was turning and turned nicely, but Matthews was playing it from right under her eyes. They need 73 from 148 deliveries. The West Indies are 110 for 1. Comes in now to bowl to her, and she's on driving, getting an easy single. In fact, she walks a single. No need for her, and then just jogs in the end just to make sure she gets to a crease. And a single to Matthews goes to 67. Dar is competitive as you can ever see anything. She's just got that energy, the air about her.
Yeah, she is very competitive.
Let's see what the approach will be from Cooper, who's 22. Dar into bowl to Cooper. Cooper is getting out the broom.
That was a premeditated sweep on that occasion.
Earlier clock, she made up her mind that she was going to sweep.
Before the ball was bowled.
Yeah, and she get a comfortable 2 runs there in the end. The fielder from mid-wicket had a long way to come off with good run in there between Matthews. There's been a bit of urgency from Matthews running today.
Yeah, you've definitely seen it. Both Cooper's come in and really added that impetus to the running here. Very good athlete.
She's gone to 24. Dar comes in to bowl to Cooper, Cooper driving beautifully onto the offside. And again, the Pakistan circle in the 25-yard circle.
The Great Wall, as you call it.
The Great Wall, as I call it. Can't go through it. Anytime you go through it, you know you get a boundary. Cooper has some work to do. Dar into bowl to Cooper. Cooper driving again. Sort of almost yorked herself there. And would want to maybe just get that on the full and just find the gap. Over number 26 completed. 2 runs coming off of that over. In fact, no, 3. And Dar's 2 now has cost 13. West Indies need 70 from 144 balls. They're 113 for 1. Matthews eyeing 100. She's 68 off 84. And Cooper 24 from 42.
Was it Skip that was saying that Cooper was just walking on those drives a little bit? Yeah, on those last 2 deliveries, not really having a solid base, so not getting the timing that she would have liked, you know, just coming up, being a bit too upright and not keeping her shape.
A lot of work still to be done, and you know, one has to give credit to the coaching staff of the West Indies women's team. Their batting coach in Robert Samuels, former Test player, has stepped down from the men's level to the women's level.
Is it step down?
When I say step down, I'm talking about, well, it's a challenge when you're coaching women. So that's
it's
why
just
I
a step.
Yeah, when I say step down, I didn't mean in terms of the grading of coaching.
I know that.
I was just talking about, you know, the challenge itself and, you know, deciding that you're going to take that roll up. Here's a rotational strike, picking up a single. And Matthews almost ran herself out.
Yep.
She's got to be careful. No need to even try that suicide single there.
And Cooper's very disappointed, you know. You could tell.
If you, in fact, it was Matthews' call, so she called, so
right,
she know
and
that
Cooper
she had
just
to
went with her. Yeah.
So you got to be careful. You don't need that. Needless. You could find a gap. Cooper comes quietly forward, is undriving down the ground and getting an easy single.
Very good batting. Very good batting by Cooper. No risk, 1 run, get Matthews back on strike. Matthews being the dominant player in this partnership. Very good batting.
She can walk 31 singles. She doesn't need to try anything at all. Nothing she needs to try. She just needs to take her time. Just needs to bat. That's all she has to do, Haley Matthews. And she's driving. And again,
One.
easy single. A little bit of urgency. I don't want her to give away that one. And just for a moment, you just feel that she's getting a little impatient.
You know, it's important to note as well, today isn't quite as hot as it was the other day at the CCG. I think that's also helping these players in terms of their running between the wickets, you know.
And we got a strong breeze.
Yeah, no need to really conserve that energy here today.
Cooper is down the wicket, and when she gets there, she just chips it down to long on, getting an easy single. The score goes up to 116 for 17 for one. Sorry, Cooper goes to 26. It now brings Matthews back into the conversation. She comes back into strike. She's 70, and she has to be able to just don't give her hand away. She's done all the hard work, and just say within her mind, trust the process. I have to get 100 today. It's there for the taking. She doesn't need to give her hand away. Stands up straight and defends a length delivery. The score remains at 117 for one.
What's the partnership been between
it's over
these
50.
Two? Over 50.
Yeah, it's about maybe 60 now in terms of the whole track.
Solid partnership here.
Very solid. Here is Matthews back and looking to go past backward point fielder. Can't bisect the fielder, and the score remains on 117 for one here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Over number 27 completed. Matthews is 70. Cooper is 26. West Indies need 66 from 138 deliveries.
Cruising, still cruising, what do you think?
Still cruising. I'm not betting you a vitamin today anyhow.
I'm actually looking for a vitamin.
I know that.
Quite thirsty.
I know you were looking for that.
Well, I'm trying to tell you, you're a walking Vitamalt. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so you wanted to get a bet?
Whenever I want one, you know, I just bet you.
You just
I know I'm going to win.
You know you're going to win. 117 for one. Alongside me, Sylvester Bouncing Joseph and the voice of Mally Richards, Jack Matthew. We're bringing it to you live and in living color. Something spectacular has to happen for Pakistan, but in the meantime, Matthews and Cooper have just shut this Pakistan bowling lineup out of the window completely. Here is Cooper, almost playing around a nice delivery there, but just playing it up to the short mid-wicket fielder. Dar has to come up with something spectacular. Can she find something out of the bag? Neither Dar. We're in the number 8 for Pakistan. She comes in out the bowl to Cooper, and Cooper is just getting that right out, but making contact and getting a single. The rotation of the strike has been important. I'm very much impressed with Cooper's game awareness in terms of how she'll change the entire landscape. And she's just played her role quietly, just gone about her business easily. She's 27 from 46.
She has a get-off strike shot, and that's that sweep shot, isn't it? As opposed to the Knight sisters and a few other batters.
Here is Dar bowling the delivery to Matthews. The keeper, Maniba Ali Siddiqui, didn't come across nicely. I think we'll have a leg-by signal by the umpire. We'll wait and see. Yes, so I did get it right. Leg-by signal. It was going down the onside. In fact, had it not brushed the pad of Haley Matthews, it would have been called a wide. Matthews is on 70. The score is 118 for one. West Indies need 63 off 135 balls to give them the series over Pakistan. And that'll be good confidence for them. Matthews would want 100, fight it, and she's driving. And
that's good bowling.
That was in the air long enough.
It was, wasn't it?
She just needed to get to that and hit that on the full.
But it just dropped
on her.
Yeah.
Almost like an Anissa Mohammed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Needed Dar. Skillful.
Dar comes in now to bowl to Haley Matthews. Into bowl to Haley Matthews down the onside. And just what we were talking about, she's trying to bowl to take away Matthews from looking to go expansively for that shot, but just drifted away a little bit.
Can't start too straight though. She has to be
because
just
of the breeze
outside the off stump. Yeah, for sure. Create that uncertainty.
Dar not for 15. She's into a third over. Into bowl to Matthews. Matthews is on driving down the ground, picking up an easy single. She goes up to 71. And this has been good batting so far. The art of batsmanship, as Mali has been talking about her.
You've seen it today from Haley Matthews for sure. The job isn't done though. She has to get accustomed to scoring big totals, scoring three figures.
Cooper is 27. Gets a wide delivery and flashed at it. Went hard, missed it completely. And over number 28 is completed. 122 for one, the West Indies. Matthews is 71. Cooper is 27. The West Indies need 61 of 132 balls. And as Mally Richards would say, they're coasting.
Yeah, and I think the partnership is over 60 now. Yeah, coming up upon 70. between these two. They haven't had to take any unnecessary risks whatsoever. It's just been calm, composed batting, and just leading the Windies to a very comfortable victory at this point in time.
So the pressure continues on the Pakistan captain, Javera Khan. She's trying to get something happening, but nothing is happening here at all. She's really, really, really struggling in terms of coming up.
Is Dar going off the field? Yeah.
Yes.
You did say she was limping earlier when you saw her batting.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a slight hamstring injury or something, but she's really certainly worked hard. And on these big especially here at the Vivian Richards Stadium, it's been a challenge for her in terms of her own fitness.
And her importance, just how crucial she is to this team. It does take a toll physically and mentally.
Dar is 34 years of age, Mali, so you would have to understand in terms of what's happening. On drive here by Hayley Matthews for her second run, hit down the ground. Looks like Sohail has been the bowler.
They rely heavily on her with bat and ball needed. Big miss whenever she's not on the field.
Current run rate is 4.37. Sohail into a fourth over, not for 15. Matthews is 72. Now brings Cooper into strike, who's on 27. Sohail, who got a half century, and just tying up Cooper a little bit. Cooper pushing hard at the ball, coming forward.
Just getting that front foot in the way, actually. Just possibly coming forward a bit too soon. It's important that she just waits. She has that time.
And she has a good stride because she's a big, tall player, so no really need for her to really go hard. She can let the ball come to her. At that point in time, she waited and, looking to open the face to beat backward point. She's thinking about it, Cooper. It's been a perfect foil for Hayley Matthews so far in this partnership. 27 from 49. The West Indies need 60 more runs of 129 balls. Cooper getting a little loose there. That didn't bounce enough. It went under her bat. And Maniba Ali Siddiqui with a good take. So Sohail will feel like, I'm just in there with the chance. Javera Khan coming up and saying to her, keep going, keep working. If we could just get one, then we can get two, and we can maybe send some shivers to the West Indies dressing room. But the West Indies have other ideas. Sohail in now to bowl to Cooper. Cooper driving elegantly and can't score. They almost look like they could have got a single there, Mali.
She definitely seems more comfortable on the front foot whenever she has to go back. She's just a little late on it, in my opinion.
Target is 183.
Like that.
And that, as Mali said, so Sohail winning the war there over Brittany Cooper, but she's still there, 27 from 52. Matthews, 72 from 92. They have a conversation in mid-pitch, and Cooper is saying just what Mali says. She's saying, why I can't be able to get to punch that ball.
She just doesn't seem to pick that shorter length as quickly as she should.
But she's not straight enough. The bat is not coming down nice and straight.
Right, it's coming down at an angle.
Yeah, so look to open. And that has been the trouble. And she's got to be able to still look up the V. And that has to sometimes do with your grip, in terms of where you pick your bat up from, where you want to come down. She's now rehearsing.
But also using the depth of the crease, buying that extra half a second or so. Just has to pick that length a little quicker.
So, Javera Khan ringing the changes. Who we have here now?
It's looking like Fatima.
Sana. It's going to come back into the attack. They need something. Something has to give. Something has to happen. And right now, the West Indies have batted Pakistan out of the game. When you look up on the scoreboard and you see 123 for 1, you'll be thinking, like, what is going to happen? Where are we going to get this next wicket from?
Pakistan weren't in a too dissimilar position. I know they'd lost the 3 wickets, but being at 131 for 3, they were in a position to really press home the advantage.
Matthews on driving down the ground. Lovely song there. And she gets a 73rd run. And the score goes up to 124 for 1. 124 for 1. Sana is into her 3rd over. The partnership is 68 off 107 deliveries.
And if you think about it, it was Sohail and Dar at the time batting, right? Similar stages. I think Sohail had just gone past her 50. And Dar was on about 18 or 19 or so. And as soon as Dar perished, Pakistan just collapsed.
Sana has been impressive in this series, both in the T20 and also in the Super 50. She bongs away past the umpire, in out the bowl to Cooper.
Shot.
Cooper driving beautifully to the wall. Don't think he'll have the legs to go into the boundary for 4, but they will get 3 if they need. And Cooper is going to come back for 3.
Well
so I
run.
could tell you that. That's a positive run in between Matthews and Cooper.
She pushed Matthews to come back for that third, actually. Matthews almost had settled for 2. And Cooper kept coming, telling her, I'm on my way, and Matthews had to respond.
Good communication between.
Solid shot, though.
Solid. Takes her up to 30 or 53. Now brings Matthews back into strike. She's on 73. 73. They need 56 of 124 balls. Sana bongs away, not for 19 from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He's going to move in nicely now to bowl to Hayley Matthews. Her highest is 117 at the ODI level. Pitched up and she's driving. Almost yorked herself there, but the most important thing is that the bat face was straight.
Yep. Still looking to play straight. Good batting by Matthews, not looking to play across the line. He got big open spaces there on the leg side, but still looking to do the right things when presented with the balls on just about middle off stump, not looking to play across the line.
Wearing the number 14 is Sana. West Indies need 56, 123 balls. Matthews is 73, went over number 30. And it's all been a challenge for
All Windies.
Javera Khan down the onside, and
Nice.
she just work that. They can get a
Easy
couple of
too.
runs right here.
Easy too.
And Matthews and Cooper is going to come back quite easily. This is a massive outfield here.
Big, very big, and good batting there by Hayley Matthews. Well weighted into the onside field. They had to come from deep mid-wicket all the way around to a wide mid-wicket area, and 2 easy runs to Hayley Matthews. Windies 129 for 1.
75 to Matthews. Waits for Sana. Sana bongs away into Matthews. Matthews is back and
Easy.
just turning that. She can get 2 more here.
Easily.
Cooper is going to come back quite easily. In fact, she slipped.
Oh,
And so she couldn't think about that one.
I've done that before. Where, you're a little tired and you just slip on purpose. That kind of one. And say, skip, wait, no 2.
You said that to Bouncer?
Yeah, a couple of times.
Couple of times.
Yeah.
Just making sure. 130 for 1. 53 of 121 balls. Matthews is 76. Cooper is 30. And Sana has really not come to the party here today. The breeze going from east to west here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. As Cooper comes into strike now. Shot what? She found a
Tell
bouncer.
you, she's got some pace.
She certainly has. And she bowled it at the right time.
and considering as well, we saw in the A series Tariq, Maharam Tariq. She looked to be the quickest out of all the Pakistani bowlers thus far. I'm surprised to not see her possibly play more, especially at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, where you get a bit more pace and carry.
Well, there was a little bit of exchange between Sana and Cooper, because Hayley Matthews had a few choice words to say to her. Well, you bowl that to me, and the next time I'll hit it away.
Surprise! It was a surprise.
Yeah, so Sana was like, okay, let's wait and see what's going to be happening when I get you the next time.
It was well lined as well,
And it was the last ball of the over,
Last
so
ball of the
you know
over.
what's happening. The umpire had no choice.
well bowled, Fatima.
So more changes happening, Mali, as we speak. More changes happening. Pakistan, they're searching for some success. They're searching for something. Something has to happen fast and something has to give. 130 for 1, 20 overs to go. It's all happening here. Matthews is driving inside out over mid-off, down to the boundary for 4. That's a good positive shot right there. That's a lovely shot. And Matthews just easy on the eyes. As we welcome back Sylvester. Good afternoon, Sylvester.
Good afternoon, Vernon. And Matthews is putting on a batting clinic here this evening, this afternoon, and Cooper is well supporting. It's a good partnership, and I think the Pakistani team, they're battered and bruised. Right now, the West Indies team is really dominating proceedings here.
Sohail into bowl to Cooper, and Cooper just respects that delivery, comes quietly forward. She's 80 from 98.
Matthews on strike, not Cooper.
Cooper is on 30. Here comes Sohail, whipped into the onside, can't get a single. Matthews has to just keep batting. She knows that 100 is in her sights, and she doesn't need to give it away. She's got a perfect platform and a lovely day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. When she gets there to this delivery, just keeps her balance and just whips it out to the mid-wicket fielder, picking up her 81st run. And she's got to keep batting. She can't do all this hard work and don't get 100 here today. 135 for 1. It now brings Brittany Cooper, who's on 30, into strike. And West Indies need 48 from 116 balls. Sohail into a 6th over. Just almost a meter behind Christopher Taylor, the umpire. And she's going to come in now to bowl to Sohail. Let's see what the approach will be from Brittany Cooper. Sohail comes in now to bowl to Cooper, and Cooper stands up straight and spanks that. And he sort of gives you a little shimmer. Bowls almost like a side Ajmal. She comes in and she stops. So, you know, you've got to be able to make sure you keep your eyes on her. Very quickly, Sohail. Cooper is 30. Sohail, she started, just didn't get that one right because the breeze is so strong. Sort of got a little tangle with her hat. Most bowlers are bowling these days in their hat. Sohail comes in now to bowl to Cooper, and Cooper is back, getting her on the edge. And Matthews, for some reason, look at the hesitation. Cooper is coming back for the second run. And Matthews, I don't know if she's trying to take a breather. What do you think, Sylvester?
I think she misjudged that one. I give her the benefit of the doubt. But,
you give her the benefit?
Yeah.
You've been you're a nice coach.
Yeah, Cooper had a better angle, and Cooper knew that was 2, and you know that is her run, so she's really putting in the effort to get back to the other end.
She goes to 32.
Yeah, but Cooper, as Marley said, she's looking really animous. She's really, rotating the strike, and I like the energy that she brings to this team in terms of the running between the wicket. I think a few runs would have been missed if Cooper wasn't there, because some of the other batters, when Hayley Matthews is batting, they don't really push for that second or third one. But Cooper, she always on her bike, so to speak, to get whatever amount of runs is possible at. And she got her well-deserved 2 runs a while ago.
So Muniba Ali Siddiqui, she has dispatched the helmet, put it behind her. She's now gone for the cap, because I think we're going to have a good contest, because Sana is now going to get a chance to bowl to Hayley Matthews. So let's see what this contest will be like. Matthews is 81 from 100 deliveries, and Sana bongs away from the circle at Ambrose Eni now to bowl to Matthews, and Matthews is back and just dispatching that into the leg side area and picking up an easy 2 right here. I think don't want to say she's running out of gas, but as Mali would say, she's maybe conserving her energy.
Yeah, she's just judging. She's judging the 2 runs pretty easily. She knows, so she's conserving a bit of energy. But she seems to me, she looks at home like this pitch is a lot different than at Coolidge ground. This is more similar, I think, to a Barbados track, so to speak. It had more bounce, and she feels a lot
pace.
More pace
at home.
Yeah.
Sana in now to bowl to Matthews, and Matthews turning this stylishly up to Javera Khan at short mid-wicket area, and the score remains on 139 for 1. Good afternoon, Basil Morgan, Basil Chambers, folks in Montserrat, in Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, wherever you're listening to us, whether via the Flow TV or the Flow app or the West Indies YouTube channel, Trinidad and Tobago, wherever you're listening to us, even folks in Canada, UAE, Bermuda, 139. The partnership is 83 of 120 deliveries. Sana comes in now to bowl to Cooper, a slow bouncer, and it took a long time to get to her, and she was through the shot before. And Sana working up a little bit of experiment here and something different. Javera Khan still feels that if they just get pick up Hayley Matthews and Cooper, that something could be happening. 139 for 1. West Indies need 100 at least. The target is 183. They need 44 of 111 balls. Into over number 2. And Sana not for 24. Comes away now. In now to bowl to Matthews. Matthews turning this beautifully. I don't think she'll get 2 here because Cooper is not interested, because the ball sped out very quickly to the mid-wicket fielder. And they were able to just only get 1 run. So it's almost like a stroll in the park. What would you say, Sylvester? A walk in the park, 140 for 1?
Well, yeah, it seems they're making it a walk in the park. But you can see with Haley Matthews ago, you said she was conserving energy. You can see she pushed a while ago for that too.
Oh, because she wanted to strike. Come back for the strike there.
I mean, she's seen it like a breadfruit.
Certainly.
A roasted breadfruit.
Cooper is 32, gets a no slow bumper there. Again, they just rotate the strike and just tapped into the leg side. And Matthews is turned her back again there. In fact, she's calling to the dressing room for some water, so she needs some fluid. It's been a long time here. And like I said, Sylvester, the last time she would have batted, she scored 49. Today she's 84. So it'll be taking a little bit more of us. She faced 104 balls so far. West Indies need 42 from 109. She can't do all this work and don't get 100. She has to be registering that in her mind, and that has to be her objective. She has to keep looking up the V. See the big Curtly Ambrose sign ahead of her on the side screen? And she would know she has to respect Sana, not for 26. Sana into bowl to Matthews, and she's back and hitting that square. She'll pick up a couple of runs right here. She has to certainly come back for 2. And she's jockeying a little bit there. I don't know if she just got a little slide.
That's a well
controlled shot.
That's a well judged too.
Some fluid is coming out for her in the meantime. Over number 32 has been completed. Matthews is 86 from 105. Cooper is 33, 143 for 1. And then I think it should be the voice of Jack Macho. Jack, you should be able to step into the hot seat right now as Sylvester will give us some comments.
Yeah, great partnership here. They're doing what the doctor requires here, especially the situation that Cooper is in. She came in with an opportunity. I don't think she was slated to bat at number 3 today, but because of the situation with Casey Knight, she got an opportunity, and she's really showing that she's capable and that she's hungry and she want to get a good she want to get a good innings in for herself and her team. In terms of Haley Matthews, she's batting superbly. All that she has to do is just focus on getting over the hump, and I think a century is inevitable for her if she stays there to the end. Welcome back again, Jack.
Thank you very much, Sylvester. And that should really be the ploy of the West Indies to bat until the end. Pakistan, the A team, won by 9 wickets a few days ago, and the West Indies have an opportunity here to beat Pakistan Pakistan senior side by 9-wicket margin.
And the country is similar, because the West Indies A team hasn't won a game, and the Pakistan senior team hasn't won a game. So it's just the country results.
Right. So the West Indies will have an opportunity, and they have an opportunity right now to really press home the advantage and bat until the very end, these two. 143 for 1, 32 overs completed. Matthews 86. So 14 away from what would be his second 100 at the one international level, having faced 105 deliveries so far. And it will be spin from the far end. We saw the pace of Sana, who has bowled 4 overs, none for 28, so she has been on the expensive side, going at 7 per over. And we're going to have spin, and it will be Cooper on strike. She's on 33. She's coming onto the front foot and drives fluently down to long off. A bit of misfeeling, but the two batters were quite satisfied with the single. But the field at long off really took eyes off the ball at that critical moment, and it went just behind her, but she did not have to pay for that. Only the single. 144 for 1. Matthews back on strike. She's on 86. Here is Sohail into Bolton, and she's driving. She'll get a run. Sohail not being able to cut the ball off. The long off brought into the picture once more as the West Indies head towards that target. 38 now needed for 106 balls, an equation that even a schoolboys cricket team would be happy to see, Sylvester. Because you should really win, and win quite comfortably with that sort of equation. 38 from 106. We're without the sunshine at the moment, so Hale is in, and Matthews is driving nicely. Hooper correction. Cooper down to the long on position. Did I say Hooper? Hooper, former West Indies batsman. He was quite elegant. Carl Hooper. And many of the players who have been on the scene and have been off like you, Sylvester Joseph. It shows that the life of a cricketer is just part-time, isn't it? Ball is turned away into the onside, down to the backward square position by Matthews. She gets her 87th run. The West Indies now 100 and she gets her 88th run. The West Indies 147 for 136 now needed from 104 balls.
Yeah, brilliant partnership. You know, it's just, as I said since the morning, if the batting team can come and be clinical, it will be a dominant performance here by the West Indies senior team so far.
Sohail is swept. She didn't quite get hold of it. Ball went behind the wicketkeeper, is giving spirited chase. Says the fielder from the short fine leg, short third back position, and they sprint back for I think 3.
3-1.
So they got 3. 150 coming up for the West Indies with that. So they got 3 for that, and the Cooper onto 38. So she's getting closer to a landmark as well. She has really batted well, realizing that it wasn't a case of going helter-skelter because they had a small target to go at in 50 overs. So she was prepared to be rather watchful at the start of the innings. I think she got her first run off her 11th ball, and she has now gone on to 38 from 60. So she has been doing well. Good support. They're just short of a 100 partnership. Hit high over the top, and it goes down towards the extra cover position. The fielder is giving chase. Will she be able to stop it? I think she just managed to. And the return comes into the bowler's end, and they cross for a couple. Matthews goes into the 90s. He's on to 90 with that stroke, 152 for 1. So they have added some 96 runs. They're 4 short of the century partnership. They came together when the score was on 56. And the fall of Kishona Knight, she was LBW to Amin for 18, made off 30 deliveries, 56 for 1 the West Indies were at that stage. And since then, Pakistan has not been able to dislodge these two. And they've gone on merrily along, building the innings quite nicely.
Yeah, and even though the Pakistani team is down and out, they're not showing, their body language is not showing that. They're really, putting in the effort still. They're trying to create an opportunity for a wicket, trying to get a wicket. Sana is still running in, bending her back to try and get to dislodge one of these batters. So the effort from the Pakistani players, is something to marvel at this stage in the game.
Sana, right arm medium pace, and it's driven on the bounce back to the bowler by Cooper. Elbows cocked, playing with a lot of assurance. Sana mops her brow as she walks back to the top of her mark. Relatively young to one international and T20 cricket. This is only her 8th match for Team Sana, and she has had 4 wickets at an economy rate of 5.87 in one international. She's running away from us into bowl to Cooper, and Cooper is undriving. Nice stroke, exquisitely played down to the long on position for single. The batter's virtually walking the run. Matthews on 90 comes in to strike. Cooper on 39 now. West Indies 153 for 1. They need 30 of 100 deliveries. And what has been a very hot day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. There's a breeze blowing. In fact, at times it has been rather windy, but still the temperature quite high. As we look away on the eastern side, we see the flags of Antigua and Barbuda, Pakistan, and the West Indies Cricket Board really stiffening out because of the breeze that is blowing across the ground. And it's a sunlit afternoon as Sana runs away from us. Here the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, the northern end of the ground, and here is Matthews coming nicely onto the front foot and just stroking the ball out towards extra cover. And she's kept on 90 of 109 deliveries. If she gets to that landmark, it would be her 2nd at the one international level. She's still young, relatively speaking, especially when you look at some of the other players on both sides. She's a young lady who has been in the West Indies team for some time now, had an inspirational role in the 2016 World Cup. This is driven into the onside by Matthews. goes on to 91, and the West Indies scores pushed on to 154 for 1. This is over number 34 in progress. 29 now needed from 98. So Haley Matthews, 23 years of age, I think. I think that's a age. We'll check very, very quickly because of the internet. Nothing is elusive these days because of the internet. You can build a house by looking at the internet. Here is Sana, and this ball is hit in the air. The keeper is running back, but she won't get there. It falls just beyond the 30-yard circle, and she'll come back for the second run. Brittany Cooper looking to play the hook shot there, and not getting hold of it. The ball coming off the horizontal bat, the top edge, and going wide of the keeper. And there was wicketkeeper Muniba Ali running back, but not being able to get there. Cooper goes into the 40s. She's on to 41. And the West Indies 156. So the 100 partnership coming up with that couple. These two have added exactly 100. They came together when the score was 56 for 1. It's 156 for 1. And the 100 partnership of 135 deliveries. Sana, none for 32 from 4.5. She has been expensive. On the way to bowl to Cooper. And Cooper is driving through the offside, 4 runs. Well, the ball is slowing up. He won't quite get there, I think. Looked to be 4 initially. He went between extra cover and cover. And they come back for the 3rd run. Really, we were fooled there, Sylvester Joseph. The momentum looked initially as if it would carry into the boundary, but it slowed up considerably and virtually stopped in the deep mid-wicket, deep extra cover position. So the West Indies now 159 for 1, 34 overs completed, and the equation is 24 required from 96. Matthews on 91 and Cooper on 44, and both Sylvester will be hoping to get to their respective landmarks. Matthews 100 and Cooper a half century.
Yeah, and I think that it will be well deserved by both players. Matthews, took command from the very first delivery, and Cooper came in and supported and keep supporting her in a positive way. The running between the wicket, the positivity that she brings to the fore in terms of Cooper, I think that is rubbing off also help Matthews to keep the momentum going, and both of them just complementing each other, and they well deserved. Matthews, she deserves 100. Well, she looks pretty comfortable, confident. She looks at home here at Soviv this afternoon, and this pitch is similarly to those in Barbados. They comes on a lot, and you can play your strokes, and we see some delightful strokes again here by Haley Matthews today, and also Brittany Cooper. The thing with Brittany Cooper that I see, I watched some highlights with the England and the India series, ladies competition. That is happening now, and one of the things that I realized, they sweep a lot. They sweep to get to turn over the strike. Unlike our men's team, our senior team, those guys, they don't sweep a lot. But when you look at the female game, they sweep a lot and they rotate the strike a lot. The teams that doesn't sweep a lot, some of the West Indies players, and most of them, even in this woman team, differently than Cooper, they don't sweep much. But Cooper is the one that she sweep consistently, and she rotates the strike, and that helps her, in the other shots that you see that she's producing so far, and she is well deserving of a half century. She is the continuation of the last innings that she played at the CCG, and you can see that she's coming along nicely, and it can only benefit, as I said, the depth of the West Indies batting, which is really good.
It's an interesting observation about sweeping, because Brian Lara,
and not to cut you off, you have the date, you have the age right with
23,
Matthew.
23 years of age.
Yeah.
When Brian Lara played, he swept Tyre Muirlitteran and Shane Warne. They were world-class spinners, and that was one of the shots that Lara played consistently against them. And Lara had a phenomenal record against virtually everybody. And I remember on one tour of Sri Lanka, he got close to 700 runs. I think he had 2 double centuries. I think it was 691 runs. And Muirlitteran was part of the Sri Lankan bowling attack.
Yeah.
And that was one of the features of Lara's batting, sweeping consistently against Muirlitteran. And as you said, it's a feature that we don't see a lot with the current West Indian players. And if a spinner is going to be swept, it simply means that the spinner now would have to adjust the length.
Yeah.
And sometimes the line, depending on where you're sweeping. And even Shivnarine Chandapal used to be a very good sweeper as well. And we're talking about players who were prolific for the West Indies. In fact, those were the two most prolific batsmen in the history of West Indies cricket, Brian Lara and then Shivnarine Chandapal.
But Jack, not to just to build on your point. I mean, sweeping is a conventional way, sweeping. But now they have the reverse sweep, whereas our players, fail to do the conventional sweep that everyone can do. But our players are not doing that. Now it's an advanced stage in that the players around the world, even the ladies I saw in the same highlights, they are reverse sweeping. So it's not you as a batsman now you can't be comfortable not playing the conventional sweep when you're supposed to be maybe trying to master the reverse sweep.
So what you're saying, it could well be a retrogressive step by the West Indies. We'll get back to that point because play resumes after the drinks break. Ball is punched by Cooper into the extra cover region. She can't score. She's kept on 44. The West level. West Indies being 22 from 92.
Yeah, Jack, so going back to the spinner, a spinner doesn't like when anyone sweeps them, Jack. That is a very difficult shot to contain, so if you are a good sweeper and practice the sweep shot, you can, manipulate the strike more often than not.
Ball hit into the offside. No chance for a run. Hit there by Cooper. And so the score is kept on. That off stop big right now it comes in and it is turned away into the onside, goes towards mid wicket and there is no run. So the over ends. West Indies 161 for 122 needed from 90.
Yeah, good partnership, a well deserved partnership here by the West Indies team. I think they have placed themselves in this position by the hard work and dedication and the willingness to finish this series today and take command, of the whole 5-match series. And they came out from the ball one this morning, and the bowlers came out and did the job for the West Indies team, and the fielders as well, and good captaincy by Anisha Mohammed and the support staff, really help her. And Hayley Matthews now understood the responsibility that is placed upon her as a batter, when she did it first with the ball, and now she's doing it with the bat because of her captain, Stephanie Taylor, is unavailable because of injury.
Driven down the ground, out to long on. One more to Matthews. He's on to 92. On to 93. It's 162 for one. And they need 21 from 89. Cooper on 45 comes into strike. So she would have visions of a half century. And it would be her second half century at the ODI level. Brittany Cooper, she's the player on strike now, as Sana runs in and it's hit in the air down towards the backward square position, a chance for a catch, and she is caught. So the long partnership has come to an end. It was almost a flick at that one, and it went a long way down to the backward square position, and the fielder running around took a good catch, having to run around to her left, and she got there and clutched it with both hands. So Brittany Cooper falls short of a half century, being caught off the bowling of Sana for 45, and the West Indies 162 for 2. They need 21 from 89.
Yeah, and I think that was an unfortunate one. That seems to me like she got a top edge. Her intent didn't look like she was trying to hit that ball all the way down there, Jack. I think she turned on the pace from Sana, took that ball way down there at the boundary, but the fielder down there took a very, very good running catch. As I said, that the Pakistanis, they're down, but they're still fighting. I like the attitude of the whole Pakistani fielding team. They haven't gave up as yet. They're still, throwing their bodies around, and the bowlers are still running in and trying to get some wickets, Jack. So the attitude from the Pakistani team is not one that you just lie down and die, Jack. They're here, they're still trying, and just unfortunate for them that the West Indies team is really playing a superb match.
And psychologically, what they want is to put themselves in a position so when the next match comes around, they would be in a better frame of mind. It's better to lose by 5 wickets than to lose by 9. And so they're trying to get wickets as the West Indies approach this target of 183. And also for personal redemption as well. If a player hasn't been performing well in the series, they can finish with a 4-wicket haul. Outside line of the option from Sana, and Hayley Matthews is driving and missing outside the line of the off stump. So Shalene Nation has come in to join Matthews. 162 for 2, 21 needed. Sana.
And I think the point system too now that the ICC really implement helps the competitive nature, that you just don't go through a series after you lose a series. If you continue after this.
Sana is in and whipped away by Nation into the correction by Matthews down to the mid-wicket area. Wide mid-wicket field up on the boundary, comes around. Only one. The ball travelling very, very quickly. Matthews onto 94 from 115, 163 for 2. 20 needed now of 86.
I think Matthew's going to step on the gas a bit. So she's not going to play more so cautious again. She's going to try and step on the gas and get this game over with. But what I was saying, I think the implementation of the point system, it doesn't allow you as a team to just lie down and die. Every game is important. Even though you lose the series, you still can gain points.
Sanders in. This is short, and Nation is pulling. Gets it away down to backward square, and here we go away for 4. That's a good pull shot. It was short from Sana, and Nation swiveled and hit it well down to the backward square position, bisecting the two fielders. There's a fielder at the long leg area and one at forward square leg in mid-wicket region, and both of them made desperate attempts to get around, but not being able to get to the ball, and it sped away for 4 runs. So Nation is off with a boundary. First ball, a scoring shot. Well played. 167 for 2. 60 now required by the West Indies as Sana races away from us into bowl to Nation, and Nation gets a ball which she waits on and just turns it away into the forward square leg position. Good batting by Nation, and the West Indies now 168 for 268 for 2, 15 runs required by the West Indies of 84 deliveries. Yes, as you were saying, it's a case of making it competitive, making it a situation where, from a spectator's perspective as well, you don't lose interest, and then the game is going through the motion sort of game. You want that interest level to be very, very high, and therefore you're selling a game, you're selling a product, and the ICC, in their wisdom, decided to make that mandatory, that you get points after each game. So although the West Indies are poised here to make a winning leap in the series, they still have 2 matches to go, and Pakistan would want to hit back, get 2 wins, and losing 3-2 is certainly much better than losing 5-0
and receive some points.
Right. This ball to Nation, she comes forward and it rolls down to...
Yeah, it's Dar. Dar is back on.
Yes, Dar, none for 16. This is over number 4 for the off spinner. So she comes in, dapper player, and Nation is stroking it, well fielded by Big, diving away at that wide mid-on position, short, having to cover ground very, very quickly, and she made the save. So the West Indies 168 for 2, 15 runs needed. Nation is getting one outside the line of the off, some doesn't offer, and it's taken by wicketkeeper Ali. I don't think she's related to Muhammad Ali, the former boxer, heavyweight champion of the world. Here is a ball which is driven down the ground. It goes down to the long on area, and they get an easy single, a single to Nation. She's on to 6, and Matthews on 94 comes into strike. 14 now needed by the West Indies. A number of Alis would have represented Pakistan. Was Basit Ali some time ago, played for Pakistan, hit off the back foot by Matthews, her 95th run. So she's prepared here. You were saying that maybe she would have a go, but I think she's going to act on the side of caution here. She doesn't want to be risky. At least she's suggesting that. She's just going to play it as it comes. She's on to 95. Here is Dar, and it's driven off the back foot. A little bit of late movement off the back there by the non-striker Hayley Matthews. She must be a bit tired as well.
No, I don't think she wanted that one. That was the last. That was the last delivery in the over. And the previous over, Nation did the same. Not just single from the last delivery. She doesn't want to stay at 90 for too much longer. She wants to strike so she can get going get 100 and take home the West Indies team. Because the runs Jack is getting closer and closer. Nation looks like she wants a few.
Right.
And it's only 12 more remaining.
True. 5, yes.
And she needs what? 5 more?
She needs 5.
She needs 5 from the 12.
For the 100. And Nation is taking the strike off the last ball of each over. And if he continues like this, it simply means Matthews may well miss out. So she doesn't want that. But I think Nation will quickly get the picture. Well, obviously, at the end of that over, Matthews would probably have said to her, look, I need 5 more. Yeah, so she's at the non-strikers, and Nation is on strike, down the leg side, called wide. And that could make it even more difficult because here's another run added to the West Indies score without Matthews adding to her 95. So 11 now needed from 78 as Sana continues. 1 for 43 from 6, having the wicket of Cooper in her last over. She's on her way to bowl to Shadeen Nation. The right-hander is playing this nicely, crisp-looking shot into the offside. Goes up to extra cover. Knight, prior to Cooper's demise, was caught, was LBW to Amin for 18. That's Kishona Knight, made from 30 deliveries, 56 for 1. A long time ago. And then there was that 100-run partnership. It was a 108-run partnership. No, I think it was a 106-run partnership. It came together and the score was 56. Ball pushed into the offside, and he goes straight out to the extra cover position, and there is no run. So maybe the word from Matthews at the end of that last over was to make sure you bat all dot balls in this one, because the balls don't really matter. Just make sure that at the end of the over, I'm on strike.
I'll probably have, if you get to a single, you got to get it early.
Right.
Over
And he hasn't come, well, she can probably take one now. This is the third ball because there was a wide. She won't get it because he goes straight up to the extra cover. Not playing with soft hands, hard at the ball. She tends to go hard at the ball, Shadi Nation. I think she favors the leg side as well. But off driving has been quite good in this innings.
I think Nation needs to take more responsibility. She has been there since about 2008, and her average is still about in the 16 or something like that. So I think she's batting well, but she has to understand that she has to score runs.
She's beaten outside the off side. Ball keeps a little bit low from Sana, not taken cleanly by Ali. And the West Indies score is kept on 172 for 2. The target is 183, so it's 11 runs needed for a third consecutive West Indies victory in this one international series. So Nation, this is a 40th one international. She has scored 536 runs, high score 43, an average of 16. So that is paltry for batter. She's coming nicely onto the front, but then drives into the offside. The fifth ball of the over, and so she doesn't get a run. So I don't think she'll get a run in this over. Because she's not. I don't think Matthews will run.
Let's wait and see.
I don't think Matthews will run. So there's one ball left in over number 38. Matthews on 95. Nation on 7. We'll see what happens. Sana is into bowl to her, and she's just pulling the bottom hand away, and she doesn't look for a single at all.
Yes. He's not even backing it.
Yeah, yes, because Matthews wants the strike. And so she will get the strike. 11 runs required by the West Indies, 172 for 2. The target is 183. And Pakistan, at the end of this match, would be saying, well, it has been a difficult tour so far, but with every game, you tend to learn something. And I think, as a former cricketer, Sylvester, with each innings, you would have been able to learn something from that particular innings. And I think that the Pakistanis, they're not world beaters by any stretch of the imagination, and perhaps they know that. So it's a learning curve for them in this series, and I think that they are looking to build their cricket as individuals and as a team, and they would carry something so far from this tour, I would imagine.
Yeah, and I think they have a lot to work with. You can see they made the adjustment a bit today in terms of the wide deliveries for the series so far. A lot of the batters they got out from wide deliveries today. You can see a little more conscious effort to leave alone some of those wide deliveries, and they need partnerships. And I think one of the biggest thing for them is the captain. She never really came to the party.
And
in terms of her batting, she's the most experienced player. She averages 29. She has a
Javira Khan.
Yeah, Javira Khan. She's the more experienced batter, the better batter on the team, and she didn't really come to the party.
Yeah, averaging 29. Hayley Matthews is getting her 96th run as she just strokes it and just ambles the run, goes down to long on. So she would want now Nation to get a single to get back on strike, because she's on 96, and the score is 173 for 2, 10 runs needed by the West Indies. Nation will face the bowling of Dar, who has none for 20 from 4.2. She's just making an adjustment to the leg side field. The fielder at backward square has been pulled a few paces away to her left. And so here is Dar, the off spinner, and Nation is beaten outside the off stump. I thought she would have been better served going forward to that particular delivery. She decided to go back and nibbling at it outside the off stump. Ball went past the edge into the gloves of Ali, who crouches as Dar comes in, and Nation is back and just squeezes the ball away into the offside for single. Goes down to the sweeper, who hustles off the cover boundary. 1-2 Nation. Significantly, Matthews comes back on strike. She's on 96 from 118 deliveries. She has had 100 in one international cricket, 117, and she'll be looking here to pick up her second.
A well-deserved second, I would say. They're adjusting the field now, or bringing up the long on to mid-off. to mid-on. So and mid-off is in the circle. So let's see if she take the bite. Oh, look at.
She's hitting the ball in the air, and it goes away down to the short fine leg position. The keeper gives chase, peels the right glove off. Just looking for a run-out chance. Should Matthews decide to chance the second, it would have really been suicidal. And she decided not to, but it was a miscued sweep.
Yeah, tap edge. Fortunately for her, there isn't anyone near at the short 45 or even backward square. So the keeper tried desperately, but the one was too far from her.
The last ball coming up, and Nation is defending, not looking for a run here, because Hayley Matthews wants the strike on 97. 8 runs required, and the West Indies 175 for 2. So I think the game, with respect to a West Indies win, is as one commentator would say, done and dusted.
Done and dusted. The series is done and dusted in the bag.
But what is of interest is whether Hayley Matthews will be able to get that landmark, that milestone of 100. She's on 97 from 119 deliveries. She'll be on strike.
Well, the ball is in her court. So
Yes, it is.
the ball is definitely in her court now. So she has to decide,
if she's going to play the backhand or the forehand.
Yeah.
Yes, like Roger Federer.
Maybe she's going to play a lob shot.
So here is a ball which is off the outside edge of the bat, so she gets a 98th run, steers it down to the third man position. She's on the 98, and the West Indies now need 7, 176 for 2. So Nation, it's incumbent upon her to get a single here and bring the Barbadian back on strike, Hayley Matthews.
If she get a short ball now, I guess she's going to pull it.
Sana is into Nation, and the right-hander is defending. Can't get a run here. He goes up to the extra cover position. It was a good delivery, and Nation there could really only defend.
If she get a bumper now, she's going to pull it, Jack. Trust me.
She's going to pull it for 4?
I don't know. Maybe either 4 or 6. If she pull it for 6, it's going to be trouble here today. You saw that was a short delivery. I would like to see a short delivery and see what she does with it.
Yes, we're going to see if she's going to lose her sanity or she's going to keep it. So, Shadi Nation, just slightly square on in her stance, right-hander. Here is ball played into the offside, on about off stump, and she just guides it into the offside. Yeah, she was certainly looking for a single on that occasion, not been able to get it. We have had, 2 deliveries so far in the over, 176 for 2. 7 runs required.
I really love to see she get a short ball.
So Hayley Matthews is on 98. Will we see a short ball bowled by Sana, who runs away from us into bowl to Nation, and Nation is steering it down to the backward point area, and you get a run. Backward point fielder runs back, but the third man comes in, and a left-handed return comes on the bounce to Ali. And so Matthews,
I think this
the
is
lady of the moment.
I think this is it. She has to I think she's going to take it this time.
She's going to take what?
She's going to get a 2 or 4.
Oh, she's going to go for it.
Yeah.
At this time. She's not going to go for a single. 6 runs required. Hayley Matthews on 98. 2 runs away from a second century in one-day international cricket. As Big runs into Bolter, and she turns it into the onside. She's hustling the first run. Will she come back for the second? She's going back for the second. Hayley Matthews will get to the keeper's end. Yes, she does. Hayley Matthews celebrates her second century in one-day internationals. She lifts the helmet, she lifts her bat, and she is in an absolutely joyful mood. Her teammates are clapping, giving her justifiable applause, because Hayley Matthews has completed her second century in one-day internationals. Congratulations to Hayley Matthews.
Yeah, congratulations are in order. A well-deserved century, Jack. She has played superbly. She took the responsibility. That the captain is out, so she took the responsibility of batting through the innings and giving her team the best option to win the series, and earning herself a well-deserved century.
And 100 for Matthews, coming off 121 deliveries, so good strike rate by the Barbadian right-hander. And so She continues with the West Indies 179 for 4 needed. This is a good delivery from Baig outside the off stump. Extra bounce there. Matthews was looking to run it down to third man. She was undone by the bounce. And she'll have a moment now to reflect on what she has just accomplished. She has reached her second one international 100. And Shadi Nation must be saying, well played to her teammate.
A well-deserved 100. I think the pitch itself, Jack, is a very good cricket pitch. 50 overs pitch. If you put down your head and bat properly, you can get runs. And the bowlers, if you bowl consistently and bowl good areas, you get assistance. So I think the batting, especially from the West Indies batters, and the partnership with Dar and Sohail for Pakistan, those are the batting that stood out today.
So Dar is into Nation. Nation is hitting it hard through the onside. It will beat the fielder. It does so now. That's 4 runs. The West Indies have won. The West Indies have won emphatically by 8 wickets. And they've won the series, taking an unbeatable 3-0 lead in the 5-match CG Insurance 1 International Series against Pakistan. Shadi Nation and Hayley Matthews hug in mid-pitch. The West Indies are jubilant, and they should be, because they've played particularly well in this series, and this has been their most commanding victory so far, winning by 8 wickets. And Pakistan would be very, very disappointed with their efforts in the series so far. The batting has not clicked, and the West Indies have been absolutely dominant. Hayley Matthews, with her 2nd century in 1 internationals, being the pivotal performer in this game. Wonderful West Indies performance. They win by 8 wickets over Pakistan.
Yeah, very commanding. Congratulations to the West Indies women's team and the management staff, the coach in Courtney Walsh, his first series as the West Indies woman coach, and you can see a big difference. Those who are following the women's program, the women's team, you can see that the ladies, they are looking a lot more fitter. They have a lot more confidence, and when the senior players, perform the way that they should perform, the more senior players are taking away responsibility, and you can see the team is going from strength to strength, and whatever they are doing, they can keep, and they only get better, because this is just the start. For Pakistan, what I really admire the team spirit. The things are not really going the way that they want in terms of winning and so forth, but you see every game that they at least they're coming out and they're still fighting, Jack. They're trying their best to get a elusive victory, and I think if they get a victory, maybe that will help, that will help their confidence. But you can see the in terms of effort and energy and so forth, is not lacking, and that is good. The series is still, points still out there up for the grabs, and I think that they want to leave the Caribbean with a moral victory in terms of getting some points and so forth. So it was a good game, good series so far. Congratulations again to the West Indies team for putting in all the good work and getting the results.
And it has been really positive by the West Indies effort, by the West Indies team. The effort they've made in this series has been highly commendable, and Hayley Matthews should be really congratulated for her batting performance today. In the preceding innings she played during the series, including the T20 series, she really made some errors. She gave her wickets away on a number of occasions. It wasn't the Hayley Matthews who really played so well in that 2016 World Cup final when the West Indies women lifted the trophy. It was a Hayley Matthews who was really playing outside of herself, if you will, and she came today realizing, with Stefani Taylor out of the side, that she had to take the responsibility of leading the West Indies batting, and she did so in excellent style. She batted with confidence. She affected the stroke play. She decided to concentrate very, very well and played a superb innings. And to be unbeaten at the end is certainly something that she would be very, very proud of as well. Not necessarily giving it away at any point, and playing a very, very good hand. for the West Indies.
Yeah, I mean, the fans, especially in Barbados, her family, I know that they will be definitely proud of her. But through the series so far, she has looked good, Jack. And as Marley had said earlier, it's just that she wasn't really getting the runs that she the way that she looked and stroking the ball and so forth. She wasn't really getting the good result. She's bowling well. I mean, she's very consistent in her bowling, doing what is required and getting some wickets and so forth. But in her batting, she looks in good touch. During the camp as well, I think she scored 100 in one of the warm-up games. So she's been batting well, and kudos on her that she really get after her second century, international century. So just keep the momentum going, and the series is won. But as I said, points are there to be had, because I know that they want to get better, they want to improve. That when you look at the England and the Australia and the New Zealand, and I think South Africa might be, from some reports, South Africa might be coming into the Caribbean, so she want to be in a good frame of mind for South Africa has good quality bowlers as well, so she wants to get her confidence going and get the team confidence going, and they build from strength to strength.
And they would want to go up against opposition that will help them, because as we've been saying, Pakistan are not world beaters like the Australians and like the English and so on. So the higher the competition, the demands of the West Indies would obviously be greater, and therefore they would want to put themselves in a position where they can try and perform well against these teams, because the Australians and the English players, they have reached a certain level, and they are commanding cricketers, as we've seen. So the West Indies will be glad for that opportunity, every opportunity to play against teams that are certainly ranked higher than the West Indies, so that they can really improve their game, because there are certain areas that still require some improvement. We saw the running between the wickets improving with every match. We certainly saw that, and that's an element in the white ball game that has to be part of it. Has to be part of the game if you're going to excel, especially when you meet tough opposition. So they're working on it, as you said. Courtney Walsh, former West Indies fast bowler, has been making a difference. He has been very dedicated. Whenever he speaks to the press, he has outlined certain measures that they're taking to improve the play of the players, and we have seen evidence of that so far in this series.
Well, if he's one person who knows how to perform at the highest level, what it takes to perform at the highest level, he's the right man. This man is a legend in West Indies cricket. He is one of the nicest guys you can ever meet. My good friend Cody Walsh, and he lives in Antigua now, so
He's married to Antigua, and he lives here.
He brings some vast experience to Antigua, so I'm happy that he's here. Our youngsters also can rub shoulder with him and have conversations with him. But it's good for the ladies to have such experience and quality amongst them, with his character as well. I think he's a nice, respectable and person, and he can see that which his team with Robert Samuel, and I see Corey Cullimore also there with him, and just the team that they have around them. I think they're working together. You can see them together walking about and discussing certain things, and you can see a bit of improvement so far. But not taking anything away from the previous coaches, because these girls has been in the system for quite a while, and they are experienced now. But I think things fall into place at the right time, and he's a man that now maybe can take them to the next level. And we have seen we are seeing that so far. I think if this team, the players, especially the experienced players, can keep themselves fit, because you have some girls in the A team now that you see can forge their way into the senior team. So the competition is really great, and it can only goes well for the betterment of the West Indies women's cricket, and it is really good. The under 19, under 15 program is on the way, so it's building. It seems like it's getting and building something good, and I'm really happy with the fact that they're getting results, because they are number 6 in the world, and Pakistan is number 7 in the world. So they are very close. But when you see on the field the comparison and how they dominated this series, you can see that they are a notch above the Pakistani team.
So the situation is that the West Indies have won in emphatic style by 8 wickets, 183 for 2, winning with more than 10 overs to spare. And they've taken a winning lead in the 5-match one international series against Pakistan. Game 4 will be on Thursday here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and we'll be here to bring live coverage of that particular affair. Until then, on behalf of all the commentators, we're talking about Garfield Burford, we're talking about Vernon Springer, and the 2 analysts in Sylvester Bouncing Joseph and Marley Richards, Jack Matthew, saying goodbye from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.